Instead, he turned to look at Tanis and Gilead with timid eyes. "This is something you should decide by yourself," Gilead spoke first. "There's no need to be concerned about me. If you want to go, then go." "Father," Ued mumbled. Ued, Tanis, who had stayed silent, suddenly called out while staring at her son, "This is an opportunity your father has worked hard to grant you. Receive it with gratitude." Ued was cowed into silence. Noticing his son's discomfort, Gilead took over. "What reason do you have to hesitate? After all, from an early age, you've always shown more interest in magic than you have in swords or spears." Ued still seemed unsure, but was unable to think of something to say. "For your sake, I requested several of the capital's greatest wizards to come and tutor you, but unfortunately, none were suitable to become your teacher." Gilead sighed in disappointment. There was some irony in these words. The wizards who had been invited from the capital to teach Ued magic were all famous wizards who could have risen to positions of considerable height in their towers if they had chosen to remain in Arath. None of them had become Ued's teacher because Ued himself hadn't been able to devote himself fully to the study of magic. This suffocating household had suppressed both Ued's passion and his free will. "Ued," Tanis said, narrowing her eyes. Ued was afraid of meeting his mother's gaze. He was much more afraid of his mother, who was always standing by his side monitoring his every action, than he was of his father, the patriarch of their house. Tanis started one of her oft-repeated lectures, "You must not forget. You are the first heir of the Lionheart clan. As my son, you are destined to become the patriarch of the main family." Ued hated the sound of these words. They filled him with fear and weighed heavily on his shoulders each time he was forced to listen to them. Unable to say anything in response, Ued lowered his gaze to the floor. "You must not forget this fact, even in Arath," Tanis concluded firmly. "Tanis," Gilead chided his wife. Tanis defended herself as his mother. "I am only trying to encourage my son." Gilead was just trying to get her to ease up, but Tanis shot her husband a cold glare. She hadn't fully agreed with her husband's plans in the first place. She hated the thought of a stranger like Eugene entering the main family. An adoption of all things? How ridiculous. Wasn't it enough that Gilead had even taken a second wife and ended up with twins? She also didn't want to send Ued to Arath. If the eldest son, Ued, was sent to Arath, it was obvious that that damned Ancilla would go crazy with joy. However, Tanis had no choice but to send Ued to Arath. Although her hateful child had been born as the eldest heir to the main family, he hadn't inherited the qualities needed to appear suitable for such a position. Even worse, he had a weak and naive nature. No matter how much Tanis wanted to keep her son close to her, by doing so, she wouldn't be able to see even the slightest of improvements in Ued's capabilities. "Ued," Tanis continued in a softer tone, taking hold of Ued's hand. She simply stared at her son's face as she waited for him to respond, without saying anything more. Ued slowly forced himself to raise his gaze and meet Tanis' eyes. That night, Tanis spent a long time speaking with Ued in his room. Ued would be leaving with Lovelian for Arath the next day. Tanis hoped that Ued would be able to become Lovelian's disciple. But if he couldn't do that, then she at least hoped that he would be able to increase his chances of succeeding his father by interacting with other wizards in Arath. She hoped that by getting along with these wizards, he could create relationships that would later benefit him, thereby gaining support for his bid to become the patriarch. This was an opportunity that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of by remaining at the main estate. "You are the heir to the Lionheart clan." Tanis repeated this line several times throughout the night. "Why, yes, mother." Unable to raise his eyes off the floor, Ued repeated the same response every time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The day after the banquet, a lot of people were departing from the main estate. Lovelian was headed to Arath with Ued, and Garjith and Desra were returning to their homes along with their parents. Even the dropouts whose names weren't important enough to remember had left, so the annex should have been nearly empty, but the servants in the annex were still bustling with activities since early this morning. This was because, from now on, the annex would be solely used by Eugene and Gerhard. Gilead had offered for them to stay with him in the main family's mansion, but Eugene had rejected this offer. This was for the sake of his father, Gerhard. If he ended up staying in the estate's main mansion without a good reason for doing so, Gerhard would probably have no choice but to keep walking on eggshells around the members of the main family. So instead of being forced to endure that discomfort by living separately in the annex, things would be easier for the both of them. "I hope we get along well from now on," Eugene said with a smile. Nina nodded her head in reply. Her duties as his servant hadn't been suspended following the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony. Following Eugene's request, Nina would continue to serve as his personal attendant. Nina knew that this was a sign of Eugene's esteem. "Is there anything you would like me to bring back from Jiddle?" Gerhard asked as he prepared to leave. "I don't need anything, father, so you should just focus on packing up your own things," Eugene replied. Even though he was currently suffering from a headache as part of his hangover, Gerhard couldn't afford to rest until he recovered. Because he needed to head to Jiddle immediately with a few of the main family's groundskeepers. Since he would be living in the annex with Eugene from now on, he needed to arrange for his mansion in Jiddle to be closed up. All the knights who had been serving Gerhard for so long, as well as all the servants and groundskeepers, were waiting for him in Jiddle. While he wouldn't be able to return to the main estate with all of them, a chosen few would accompany Gerhard back. Meanwhile, a few would be left behind and charged with the necessary duty of maintaining the now ownerless estate. As long as they were paid well enough, many of the servants would be willing to stay at their old mansion. "Since the items in the annex are a lot better than the ones at our mansion, don't pointlessly pack things that we won't need," Eugene advised his father. "I still haven't gotten used to the idea." "Are we really living here from now on?" Gerhard asked hesitantly. Gerhard chuckled in disbelief as he turned to take in the annex. Although he had tried his best to adjust to the situation multiple times, reality still sometimes felt like a dream. "But this is definitely reality," he reminded himself. Gerhard felt his heart swell with pride as he looked down at his son's smiling face. After hugging his son once more, he got onto the carriage prepared by the groundskeepers. "Go safely and make sure to brag about our good fortune," Eugene said with a smile as he saw Gerhard off. The morning of the first day in his new life as an adoptee had passed like this. Normally, he would have begun his training at this point, but Eugene instead just waited around aimlessly inside the gymnasium. Today was an important day for Eugene in many ways. Not only was this the first day in the rest of his life as an adopted member of the main family, but it was also the day he would be initiating his mana for the first time since his reincarnation. All mana training scriptures began by first teaching how to sense mana. Although mana was everywhere in the world, you wouldn't be able to find it with the naked eye no matter how hard you looked for it. Only after refining yourself and your senses according to the mana training scripture could you begin to sense mana. Such refinement could broadly be divided into two categories: the breathing techniques and the physical techniques. Breathing training techniques accumulated the mana that was dissolved into the atmosphere by breathing it in. Physical techniques accumulated this mana through the movement of the body. Neither of them was easy to learn, but if Eugene had to pick, he would say that breathing techniques were superior to physical techniques. Once a breathing technique was completely internalized, the user was able to absorb mana with every movement they made, but it was extremely hard for physical techniques to do likewise. In his previous life, Hamel had trained his mana according to a physical technique. Later, with advice from Sienna and Vermouth, he had converted his physical technique into a breathing technique. The Lionheart's mana training scripture is a breathing technique, Eugene recalled. Although it might seem obvious, mana training couldn't be done just by breathing normally. Breathing techniques used to train mana also required a certain knack, somewhat similar to casting magic. "You're here early," a voice called out to Eugene. It was Guillaume Lionheart. He approached Eugene while leading two horses behind him. Without showing any surprise, Eugene bowed his head to Guillaume in greeting. Ch 23.2. Chapter 23.2, Mana Training 1. The previous night, after the banquet had ended, Eugene had received a summons from Gilead. Now that the bloodline continuation ceremony was over, and he had even been adopted into the main family, it was time for Eugene to begin training his mana in earnest. For this, Gilead had decided to provide a detailed explanation of how Eugene's training would be conducted. His training would take place on top of a ley line, a place where mana was heavily concentrated. Deep within the forest of the main estate, there was a ley line that only members of the main family were allowed to visit. The ley line wasn't naturally occurring, but instead had been formed by the Great Vermouth himself 300 years ago. Only the children of the main family were usually allowed to make use of the ley line's power. Although part of the reason why Cyan was already able to manifest swordlight was because of his own outstanding talent, the ley line's help had undeniably played a huge role in his success. He actually created an artificial ley line. Vermouth really was a monster. Even with the experience from Eugene's previous life, he still found it difficult to comprehend. So Vermouth had somehow forcibly twisted the flow of mana deep within the earth to create this artificial ley line, and it was even able to last for over 300 years? Crazy bastard, Eugene silently cursed. If it was Vermouth they were talking about, this definitely seemed possible. However, instead of feeling admiration for Vermouth's prestigious accomplishments, Eugene couldn't help but feel a warped sense of unfamiliarity. Just what the hell had happened to Vermouth's brain in his later years that he had even thought of ensuring the future glory of his descendants by creating such a ley line? Taking more than 10 wives, having dozens of children, splitting them into the direct and collateral lines while preaching the importance of legitimacy, and even creating the bloodline continuation ceremony. There was just too much of a difference between the Vermouth that Eugene remembered and the founder of the Lionheart clan. "Are you nervous?" Guillaume suddenly asked, pulling Eugene out of his thoughts. "I'm excited," Eugene replied with a smile. He set all his doubts and unpleasant feelings regarding Vermouth aside. In any case, Eugene had been adopted into the main family and then allowed to enter the ley line thanks to Gilead's kindness. Guillaume was also going to personally assist with his initiation of mana, so he shouldn't let his opinions of Vermouth color his view of the main family, especially when they were currently riding to the ley line. "It won't be easy," Guillaume warned. "Because mana is something that is always around you, but it's still difficult to sense it for the first time. Although I'll be helping you, as someone who's just started initiating their mana, you'll have to go through quite a lot of trouble first." "Is that so?" Eugene asked. "MHM. The younger you are, the easier it is to feel it. As you grow older, your sensitivity to mana dulls. This is because your body gets used to not being able to sense mana," Guillaume continued his explanation. This was something that Eugene was aware of as well. Just as any sense that hadn't seen regular use became dull, mana sensitivity suffered from the same detriment as well. Cyan and Seal first initiated their mana when they were 6. As for Uid, my sister-in-law was a bit too eager, so he initiated his mana when he was only 5. Upon saying this, Guillaume turned to look at Eugene with a bitter smile. Although they were initiating their mana at such a young age, it still took them around 3 days to sense the mana. "Uid, didn't it take him a week?" "Does that mean he took a long time?" Eugene asked. "No, it's actually very fast. The collateral descendants usually initiate their mana when they're around your age, but it's said that it takes them around a month just to feel slight amounts of mana. Then, after slowly absorbing these traces of mana into their body, it takes them a few more months until they can develop a full awareness of mana. Guillaume showed some sympathy as he explained all this. Eugene nodded slowly. Glancing at Eugene, Guillaume quickly added, but it shouldn't take you that long. Because we have the ley line here, which gives you a quick and easy way to sense mana. On top of that, I'll also be helping you. How many days do you think I'll take? Eugene asked. Maybe 10 days. Guillaume said with a half-hearted smile. Guillaume was lying. In his opinion, 10 days would actually be very fast. Although 13 wasn't too late of an age at which to initiate mana, it wasn't a particularly early age either. And even with the ley line, we can't guarantee he'll be able to feel the mana, he thought, but Guillaume kept his doubts to himself. After all, wasn't that why Guillaume was here, to ensure Eugene's success? So, for the time being, he needed to stick to Eugene's side. First of all, it's important for you to be able to feel mana. Although the mana at the ley line will already be very dense, in addition to that, I will be directly infusing more mana into your body. Guillaume laid out the plan. Will that allow me to sense it more easily? Eugene asked. That's right, Guillaume confirmed. To have a master like Guillaume personally assist with your initiation into mana was a huge privilege. They really are taking good care of me, Eugene remarked to himself. Eugene had initially expected them to just provide him with a few mana stones. Instead, they had actually allowed him to enter their training grounds on top of a ley line, and even set an expert at his side to guide him. 10 days, huh? If that's the case, will I be spending the full 10 days at the ley line along with you, Sir Guillaume? Eugene double-checked the details. Although the ley line might be in the middle of the forest, it has everything we'll need. Although it's small, there's even a house. All our daily necessities and food will also be supplied by servants. Guillaume answered his question in detail. Wow, it sounds like this will be fun, Eugene said, smiling childishly. As if it will take me 10 days, Eugene scoffed behind his innocent smile. It won't even take me 10 minutes. Eugene had only kept himself from absorbing any mana into his body by avoiding any sort of mana training. He hadn't neglected and dulled his ability to sense mana in the first place. Although, sensing mana and accepting it into the body are two different things, Eugene acknowledged. He was feeling some anticipation. Would this cheap body also be good at absorbing mana? Far away from the mansion, a secluded hut stood inside the forest. Although Vermouth had created the ley line 300 years ago, the hut looked to be in good shape, as if it had been constantly maintained since then. Guillaume ordered, "Stay here for a few moments. It will take some time to undo the security. Unfortunately, there isn't much for you to look at while you wait." "Yes, sir," Eugene smartly responded. Guillaume first got down from his horse. Then he took out a keyring from his vest and began unlocking each of the cabin's locks one by one. These locks weren't simple iron affairs either. Without the permission of the patriarch, it would be impossible to undo the locks and open the door, even with the right keys. During this time, Eugene had also gotten off his horse and turned to take in his surroundings. Although he had also ventured into the forest just 2 days back, they hadn't ventured anywhere near this deep. Eugene looked around at all the dense trees. He could see various small animals and insects, but there were no monsters. This entire gigantic forest was under strict management as part of the main estate. Though, if you just look at this natural atmosphere, it even feels like an elf might appear, Eugene observed. 300 years ago, the demon kings of Helmoth had begun to run rampant, and the races that had suffered the most from this were not the humans, but the elves and the dragons. More elves had died each time Helmuth's ominous power had grown stronger, and the dragons who attempted to confront the demon kings were killed in droves. Even now, when only 2 of the 5 demon kings remained, the 2 races had yet to fully recover from their past disasters. Okay, let's head on in, Guillaume called to Eugene. Immersed in a mix of complex emotions, Eugene took a moment to compose himself before turning around. It all looks spotless, Eugene remarked as he saw the inside of the hut. There are all sorts of magic that have been cast on it, Guillaume answered the implied question as he led Eugene inside. They headed straight for the stairs leading down into the basement. Is it okay if we start right away? Eugene asked excitedly. Guillaume gave a startled hum as he turned to look at Eugene. Then, after blinking his eyes for a moment, he put on a wry smile and nodded his head. If that's what you want, Guillaume acquiesced. It was a good thing that Eugene was ambitious. However, Guillaume couldn't help but feel a little concerned. This boy, Eugene Lionheart, was truly exceptional. Even Guillaume acknowledged this fact. Although he hadn't personally seen Eugene's performance in the duel with Cyan or during the bloodline continuation ceremony, he could clearly feel the truth from what he had heard about Eugene. On top of that, the habitual movements of his body were so light and agile that it was hard to believe they belonged to a child who hadn't even trained his mana. Although being able to move his body well doesn't mean he'll be equally as skilled with manipulating mana, Guillaume mused. Guillaume was truly well aware of this fact. He was also someone who had heard countless praises calling him a genius ever since he was young. However, even though his talent for the martial arts was amazing, it had taken him a very long time to get familiar with his mana. Hopefully, he won't be disappointed after fruitlessly getting his expectations up, Guillaume worried silently. The more you were aware of your own talent and the greater the pride you felt from it, the worse the pain and frustration that came from your continued failure. I'm definitely a genius, so why can't I just do this? As a child, Guillaume had needed quite some time to get over the frustration from his failures. Eventually, he had managed to overcome the wall blocking his progress, but initiating his mana for the first time and mastering its uses had still been extremely arduous. At the moment, he's especially at risk of this since he's still full of confidence in himself, Guillaume sighed inwardly. Eugene's achievements were unprecedented in the history of the Lionheart clan. It was the first time that a child from the collateral lines had defeated the children from the direct line to win the bloodline continuation ceremony. It was also the first time a child had been adopted into the main family. As if that wasn't enough, he had even claimed WYNNYD from the family's treasure vault and then was allowed to enter the ley line. When even adults could be shocked by this list of achievements, how proud and full of himself must Eugene be as a 13-year-old child who had managed to accomplish all this? Every time this thought went through his head, Guillaume's expression softened in concern. Although he knew that his worries were premature, Guillaume couldn't help but fear that Eugene would become despondent when confronted with the difficulties of reality. If Eugene had been able to read Guillaume's thoughts, he would have doubled over laughing. Frustration over not being a genius? He had already gone through something like that 300 years ago. Standing beside the great Vermouth, he had had the truth of what a genius really was rubbed in his face over and over again. Compared to Vermouth, there was not a single person in this world who could be arrogant enough to call themselves a genius. Only Vermouth was worthy of that title, and the word genius seemed to exist solely for someone like Vermouth. As Hamel, Eugene had come to fully accept these facts. The stupid Hamel, when he had first seen this name written in a children's book, Eugene had felt like he wanted to rip a particular anonymous author to pieces. However, after further consideration, he realized that the name wasn't all that inaccurate. After all, Hamel had been pretty stupid, unlike Sienna, Anise, and Molin, who had never considered Vermouth to be their rival. To them, Vermouth was just a friend and a companion with whom they had risked life and death together. Although Hamel also felt this way, he was the only one who wanted to surpass Vermouth. As such, he was the only one who continued to argue with Vermouth's decisions. Sit over there in the middle. Although the basement was completely empty, Guillaume pointed to the center of the room as he said this. For the first step, just try to clear your mind as you breathe, since you'll need to get started by sensing the mana in your surroundings. Yes, sir, Eugene obeyed the order. Mana was always present, but was difficult to feel. And if you wanted to accumulate mana inside your body, you needed to be able to feel it first. Full-scale training could only begin after that. The mana training scripture that has been passed down through the direct line was inherited from our ancestry, the Great Vermouth. Guillaume began his lesson. Oh, Eugene perked up. He had been waiting for these words. Although at the start it might have been the same as the ones used by the collateral lines, by now, it has become completely different. After all, so much time has passed, and the collateral lines are not allowed to pass down the original scripture, Guillaume continued. The Great Vermouth had drawn a clear line between the main family and its collateral branches. All the collateral branches shared the same roots as the main family. Even Eugene's ancestor had once been a member of the direct line in the distant past and was pushed out of the main family when they could not become the patriarch. After they were exiled like this, an inescapable restraint was placed on all the ancestors of the collateral lines. This restraint made it impossible for them to pass on the mana training scripture that they had learned from the main family to their descendants. The only thing that could be passed down to the descendants of the collateral lines was a poor imitation of the main family's original scripture. This fake scripture was also made by Vermouth, but of course, it was much less effective than the original copy. The White Flame Formula. Guillaume uttered the name of their scripture as he roused the mana within his body. Mana that gave off a pure white light immediately surrounded Guillaume's body, appearing as if a flame had just engulfed his entire body. Eugene hadn't known that the name of the scripture was the White Flame Formula, but he clearly remembered the unique appearance of the mana generated by this scripture. The high-quality mana that Vermouth had used had always been expressed in the form of a pure white flame like Guillaume's. Whenever Vermouth had charged forward with this white flame-like mana wrapped around his body, the sparks that flew off him had looked just like a lion's flowing mane. Ch 24.1. Chapter 24.1. Mana Training 2. Continuing the lesson, Guillaume explained, the mana training scriptures inherited by the collateral lines all share their roots in the inferior red flame formula. Over the long 300 years since the first collateral line had split off, the red flame formula inherited by each collateral line had gone through various improvements. By now, the mana training scriptures inherited by the oldest collateral houses bore almost no resemblance to their original form. However, the modified versions of the red flame formula still could not reach the full power of the white flame formula. Even after such a long period of development, the knockoff still couldn't overcome the original. The combined wisdom and effort of entire lines of descendants couldn't compete with that of the Great Vermouth. The Lionheart clan's direct line was well aware of this fact. As such, they hadn't altered the White Flame formula to be in any way different from its original form because there was no need to make any changes in the first place. What reason was there to add to something that was already perfect? You will be learning the White Flame formula, said Guillaume. Distracted from staring blankly into Guillaume's flame as he had been so far, Eugene nodded eagerly at these words. Although the name, White Flame Formula, was unfamiliar to him, he couldn't be more familiar with its appearance. It was a sight that had caused him to feel frustration more than a few times in his past life. Until the very end, Hamel hadn't been able to surpass the power of these flames. Eugene sighed to himself. He could feel the echoes of bitterness lingering from his past. However, this did nothing to cool the burning excitement in his heart. Guillaume continued, of course, you won't be able to learn it right away. You'll need to be able to sense mana first. I can already feel it. Urged on by his excitement, Eugene didn't have the patience to keep listening until the end and instead chose to interrupt Guillaume. Guillaume grunted in confusion. I said that I can already feel the mana, Eugene repeated. Guillaume was speechless as he stared at Eugene for a moment, his eyes blinking in disbelief. Then he burst out laughing at the absurd claim. That's just an illusion, Guillaume corrected Eugene. He understood how Eugene could have come to make such a mistake. Once you got too absorbed into something, it was easy for strange delusions to arise in your head. It's true, Eugene insisted. Guillaume hummed as he wondered how he should convince Eugene that he was mistaken. After a few moments of contemplation, Guillaume gently prodded his mana. Then, according to Guillaume's will, an intangible wisp of mana moved and hovered at Eugene's side. When Eugene remained silent, Guillaume smiled and said, "See. It's too early for you two." "It's here," Eugene said, pointing to his left thigh. "The mana has gathered in this location." Guillaume's face froze as he was struck dumb. No way, it couldn't be. Guillaume moved his mana once more. This time, instead of focusing it in one place, he dispersed it. A light stream of mana curled around Eugene's body. Here, over there, up, and now down. "How long do you want me to keep this up?" Eugene asked as his hand kept moving around to follow the flow of mana. Each time he got it correct, Guillaume's jaw dropped even further. Eventually, Guillaume took a few steps back and shook his head violently. "This is unbelievable," Guillaume muttered in shock. But perhaps this was just a sign that Eugene's 5 senses were unusually developed. Guillaume changed the movements of the mana. Instead of allowing it to touch Eugene's body directly, he had the mana move further away. Over there. But even with that, Eugene was able to point in the direction of the mana without any hesitation. Guillaume was struck by a dizzying sense of vertigo. Was this even possible? A 13-year-old kid who had yet to train his mana, who had never received any training to develop his sense for mana, was able to feel the mana as soon he tried? Guillaume tried to speak, but words failed him. They hadn't even gotten to the part where Guillaume was going to flow mana directly into Eugene's body. Eugene had learned how to sense mana all on his own. If Eugene had been able to sense mana after 10 days with his assistants, Guillaume would have already called that quick. But Eugene was so fast that it was unbelievable. Haha, Guillaume finally broke out of his stupor and walked over to Eugene while shaking his head. Although these words might seem a little rude, how great would it have been if you were born to the main family? "I've been adopted into it, haven't I?" Eugene asked. "Adopted. You're right. That's good enough," Guillaume agreed with a wry smile. Guillaume sat down in front of Eugene and held his hands so that their arms formed a circle. "If you can already feel the mana, then we can begin right away. From now on, just focus on what is happening inside your body without getting distracted," Guillaume told Eugene seriously. "Yes, sir," said Eugene obediently. Guillaume began transmitting the white flame formula. Eugene closed his eyes and turned his concentration inwards. Soon, mana began flowing into his body through Guillaume's hands. The mana leaped across the points where their hands were joined and then scattered into numerous branches within Eugene's body. His body had never before taken in any mana. However, Eugene's body seemed to be able to absorb mana well to an almost unbelievable extent. This fact surprised Guillaume once again. Guillaume muttered to himself, "He's a genius." "No, this is..." Guillaume's eyes wavered. He adjusted the flow of mana that he was sending into Eugene to be a little stronger. He was going to teach Eugene how to breathe in mana, not the physical technique equivalent. Guillaume led Eugene into becoming conscious of the mana that was in the air he breathed in, and then helped him memorize how to flow this mana through his body according to a set pattern, thus forming the mana breathing cycle. Eugene concentrated on feeling how the mana was flowing within his body. As the mana spread throughout his body, it formed a center at his heart. The mana converged around his heart and then settled into the blood vessels connected to the heart. Mana began flowing back out along with his blood. Although they flowed together, the movement of his mana didn't completely follow the circulation system of his blood. He's a monster, Guillaume finished his earlier thought. Guillaume slowly cut off the flow of mana that he was infusing into Eugene. However, the circulation of mana within Eugene's body didn't stop, following the withdrawal of Guillaume's mana. This showed that Eugene was already able to independently adjust the flow of mana within his own body. He was even making sure not to rush, going slowly so that his body had time to get used to it. Guillaume couldn't help but feel even further surprised that Eugene was able to accomplish this much. "Make sure not to stop breathing," Guillaume eventually managed to squeeze out in a shaking voice. "Imagine that you're breathing in the ley line's mana with each breath you take. Yes, like that. Take the mana you've breathed in and guide it to follow the circulation path set by the white flame formula. Back now, back to the heart." Eugene's face showed no response. He was concentrating all his attention on memorizing the flow of mana. Then, as he breathed in more mana, he guided this inhaled mana into his heart. Guillaume was no longer holding Eugene's hands. Unable to close his gaping mouth, he stood up and took a few steps back. "That's right, you're doing very well." The words that slowly fell from his lips seemed ridiculous to Guillaume. Doing well? How were these words enough to describe what was happening? It was just that he didn't know what else he could say, forcing him to babble something inane like that. With each breath he took, Eugene was sending ripples through the rich mana of the ley line. Since Eugene had just initiated his mana, there was a tight limit to the amount of mana his body could accept. Or at least, that was how it should have been. However, Eugene was currently in the middle of breaking that piece of common sense into pieces. This is insane. Guillaume wasn't the only one feeling astonished. Eugene was also surprised by the performance of this body that he had been reincarnated into. Because he had the memories of his past life, sensing mana wasn't difficult for him. That applied to forming the mana breathing cycle as well. However, even with all that, his body was absorbing mana with surprising ease. It was to the extent where he could feel the mana stored within his body increasing significantly with each breath. Of course, even a small increase would seem significant when he didn't have any mana in his body in the first place. Still, no matter how good his sensitivity to mana was, it was a fact that his mana absorption rate exceeded all expectations. "But it looks like I still have limits," Eugene finally realized. There was an inevitable end to the amount of mana that this young body could absorb. After being immersed in concentration for quite some time, Eugene opened his mouth and released a long sigh as he opened his eyes. His whole body felt sticky from being drenched in sweat. Haha, Eugene laughed in satisfaction. Ch 24.2. Chapter 24.2. Mana Training 2. Eugene had been in this focused state for a good long while. Although the length of time was actually shorter than Guillaume had expected their first session to be, what Eugene had managed to accomplish during these few hours broke all of Guillaume's beliefs and certainties. The mana of the ley line had actually thinned enough that a difference could be felt. Although it would recover with time, this was a sign that Eugene had absorbed as much mana as his body could possibly handle in just a few hours. Cyan, Seal, and Hewitt had taken several days just to sense mana. Then it took them a lot longer to absorb mana into their bodies and eventually form a core from it. That went for Guillaume as well. Eugene, however, had been able to sense mana as soon as he took a seat and, immediately after forming the mana breathing cycle, had gathered the mana around his heart in order to form his core. Eugene had even managed the whole process without much help from Guillaume. All Guillaume had done was provide an initial influx of mana and transmit the flow pattern of the white flame formula. "The size of his core is also alarming," Guillaume observed. It was so large that it was impossible to believe that Eugene had just initiated his mana. If you didn't know Eugene's circumstances, the size might lead you to believe that he'd been training his mana for a few years now. It's usually much smaller than that, but When Guillaume had first started training his mana, his core was much smaller than Eugene's, but as he diligently trained his mana, the size of his core grew larger. "So you really are a monster," Guillaume finally managed to choke out the words. While wiping away the sweat running down his cheeks, Eugene smiled calmly and asked, "That's a compliment, right?" "It's definitely a compliment," Guillaume muttered in a dull tone as he gave Eugene a hand up. "Well, let's start heading back." Guillaume's thoughts were preoccupied with a single question: how exactly should he explain what had just happened to his brother? "Thanks, Vermouth," Eugene smiled as he thought of this comrade from his previous life. Eugene continued to learn more about the white flame formula on the way back. The biggest difference between the white flame formula and the red flame formula was the former's ability to split off part of the original core to form a new core. No matter how much you developed and trained in the red flame formula, in the end, you could only have a single mana core inside your body. However, when the white flame formula grew past a certain level, the core would split into two. In this way, the body would become able to absorb even more mana, and the split cores could resonate with each other to amplify both cores' power. Each of these cores, both the original and the one that had split off, were called stars, and the number of stars you had reached marked your progress in the white flame formula. The Great Vermouth, the progenitor of the Lionheart clan and creator of the white flame formula, had held 10 stars in his body. In the entire history of the Lionheart clan, Vermouth was the only one who had managed to reach the 10th star of the white flame formula. "Both my brother and I are at the 6th star," Guillaume revealed. This seemed like nothing next to the Great Vermouth. However, in the history of the Lionheart clan, the number of people who had managed to reach the 6th star of the white flame formula could be counted on one hand. Cyan, Seal, and Uid are all at the 1st star. Although I'm not sure about Uid, the twins should reach the 2nd star after a year or so, Guillaume cited as an example of how fast progress in the white flame formula usually was. "What about me?" Eugene asked. "I really can't tell," Guillaume replied with a wry smile. The unbelievable sight he had seen back at the ley line caused Guillaume to answer very cautiously out of fear of having to eat his words. Guillaume continued the lecture. "In my case, it took me 8 years to go from the 1st star to the 2nd star. It was around the same for my brother. Since Cyan and Seal initiated their mana when they were 6, if they managed to reach the 2nd star by next year, it would have taken them 8 years, just like my brother and me." "Then will it take me 8 years as well?" Eugene guessed. "No," came the immediate reply. Although he couldn't guess how long it would take Eugene, Guillaume felt certain as he said, "You'll be a lot faster than that." Guillaume could at least be confident of this belief. In the records of the Lionheart clan, there had never been a child who was able to sense mana and begin practicing the white flame formula as fast as Eugene. At the moment, just looking at Eugene's core, it seemed to be bigger than Cyan's when the boy was 10. "It definitely won't take you 8 years. "Well, as long as you don't become lazy, that is," Guillaume reminded Eugene. "I'll make sure to work hard," Eugene replied with a grin. As if Eugene would be lazy, there was no way he would do something as brain-dead as that. Now that he had been reincarnated into a body that was overwhelmingly better than the one from his previous life, he didn't want such a body to go to waste out of his own slothfulness. "On top of that, I've even learned Vermouth's mana training scripture," Eugene mused in excitement. How often had he been left feeling frustrated by that damned white flame and the shining lion's mane that had sped ahead of him? Until the very end, stupid Hamel had never been able to surpass Vermouth. No matter how hard he had worked, he had never been able to match Vermouth in strength. But now, was it possible for him to catch up to Vermouth? After some thought, Eugene decided, no way. Eugene didn't want to just match the hero. What he wanted, what he had always wanted, was to surpass Vermouth. It wasn't for the sake of bragging rights. He had never even thought about doing something like that. You should be grateful for your hard-earned strength and make sure to use it properly. Why do needless shit like that and waste your own hard work? For now, I should just focus on learning all I can about the white flame formula. But the 10th star. I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach it. Of course, there was no way that Eugene was just going to follow the lesson plan obediently. Although he would have to try and dig deep into the structure of the white flame formula first, if there was anything that didn't quite suit him, then he would make his own adaptations to fix it. Guess I'll have to deconstruct it as I'm learning it. Hamel's abilities weren't as exceptional as Vermouth's. Eugene was well aware of this fact. Still, his inherited abilities were better than most people's, and they could perhaps even be better than those of the previous Lionheart patriarchs. Although I'll have to give it a go to know for sure. He would have to try out various ideas based on the original white flame formula. Now that he had initiated his mana, Eugene was currently capable of doing much more than he could before. I'll explain things to the patriarch. As for you, you must be tired, so go get a good rest. With these words, Eugene parted ways with Guillaume in front of the annex. Eugene sent Guillaume off with a bright smile. Eugene had clearly heard the order to go and rest. Truthfully speaking, his body was quite tired. Although his body wouldn't let out a single protest no matter how much abuse he put it through, just absorbing a lot of unfamiliar mana was enough to make it feel exhausted. However, Eugene had no intention of resting. Since there was no one to tell him otherwise, why should he rest? This kind of fatigue would get better with just a full night's sleep anyway. First of all, why don't we go have a look at my new abilities, Eugene thought to himself. Eugene pulled off his sweat-drenched clothes and tossed them aside. Nina, who had come running out of the annex, stopped and stiffened as she saw his current appearance before turning around and heading back inside. This was because Nina realized that she needed to go and fetch a few necessary items for Eugene, such as a new set of clothes, a towel, and a wash basin. As she was leaving, Nina turned her head and called out, "Hold on, Master Eugene. What would you like for dinner?" "Meat," came the answering shout. "Yes, Master." It was just as she had expected. Nina ran back into the annex, hurrying to prepare for Eugene's unexpected return. Eugene stood still and turned his attention to the core inside his body. From its appearance, it truly deserved to be called a star. Created through the flow of mana guided by the white flame formula, the core centered around his heart looked as if all the stars in the night sky had gathered into a sparkling sphere. "It's small," Eugene frowned. It was so small that it couldn't even be compared to the one he had in his previous life, but this wasn't something to be disappointed about. At 13, Hamel had yet to even initiate his mana. At that time, Hamel was just trying to survive. When he was young, Hamel had lived in a village frequently attacked by monsters, a small village at that. There had only been occasional attacks in the beginning, but by the time Hamel turned 10, the attacks had become more frequent and even more ferocious. In order to protect the village, everyone needed to know how to fight the monsters. So all the adults carried weapons like swords and axes, and the children held smaller versions of these weapons. Hamel was like that as well. As soon as he received a weapon, he had learned various ways of fighting. But then, before too long, the village was destroyed. The reason behind the steady intensification of monster attacks was the demon kings of Helmoth. Finally, a sudden assault wiped out the village and left a young Hamel as the only survivor. Ch 24.3. Chapter 24.3. Mana Training 2. At least my current circumstances are incomparably better than my past life, Eugene thought as he tried to shake off the bad memories. Eugene had initiated his mana earlier than he had in his previous life, and he had even learned Vermouth's white flame formula. Due to these facts, it didn't make sense to compare the current size of his core with the core he had first cultivated in his past life. Eugene shook off his melancholic feelings and focused on the star around his heart. He began moving his mana, allowing it to flow alongside his blood, but also in different directions. While maintaining the flow of the white flame formula, Eugene started warming up his body. Soon, Eugene was nodding with a satisfied expression. "Looks good," he decided. "Just because your core had a lot of mana, that didn't mean you were strong. What was important was how you used that mana." The white flame formula also strictly abided by this principle. Even with this meager amount of mana, his body movements had already improved noticeably. From there, Eugene tried applying the experiences obtained from his previous life. He had always had a knack for handling mana, and he knew just how to maximize his power. Pow! A clenched fist burst through the air with a bang. Although he had only punched once, his muscles and bones already felt numb. Even though Eugene hadn't neglected his physical training, he had yet to familiarize himself with the amplifying effect that mana had on the body. This is something that I'll just need to gradually get used to. After moving his body around a few more times, Eugene concluded that he wasn't able to create swordlight yet. Although he might be able to succeed if he forcefully tried to squeeze him out, he didn't want to do something like that so soon. If I pointlessly deplete my core, even taking a day off won't be enough for me to recover. Just like how you could get serious health problems by overworking your body, the same went for the core as well. If he used up all his mana, his core would be depleted, placing a corresponding burden on his body. "Master Eugene," Nina called out as she approached. After setting a heavy water basin down on the ground, she didn't pause to catch her breath and immediately started wiping Eugene's body with a dry towel. Eugene stood still, allowing her to work as he continued to think. "I might be able to make a contract now," he pondered uncertainly. He had gone through all sorts of things in his previous life, but he had never signed a contract with a spirit. So Eugene was currently unsure if he could summon a spirit with the minimal amount of mana he had now. "Stand back a little," Eugene ordered. "Yes." Nina immediately skirted backward with a nod of her head. Eugene slowly took a deep breath as he drew WINOID. The bluish-silver blade slid out of its sheath with a smooth ring. Nina's shoulder trembled as she was startled by this sight. After taking a few more deep breaths, Eugene began drawing mana away from his core. "Let's give it a try," he thought with anticipation. He had never learned any sort of magic, let alone spirit magic. So he couldn't predict the amount of mana it would take to summon something. As such, he had no choice but to try blindly. The mana from his core flowed into WINOID. The star revolving around his heart began to shine. Strangely, even though he couldn't see this, he could feel this happening to the star deep inside his body. WINOID's blade trembled. The magic sword began to hungrily devour all the mana Eugene was feeding it. Sweat once again dripped down from his body, which had just been wiped clean. The blade emitted a soft light, and a gentle breeze started to whirl around Eugene. Nina gasped in shock upon seeing such a sight. As the wind gradually grew stronger, it began fluttering Eugene's hair. His mouth had dried up out of tension, but Eugene clenched his teeth and continued to infuse his mana into the blade. Roar! At some point, the gentle breeze began turning into a violent storm. Nina jolted in surprise and drew back even further. However, the one that was most surprised was Eugene. What was going on? The wind was already so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes properly, but it was still growing stronger. Even though WINOID wasn't taking in any more mana, Eugene felt something like a door appear inside of his body. This door opened slowly, and as the opening grew wider, the wind grew even stronger. By now, the wind blowing around Eugene had formed a tornado. "You are..." In the center of this tornado, Eugene lifted his head to look around. The fiercely blowing wind seemed to be carrying a voice that was speaking inside of Eugene's head. Could it really be? Are you really Hamel? Eugene's heart started pounding as he tried to find out where this voice was coming from. Is that you, Tempest? He asked. Tempest was the wind spirit king who had bestowed his protection onto the storm sword Wind. Eugene had seen Vermouth summon him a few times in his previous life. How could it be you? Could it really be that you've reincarnated? Eugene began responding to Tempest in his head. You old fucker, how could you tell it was me? As Vermouth's companion, how could I forget the appearance of your soul? 300 years had flown by, and even his face had changed, but his soul was still the same. Spirits weren't beings of the material plane. So the Wind Spirit King, Tempest, had easily recognized Hamel by his soul. It looks like you also remember me. How on earth did you get here? I wasn't trying to summon you, Eugene demanded. It's been a long time since I last heard Winnyd's call. I was curious to see which of Vermouth's descendants had been chosen to wield it, but then I felt a familiar soul. The wind slowly began to die down. As it did, static began to interfere with Tempest's voice as it echoed inside his head. How could this be? For someone to be reincarnated with their old memories, and as Vermouth's descendant at that? And it's Hamel of all people. Why didn't Vermouth kill the remaining demon kings? Eugene suddenly asked. How had he been reincarnated? Eugene had no idea. He had died in the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration, and by the time he had come to his senses, he was already in the body of a wailing newborn baby. Tell me, Tempest, didn't you accompany them on the rest of their journey through the Devil Dawn? Why are the Demon King of Incarceration and the Demon King of Destruction still alive after 300 years? I don't know why Vermouth made that decision, Tempest replied. The only thing I know is that, in the decisive battle with the Demon King of Incarceration, Vermouth sheathed his sword. What? Eugene exclaimed. I don't know exactly what happened at that moment. Tempest's voice was getting harder to hear. Their fight at that time was fierce, but ultimately futile. In the end, only Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration were left standing. At the final moment, Vermouth put down his sword and refused to kill the Demon King of Incarceration. Neither did he go on to the castle of the Demon King of Destruction. Their journey ended at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. Don't bullshit me, Eugene growled through clenched teeth. Their journey had just ended here? According to the stories, the hero Vermouth and his companions had driven the Demon King of Incarceration to the brink of death. However, the Demon King of Incarceration had managed to escape without dying and begged the Demon Lord of Destruction for help. During Hamel's death, Vermouth had sworn an oath that he would kill all of the Demon Kings. Of course, Eugene hadn't been around to hear such an oath, but all the fairy tales agreed on this. So the hero's party had headed onwards to the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. However, they could not defeat the two Demon Kings who had joined forces and instead forced them to swear an oath to bring peace to the world. Like I said, don't bullshit me, Eugene demanded as the taste of blood filled his mouth and his head grew dizzy. What the fuck is with that oath? Why did they make such an oath? Why? Vermouth sheathed his sword? Instead of killing the Demon King of Incarceration. I don't know anything about that oath or why Vermouth made such a decision. So what do you know, you son of a bitch? Only those who were there know what kind of oath was made. From the moment that Vermouth put away his sword, I could no longer intervene in that situation. Those who were there. Didn't you say that no one was left standing there apart from Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration? Doesn't that mean everyone else lost consciousness? Are you asking me to dig up Vermouth's corpse and ask him? There's no more time. Tempest let out a long sigh. With your inadequate mana, it would be impossible for you to have summoned me. I forcibly opened the door to come here, so now I have to close it. Answer me before you go. I told you I don't know, so why do you keep asking me? I would also like to ask Vermouth why he did that. The wind was fading into nothingness, and Tempest's voice came drifting in and out. Next time, when you have enough strength. Eugene grabbed onto something to steady his swaying body as he glared down at WINNYD. Then, let's meet again, sometime. You motherfucker. Unable to hold it in any longer, Eugene spat out a curse. Tell me the full story, before you leave. The wind finally vanished. And Eugene passed out with a nosebleed. CH 25.1. Chapter 25.1. Mana Training 3. When Eugene woke back up, it was in the bed he had been using for the past few days. Nina, who had been waiting at his bedside, let out a startled gasp and was about to call for someone, but Eugene immediately raised his hand to stop her. Please, keep quiet, Eugene groaned. Allow me to call someone for assistance, whispered Nina. No, it's okay, refused Eugene. Just stay still. Nina let out a confused noise, huh? Stay still and don't say anything. Forcing out these words, Eugene clutched his aching head. His memories weren't clouded, and Eugene clearly remembered what he'd been doing just before he collapsed and the contents of his conversation with Tempest. But that still left him with a throbbing headache, along with a hollow feeling of emptiness inside his body. This would have been an unfamiliar sensation for the 13-year-old Eugene, if not for his memories as Hamel. This feeling was mana depletion. He had managed to squeeze out what little mana he had until there had been nothing left. This is all because Tempest just had to show up in person. All his mana had been sucked dry just by opening the door to the spirit world. From there, Tempest had taken over and crossed over into the physical world for a short time under his own power. Doing this had placed quite a considerable burden on Tempest as well. Even spirits with great strength weren't able to open the door to the spirit world by themselves. But as someone who had become a spirit king, Tempest was able to push the door open further by placing the burden for doing so on himself. It looks like Tempest must have been quite excited as well. Tempest had recklessly shouldered the burden and forcibly widened the opening to descend to the physical world and confirm the truth for himself. That was how much Tempest, the Wind Spirit King, had been alarmed by Eugene Hamel's reincarnation. It would have been shocking for him to see that I was reincarnated with memories of my past life intact, but the fact that I was reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant must have made it seem even more so. Spirits remembered people by their souls, so Tempest had managed to recognize the one wielding WINNYD, Eugene, as Hamel. This fact had Eugene grinning broadly. After accepting that he had been reincarnated, Eugene hadn't been able to shake off a few lingering, unpleasant concerns. Was he really Hamel? The Hamel seen in his memories of a past life from 300 years ago? What if he wasn't reincarnated and was just someone who had Hamel's memories implanted into him? Even if that's the case, these memories are definitely real, Eugene had reassured himself whenever these fears popped up. He had also comforted himself by saying that it wouldn't make any difference if he wasn't Hamel reincarnated. He didn't want to attach too much meaning to the uncertain nature of his existence. I think, therefore I am, that belief alone would have to be enough. But Tempest called me Hamel, Eugene remembered with a grin. Those words had completely erased all those unpleasant concerns. Eugene shook his head with a carefree grin. Master Eugene, are you sure you're okay? Nina asked uncertainly. Eugene dismissed her concerns. I'm fine. How long was I out? About half a day. I must have made you all worry. The Patriarch and Master Guillaume have been staying in the annex, waiting for you to regain consciousness. They didn't need to do that, Eugene said, shaking his head as he looked over to the room's closed door. Thanks to the mana absorbed into his body, his physical senses had become even more sensitive. As a result, he could feel a few presences hovering impatiently by the door. Why don't you open the door? Eugene suggested to Nina. It looks like I've caused them a lot of worries. Those two had every right to be let in. Gilead had granted him a lot of conveniences, adopted him into the main family, and even given him WINNYD. Then they had passed on the white flame formula that only the members of the main family were allowed to learn, and even opened up the ley line for him to initiate his mana. After having all this provided for his mana training, Eugene had still ended up collapsing. When word of this had reached them, Gilead and Guion had rushed over an alarm and were now waiting impatiently outside the door to check his recovery. As soon as Nina opened the door, Gilead and Guion rushed in. Upon seeing Eugene sitting up in bed, Gilead sighed in relief and approached him more sedately. "Are you all right?" Gilead asked in concern. "Yes, sir," Eugene gave his reply with a reassuring smile. Although he wasn't able to personally check his appearance in a mirror, Eugene guessed that his face would appear like it had been drained of all its blood. Gilead and Guion both looked at Eugene's face for a moment before exchanging gazes. It was now Guion's turn to speak as he asked, "What exactly happened?" As they were leaving the ley line and returning to the annex, Eugene had seemed perfectly fine. However, not long after his return to the annex, Eugene had collapsed. Thanks to this, Guion couldn't help but feel a whole tidal wave of concerns. He was the one who transmitted the white flame formula to Eugene and guided him into forming his own mana breathing cycle. What if Guion had made a mistake during this process, which had led something to go wrong within Eugene's body? Although Guion had faith in his own abilities, he couldn't help but worry now that something had gone terribly wrong. "I've already heard part of the story this time," Gilead resumed speaking. "I was told that after you drew WINNYD, a large breeze suddenly started blowing. Was this because you summoned a spirit?" Although he had expected such a question, Eugene hesitated for a moment without answering right away. How should he try and explain this? Did he really have to come up with a blatant lie? The Wind Spirit King descended from the spirit world, Eugene finally admitted. There was no point in divulging the whole story, but he had to say something. There were too many eyes who had seen Tempest's descent, and it was impossible for any other spirit to be able to provoke such a storm through their arrival on this plane. "What?" Gilead yelped. Eugene explained. He said that it had been a long time since he'd heard a summon, so he wanted to see who it was. "What kind of?" Gilead fell silent, too shocked to finish his sentence. Both Gilead and Guion couldn't help but be astonished. 300 years had passed since Vermouth had left them, so of course, more than a few ancestors in the direct line had wielded WINNYD. Although this might be stating the obvious, most of them were able to summon the spirits of the wind with the help of WINNYD. However, the expectations that the Wind Spirit King, Tempest, held for his summoners were just as lofty as his own royal standing. So following Vermouth, not a single ancestor had managed to successfully summon the Wind Spirit King. Guion gave an audible gulp and asked, "Is that really the truth?" He knew that Eugene would have no reason to tell such a lie, but the news was so shocking that Guion felt he had no choice but to ask. "Yes, the Wind Spirit King, Eugene trailed off. Eugene frowned, making it obvious that he was having some difficulty remembering. While tapping the side of his own tousled head in order to jog his memories, Eugene continued speaking. "I think he said that I didn't have enough strength yet. And that next time, when I had enough power, he was looking forward to seeing me again someday. Then he returned to the spirit world." Ha ha. Gilead, who had been silently listening to Eugene's explanation, suddenly burst into laughter. While shaking his head, he plopped down onto a chair next to Eugene's bed. "Eugene, you really are one surprising child," Gilead sighed in relief. Eugene didn't know what to say in response, so he just smiled. After staring at Eugene for a few moments, Gilead placed a hand inside his vest. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. I heard about what happened at the ley line from Gion. In less than an hour, you were able to sense mana and make a core using the white flame formula. All that would have been shocking enough, but for you to attract the Wind Spirit King's attention as well. Something like that happening was unprecedented. However, what about Eugene wasn't unprecedented? Winning the bloodline continuation ceremony as a collateral child, being adopted into the family, becoming the new owner of WINNYD, and receiving the white flame formula with the ley line's assistance. All these things were unprecedented in the history of the Lionheart family. He went from sensing mana to accumulating it into his body in less than a day. That, too, is something unprecedented, Gilead reminded himself. Gilead felt nothing but pure pleasure at this news. The Wind Spirit King had taken note of this young child and had even descended personally to take a look at him. An event like this could even be considered the revitalization of the Lionheart clan. "Drink this," Gilead ordered. When his hand came out of his vest, Gilead was holding a small-sized potion. Gilead explained, "This will restore your depleted mana. However, you have to promise me that, instead of overdoing it, you will lie in bed for the next few days." "But my body feels fine." "I still want your promise. If you injure your body by needlessly overburdening it, you will regret it in the future." "Fine, I promise." Without any further protest, Eugene nodded his head. The mana recovery potion was just as valuable as it was useful. Eugene gulped down the whole bottle under the watchful eye of Gion and Gilead. His hollowed-out body started to refill with mana. Without getting flustered, Eugene immediately began using the white flame formula to recharge his core with this mana, but the mana from the potion wasn't enough to fully restore his depleted core. Due to the nature of mana, the amount that could be contained within the potion wasn't all that great. Even so, after emptying the entire bottle, his headache and the stiffness in his limbs were considerably relieved. "After a few days' rest, Gion will resume your lessons," Gilead said as he stood up. "Initially, we were planning to go on another training trip once the bloodline continuation was over, but now, it looks like that will be impossible." "Is it because of me?" asked Eugene. "That's right. I think that we will need to prioritize cultivating your talents instead of our own training. I don't want to take up too much of Patriarch and Sir Gion's time," Eugene admitted shyly. "Don't think of it like that. After all, I'm the one who really wants to guide you personally," Gion spoke up. He patted Eugene on the shoulder with a grin. Gion added, but of course, I'll be teaching Cyan and Seal right alongside you. And the Patriarch will also be helping with our lessons." Eugene was certainly special. However, it wouldn't be good to show Eugene excessive favoritism because of this. The eldest son, Ued, had left the main estate and headed to Arath, but Cyan and Seal were still staying at the main estate. They also deserved to receive the same level of teaching as Eugene. "I expect it will be a good stimulus to have Eugene train alongside those two," Gilead thought. After hearing that Eugene had returned from the ley line with impressive results after spending less than a day there, Cyan and Seal had immediately headed to the gymnasium and started their own training. So Gilead was also nursing high expectations of both Cyan and Seal. CH 25.2. Chapter 25.2, Mana Training 3. Sometime after Gilead and Gion had left, Eugene called out, "Nina, please allow me to go and prepare your meal," Nina offered. "Good, but before you do that," Eugene said as he got out of bed and picked up WINNYD. "Keep whatever happens from now on a secret between the two of us." "Yes, sir. Even if I collapse again, don't tell anyone." "Do you really need to try to do something like that now?" Nina asked in concern. "I just need to check something, so I probably won't fall unconscious again," Eugene reassured her before infusing mana into Wynyd. Luckily for him, there wasn't a repeat of the previous incident. But Eugene's brow still furrowed at this as he felt a slight dissatisfaction. Instead, a spirit that was only the size of his palm began hovering around him. It was a sylph, a lesser spirit of the wind. Composed of a massive wind, it didn't even have a proper shape. However, with Eugene's small amount of mana, it was normal for him to have summoned a sylph. Just in case, Eugene tried to mentally ask the sylph, "Hey, have you heard anything from your king?" However, there was no reply. It seemed that it was impossible to converse with a spirit that had such low intelligence. With a click of his tongue, Eugene brandished Wynyd. Eugene began his test by calling out an incantation in his head, Windblade. Once he had done so, an opaque stream of wind formed around his sword. Eugene glanced down at this wavering blade-shaped wind before giving it a swing. Shick! The eerie sound that the blade made as it swung through the air caused Nina's body to tremble. After swinging Wynyd around a few more times, Eugene released the sylph back to the spirit world. Before doing so, he attempted to mentally communicate with it once more. "Pass this message on to Tempest. If you are lying to me, I'll kill you." But the sylph still didn't reply. However, it appeared to sense that its king had been insulted, as it sent a gust of wind to ruffle Eugene's hair before returning to the spirit world. Though Tempest shouldn't have any reason to lie about that, Eugene admitted to himself. It was just that Eugene couldn't quite understand what he was feeling, so he felt like he had to say something. While feeling a mix of complex emotions, Eugene sat down heavily on the bed. "I need to think about this rationally," Eugene told himself, without letting any useless emotions get in the way. 300 years ago, Hamel died. His companions, Vermouth, Sienna, Anise, and Molin, continued to make their way to the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. It had to have been a tough journey. The second-ranked Demon King of Incarceration was strong enough that none of the previous Demon Kings of Fury, Cruelty, and Carnage could compare to him. Just getting to his castle was as difficult as slaying one of the previous Demon Kings. And with me dead. Speaking objectively, Hamel had been strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Vermouth, he was easily the next strongest in the party. So with Hamel dead, the remaining 4 may have found it impossible to deal with the remaining Demon Kings. They would have already been exhausted from making the torturous trek to the Demon King of Incarceration's castle, and Hamel had perished before the battle. In such a state, it was questionable whether they would have even been able to defeat the Demon King of Incarceration. In that case, wouldn't it have been better for them to retreat for the moment and reconsider their plans? So did everything really end there? With only Hamel having perished, Vermouth and the other 4 had returned from the Devildom of Helmuth after making some kind of mysterious promise. However, the only ones who knew the details of this promise were Vermouth and the remaining Demon Kings. But really, what was in that oath? That was what bothered Eugene the most. For the Demon Kings who lived to cause the world suffering, what on earth could have made them change their minds and swear to uphold the peace? Who exactly was the one who proposed such an oath in the first place? What were the contents of the oath? It all comes back to Helmuth. Just thinking about it by himself wouldn't bring him any answers. The memories of his past life clearly ended when he had died in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle 300 years ago. As for the events after that, most of what he knew came from the contents of the fairy tales that the young Eugene had read. "I need to find some time to go to Helmuth," Eugene finally decided. 300 years ago, Helmuth was a horrifying place. Demonic beasts whose only purpose in life was to catch and eat humans roamed the land, and the demon folk inhabiting that land were constantly marching out to invade human territories. Fallen wizards, now known as Black Wizards, hunted humans to offer them as tributes to their masters, the Demon Kings. These evil wizards wanted to become demons themselves, so they sought the truth of the demonic path, even if it meant bending the knee to the demon kings. Helmuth had been a twisted hell of such vicious and ugly desires. However, that was no longer the case. Since 200 years ago, Helmuth had begun accepting human visitors, and the demon kings and the demon folk showed such hospitality to their visitors that it seemed as if they were trying to overcompensate for their past cruelty. Nowadays, people didn't think of Helmuth as a hellish place. Instead, they thought of it as a tourist destination where one could experience unique, seductive, and decadent entertainment that couldn't be found anywhere else. The demon folk, who had once taken the initiative to invade human territories, were now volunteering their services in neighboring countries as reparations for the war. And the black magicians, who had been wagging their tails for the demon kings, had cast themselves as victims and, after managing to sway public opinion, they had even managed to eventually erect the Black Tower of Magic in Aroth. In Eugene's opinion, all of this was complete bullshit. The demon folk were volunteering to work? They were definitely siphoning off human souls behind the people's backs. The Black Tower of Magic? It would be better to call it a black swamp of corruption. Even though they said it was for the sake of promoting the study of magic, it was apparent why those crazy bastards in Aroth had welcomed the black wizards and averted their eyes from these same wizards' past crimes. Although the truth hadn't been revealed, Eugene was sure that there must be all sorts of ugly things hidden behind the construction of the Black Tower of Magic. Helmuth, Aroth, Uraz, and the Roar, as Eugene recalled each of the places where his former life's companions had left their traces, he clicked his tongue in irritation. Of course, he couldn't just set off immediately. With his young body, it was impossible to head off alone on a journey to such distant countries. But someday, Eugene told himself with determination before letting out a deep sigh and patting his stomach. His empty stomach was rumbling in hunger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What exactly should he say to Eugene? After leaving the banquet, this worry had kept Cyan up for most of the night. Although he had barely managed to get some sleep, that damn dream had ruined his rest. In that dream, Cyan had dueled with Eugene and lost once more. Except this time, Cyan was a minotaur instead of himself. Within the dream, he had personally experienced the scene he had witnessed during the bloodline continuation ceremony. After becoming a minotaur who couldn't use swordlight, Cyan was brutally dismembered by Eugene, torn into pieces mercilessly. As he emerged from the gymnasium, Cyan attempted to shake off the last vestiges of his dream with a shudder. However, the frown on his face remained as heavy as ever. As he rubbed his eyes, which had been skewered multiple times during his dream, Cyan bit his lip in frustration. "What's going on, brother?" Seal suddenly asked. "Nothing is going on." "Why are you asking?" Cyan responded defensively. "Your expression looks like it belongs at a funeral, and you didn't have much for breakfast either." "I've always had this expression, and I ate just as much breakfast as I usually do." "Liar," accused Seal, sticking her tongue out at him with a smile. "I know what's really going on with you." "It's because of Eugene, isn't it?" Cyan bristled. "What does any of this have to do with him?" "They said that we will be learning together with Eugene starting from today." "I know that you're really bothered because of this." "I said that it doesn't have anything to do with him." See, you've lost your temper quicker than usual. Why are you taking your anger with Eugene out on me?" "I haven't lost my temper. But you don't deny that something is bothering you?" "That's..." Hesitating, Cyan clenched his fists as he glared at his cheeky younger sister. "Honestly, it does bother me." "But Mother said you need to become friends with him," reminded Seal. "Do you think I can really do that just because she tells me to?" "I did." "Would you like me to put a word in for you with Eugene?" "What are you going to tell him?" "I'll just ask him to be friends with my brother." Cyan's shoulders slumped at these words, and his fists started trembling in embarrassment. Although he might be able to ask his mother to do something like that, Cyan definitely couldn't allow his sister, who was a few seconds younger than him, to make such a humiliating request. "I'll do things my own way," Cyan spat out before immediately clamping his lips shut. He had just caught sight of Eugene walking over from the far-off annex. Cyan's eyes widened as he caught sight of WINNYD hanging from Eugene's waist. Even at this distance, he could make out all the tiny details of that famed weapon. "They told me that he's already a first star in the White Flame formula," Seal chimed in beside him. "I know," Cyan gritted out. "Didn't it take us a really long time to reach the White Flame formula's first star?" "It wasn't that long. Since it took us around a month, that means only a handful of our ancestors in the direct line were as fast as us. But Eugene didn't even take a day to reach the first star. Doesn't that mean he's the fastest in history?" "Just be quiet." "I heard this from Uncle Guillaume, but apparently, Eugene was able to feel the mana as soon as he sat down on the ley line. It took us more than 4 days, right?" "So what?" Cyan responded in a sharp voice as he turned to stare at his younger sister. Seal just giggled in amusement at her older brother's reaction. Instead of continuing to tease her brother, Seal waved at the approaching Eugene and called out a greeting. "Hi. Why do you plan on staying in the annex?" "You should just live with us in the main family's mansion," Seal said to Eugene once he got closer. Cyan immediately replied in Eugene's place, "That's a terrible idea." After glancing at Cyan with hooded eyes, Eugene nodded and said, "I also think that would be a terrible idea. But I think it would be great," Seal insisted with a grin before pointing to WINNYD. "So, I've heard that you were able to summon the Wind Spirit King using WINNYD? That has to be a lie, just like last time," Cyan replied instead of Eugene. Although his heart was slowly opening up to Eugene, Cyan absolutely couldn't bring himself to change his hostile behavior. Cyan was too young to understand his feelings of awe for Eugene, and it was even harder for him to identify the dawning sense of respect that he felt because of this. Except for the Great Vermouth, none of our ancestors could summon the Wind Spirit King while wielding WINNYD, Cyan cited as evidence. Eugene snorted at these words and drew WINNYD. This startled Cyan into leaping backward, away from him. "What do you think you're doing?" Cyan demanded. Instead of replying, Eugene infused his mana into WINNYD. Soon after, wind gathered into the form of a sylph. Seeing its appearance, Cyan inwardly felt relieved and burst out laughing. "What is that?" "The Wind Spirit King," he asked mockingly. "Nope," came the simple reply from Eugene. Eugene held up WINNYD so that it could be seen clearly, and the sylph proceeded to wrap itself around the sword. Cyan's jaw dropped as he took in this blade of wind. "SW Swordlight!" Cyan exclaimed in shock. "Does this really look like swordlight to you?" Eugene asked mockingly. Cyan's face reddened as he felt the tables being turned on him. While swinging WINNYD around a few times, Eugene stared firmly at Cyan. "Shall we spar?" Eugene offered. What?" Cyan choked in panic. "You can feel free to use swordlight, because I'll be using this." When Cyan remained silent, Eugene coaxed, "Why don't we just have some fun? Or, if you'd like, we could bet on it? If you win, I won't." Cyan immediately stepped back while shaking his head. "I've come here today to learn from Uncle Guillaume. I'm not here to spar with you." Eugene grinned. "Are you scared?" "I'm not scared," Cyan replied hesitantly while urgently sending Seal a pleading look. He was hoping that his sister could somehow salvage the situation. However, Seal just ignored Cyan's glance and smiled in amusement. "That evil bitch." Fortunately, before Cyan was forced to make any excuses, Eugene backed down and gave him an out. "Let's not argue pointlessly," Eugene said with a sigh. Cyan couldn't think of anything to say. We're brothers now, so we should try to get along, said Eugene with a broad smile as he offered Cyan his hand. For a few moments, Cyan alternated between staring at Eugene's hand and face. Eugene eventually asked, "Don't you know what this handshake means?" "Huh?" Cyan seemed confused. "It means that I want us to get along well as brothers." "Oh, well, that's..." After some hesitation, Cyan eventually took Eugene's hand with a grateful nod. "Shake hands with me as well," Seal demanded, cutting into their conversation from her position at their side. This request forced Eugene to cross his arms so that he could hold both Cyan and Seal's hands simultaneously. "Since I was born earlier than you should call me your big sister," Seal brought up once more. Eugene refused. "Would you shut up about that? Didn't that mean he was Eugene's big brother?" Although Cyan felt this thought pop up in his head, he decided to keep his mouth shut when he saw Eugene's narrowed eyes. He definitely didn't have the audacity to claim Eugene as his younger brother. 1. What makes a demon a demon? Ch 26.1. Chapter 26.1. Aroth 1. Time sure flew quickly. Eugene suddenly had this thought as he looked in the mirror during the early hours of one morning. He casually tidied up his shaggy mop of hair as he stared at his own face in the mirror. He was now 17 years old. For years had already passed since the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony and his adoption into the main family. Although his face still looked like that of a young boy's, his body was almost fully grown. As Eugene examined his own wide chest and broad shoulders for a moment, he was overcome by his emotions. This really is a great body. This was a topic that he had thought of several times over the 17 years he had lived in this body, but he never got bored of repeating this fact within his head whenever it came up. First of all, he had a handsome face. Eugene wasn't just saying that because it was his. Even if he was forced to look at it objectively, he would have to admit that his features were good-looking. Although he felt that Hamel's face from his past life wasn't all that ugly, comparing that face to his current face after being reincarnated as Eugene, the difference in their looks was about as much as the difference between an ordinary elf's and a human's. Though not as much as an elf compared to an orc. Eugene had no desire to disparage the face of his previous life to that extent. After patting his smooth cheeks a few times, Eugene started stretching his facial muscles by pulling all sorts of expressions in the mirror. The nasty look in his eyes when he frowned hadn't changed at all since childhood. It was just a part of his innate character. Despite going around with narrowed eyes ever since he was young, Eugene was just glad that he didn't have any wrinkles. "I had an even nastier look in my eyes during my previous life." Relaxing his frown, he gave a broad smile instead. But was this handsome guy in the mirror really him? Although he had already graduated from truly thinking such nonsensical thoughts, even after 17 years of living in this body, he still felt amazed each time he saw this handsome face in the mirror. "I have to admit it, your blood is strong," Eugene thought as he raised his eyes to his gray hair. The older he grew, the more prominent the gray hairs became. Every time Eugene saw this hair color, he was reminded of vermouth. Eugene had his reasons for indulging in such self-absorbed sentiments this early in the morning. After initiating his mana when he was 13, Eugene had trained his mana every morning without skipping a single day. And today, Eugene had finally reached the 3rd star in the White Flame formula. That was quick. He could feel the split-off cores circling around his heart. 3 points of light that showed he had reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. Way too quick. After he had started to train his mana, Eugene had realized something. The White Flame formula's performance was incomparable to the mana training scripture he had learned in his previous life. Eugene was able to extract the optimal degree of efficiency from just a small amount of mana, and the speed with which he absorbed mana was also extremely fast. The cost of spreading this absorbed mana throughout his body and turning it into strength was also not very high. However, for him to have achieved this rank so quickly, it couldn't just be attributed to the superiority of the white flame formula. It was also because Eugene's body was naturally attuned to absorbing mana. Although it's great that this body's performance is so amazing, sometimes he couldn't help but feel perturbed. If it's already this fast, just how much faster will my progress be later? It would be the opposite of subtle. But this was actually quite a pleasant issue to be perturbed about. Eugene smiled as he looked at his reflection. But the strength I had in my previous life won't be enough. This amazing body had been granted to him, Eugene Lionheart, and it had given him a lot of expectations for his future. With this body, he couldn't be satisfied with just relying on the memories and experiences of his past life. Eugene had become convinced of this fact years ago. Hamel had definitely been a great talent. Although he wasn't as good as Vermouth, he had also known how to wield all sorts of weapons. Without any formal training, Hamel's skills had been forged and honed on the battlefield as he towed the line between life and death. This meant his techniques had been refined through constant usage. Hamel had made a name for himself with just these skills and had even come to mistake himself as a genius. It was at this point that he had met Vermouth and Hamel had suddenly realized that he wasn't a genius after all. After becoming Vermouth's companion, he had also gone through a lot. His techniques had been further polished, and he'd added even more skills to his repertoire. But it's still not enough. It wasn't enough to just acquire the strength he had in his previous life. To take advantage of this talented and greed-provoking body of his, he needed more than just his past life's memories. I need to learn everything. And not just to a basic level either. The sword, the spear, the axe, and the bow, he already knew how to skillfully handle most weapons. He had confidence in his weapon techniques since he had refined these skills in order to not just survive, but thrive in the Devildom. But he wasn't quite there yet. Although he was still a little slower than he had been in his previous life, he knew in his head how to get there. It was just a matter of when, not if. His body would catch up to what he knew it was capable of. So if he would eventually get there anyway, wouldn't it be more efficient to use his time elsewhere? Looks like I need to learn some magic, Eugene suddenly spouted. What kind of bullshit is that? Cyan gasped. As Cyan sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath, he lifted his head to look up at Eugene. The monstrous guy standing beside him wasn't showing any signs of exertion, even after all the exercise they had just done. At first, this would have made him flare up in envy, but now, after 4 years of looking at that relaxed expression, he was already used to it. I said that I need to learn some magic, Eugene kindly repeated. And I said, what kind of bullshit is that? Cyan spat out with a confused expression on his face. Eugene wasn't the only one whose body had grown during these 4 years. Cyan had also grown a lot. Of course, it was obvious that Cyan didn't really appreciate this fact, and Eugene was a big reason for that. Although they might be of similar age, Cyan was just a tiny bit shorter than Eugene, and the difference in their skill levels was just as great as ever. Speaking of this morning, Eugene continued speaking without offering Cyan a hand up. Cyan was still a brat with too much self-respect. He wouldn't admit he had lost even when he was defeated, and he wouldn't appreciate it if Eugene offered him a hand up. Even though Cyan would no longer fuss about being insulted or whatnot, like what had happened when they first met, it would only stoke feelings of frustration lingering within the corners of his heart if Eugene were to show him any kindness. I was just training in the white flame formula like I usually do. Could it be, did you really? Cyan couldn't finish the question. Cyan's eyes started trembling as he got a bad feeling. Gritting his teeth, he jumped to his feet. Eugene smiled as he saw Cyan getting flustered like this. And then this happened. As Eugene finished speaking, the mana that was usually spread throughout his body gathered near his heart. Once there, the 3 stars at his core began to resonate with each other. These stars, locked together in a circuit around his heart, began to explosively amplify the power of his mana. Whoosh! Mana, in the form of pure white light, engulfed Eugene's entire body. Cyan stared at this sight with wide eyes. The white flame-like light wrapped around Eugene's form looked like a flowing lion's mane. What the fuck? Cyan swore, his voice shaking. Since he also practiced the white flame formula, he was well aware of what that mana cloak engulfing Eugene signified. By covering his body in a blaze of mana like that, he had truly created a fiery beacon that honored the name of the white flame formula. This meant that Eugene had reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Favorite. CH 26.2. Chapter 26.2, Aroth 1. Is that even possible? Cyan asked in disbelief. Cyan was so ashamed that he felt like he would be better off dead. He had initiated his mana 7 years earlier than Eugene and had been training in the white flame formula for nearly as long. Thanks to this, he had managed to reach the 2nd star of the white flame formula 3 years ago. But until now, Cyan's progress had remained stalled at the 2nd star. The stars around his heart seemed like they were just about to divide, but they never did. But instead, that annoying son of a bitch, Eugene, who had initiated his mana 7 years later than Cyan, had already reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Of course, it's possible, Eugene said with a relaxed smile as he allowed the mana to dissipate. Because I'm a genius. Eugene thought declaring something like that from your own mouth was rather shameful. Or at least, he used to think that. But now, he had to admit that it would be ridiculous to pointlessly act humble. He had been born with the body of a genius, and on top of that, he had memories of his past life. Although Hamel from his past life wasn't a genius, Eugene definitely was. Why don't you just go and die? Cyan cursed. Eugene chided him. Brothers shouldn't say such things to each other. Like you can talk about what brothers shouldn't do. Every morning you beat me up so badly that it feels like I'm going to croak. Aren't you the one who keeps asking for a spar every morning? If you don't want to get beaten up, let's just stop. It doesn't matter to me. Cyan ground his teeth as he glared at Eugene. Challenging Eugene to a spar every morning was Cyan's own way of dealing with the frustration of his rivalry with Eugene. Honestly speaking, Eugene appreciated this change in Cyan's attitude. At first, he thought that Cyan was just a stupid brat, but perhaps because he had come to accept Eugene after the adoption, Cyan's foolish streak had shown a lot of improvement. But why magic of all things? Cyan returned to the main point. Because I've never learned any magic, Eugene explained. So that's why you want to learn magic? Don't make me laugh. And how exactly do you intend to learn magic? Do you want to call up a teacher from the capital? I'll need to check with the patriarch regarding that. Are you really serious? No, but why on earth do you want to learn magic all of a sudden? Cyan just couldn't understand Eugene. Since he had that much talent in martial arts, why would he want to dabble in magic instead of focusing on what he was good at? Cyan tried to dissuade Eugene. Aren't you too old to be learning magic? 17 is still plenty young, denied Eugene. This is nonsense. Have you forgotten about what happened to Euid? Cyan asked with a snort as he dusted off his pants. He went off to learn magic when he was 15, 2 years younger than you are now, and now he's just being treated like a fool in Aroth. Eugene glared at Cyan and growled, "Bastard, how dare you say such a thing about your older brother? Did I say anything that wasn't true?" Cyan protested while shrugging off Eugene's glare. Instead of putting on airs and pointlessly heading to Aroth to learn magic, just stay here at the main estate, where it's comfortable. If you really do tell him that you want to start learning magic, Father might just start crying tears of blood. That did seem to be a possibility. For years ago, Euid Lionheart, the eldest son of the main family, had accompanied Lovelian, the head wizard of the Red Tower, to Aroth as soon as the bloodline continuation ceremony was over. But in the end, he couldn't become Lovelian's disciple. It seemed that his potential wasn't bad, as he had been allowed to remain in Arath, but he couldn't become as big of a success as his parents had hoped for. Now 4 years had passed, and Ued was still staying in Arath. According to what Eugene had picked up in passing, he was currently learning magic from a wizard affiliated with the Red Tower of Magic, but he didn't seem to be achieving much progress. Thanks to this, it wasn't just Lovelian's authority as the head wizard that had obviously been affected, but the main family's prestige had also been tarnished. Although the patriarch had just done his best for his eldest son by using his connections to send him to the Red Tower of Magic to learn magic to others, it appeared as though the patriarch was getting rid of a mediocrely talented heir by exiling him to the Red Tower. Even if the patriarch does shed tears of blood, Madame Ancilla should end up supporting me, Eugene commented. I could see Mother doing that, Cyan mumbled with a needlessly wary glance at the main family's mansion. However, it isn't that my mother dislikes you. Eugene objected, but sometimes when we cross paths, she gets a really fierce look in her eyes. That's because she's seen how you beat me like a dog, argued Cyan. Even if she has, what can I do? How can I just stop beating you when you keep asking for it? You son of a bitch. It was admittedly Cyan who had asked him to take their spars seriously. This was because Cyan had thought that his skills wouldn't grow if Eugene kept taking it easy on him, but for a long time now, Cyan had come to feel deep regret for saying something like that. Eugene showed absolutely no mercy during their spars. If he even saw a tiny opening, he would pierce through it right away and keep attacking mercilessly. While doing so, Eugene would also constantly point out Cyan's various inadequacies. Still, because Eugene explained his criticisms clearly and in a way that was easy to understand, Cyan was forced to listen to him silently even when he felt like his heart would stop beating out of anger. Eventually, Cyan asked Eugene, "Do you really intend to go to Arath? If you're going to learn something, you should learn it properly," was all Eugene needed to say in explanation. If you wanted to properly learn magic, the best thing to do would be to go to Arath. And there's also something that I want to investigate, Eugene thought to himself. He wanted to see what Sienna's life had been like in Arath following their journey. This desire had been building up within him for a long time. And it wasn't just Sienna, but Anise and Molan as well. He wanted to know how his companions had lived their lives after they returned from the Devil Dome 300 years ago, and ultimately, he wanted to know the truth of what had happened then. Even here, at the main estate, there are hardly any records of them. The history of the founding ancestor, Vermouth, was also left very vague. Although he had searched here and there during these 4 years, there were hardly any traces of what the hero and his companions did after returning from the Devil Dome. And this necklace as well. Eugene stared down at the necklace hanging from his neck. He had constantly worn the necklace since he retrieved it from the treasure vault 4 years ago. Even when the head wizard of the Red Tower had personally peered into the memories left within the necklace's mana, Lovelian hadn't been able to find any memories identifying it as Hamel's keepsake. This meant someone else had created an undetectable, false layer in the necklace's memories. From what Eugene thought, the only people who could do something like that were Sienna or Vermouth. But why on earth would they have done it? He couldn't figure out what their reasons for doing so might be. However, if he had to say it, Sienna seemed more likely to have prepared such a prank in the necklace, rather than Vermouth. The Vermouth that Eugene remembered wasn't the type of person to do something like this. That's, if you do go to Arath, Cyan coughed before continuing with a hesitant expression, Seal will be sad. Really, Eugene said, with a laugh for how absurd Cyan's claim sounded. Are we talking about the same Seal, the one who looks disgusted whenever she sees me? Those aren't her true feelings. Although he said this, Cyan didn't seem to have any confidence in his own words. Seal Lionheart, that cunning brat, seemed to have started going through puberty at the beginning of this year. She no longer stuck close to Eugene like she used to, and she wouldn't even start a conversation with him. Perhaps it was because the symptoms of her puberty were quite severe. She rarely even left her room. Although Seal didn't neglect her training, she no longer trained with Eugene and Cyan as she had done before. "I hate the smell of sweat" was the reason that she had given for it. Thanks to that, Guion and Gilead were forced to keep very busy. They first met with the puberty-stricken Seal in the morning and spent half the day teaching her while the other half was spent teaching Cyan and Eugene. "Anyways, if you do go to Arath, Seal will be sad," Cyan insisted. "Do you really think I'll change my mind just because Seal will be sad?" Eugene asked. "You heartless bastard," Cyan spat as his fists trembled in anger at Eugene's careless comment. "Have you even considered how Mr. Gerhard will feel? My father will be perfectly fine without me." Even Cyan couldn't help but agree with that. Gerhard had initially been uncomfortable with living at the main estate, but he had become completely accustomed to life here over the past few years. Now, he regularly went on hunting trips with the heads of the other collateral families, and he sometimes spent whole nights drinking beer with Guion and Gilead. Even Ancilla got along quite well with Gerhard. Of course, Eugene was well aware of the reason for this. Ancilla didn't wish to show much hostility to Eugene. Although she hadn't relaxed her considerable vigilance towards him, she knew that it was better for both of them if they appeared to get along than to appear openly hostile. However, Tanis, as Euid's mother and the official first wife, was openly wary of Eugene and Gerhard. Following Euid's failure to become Lovelian's disciple, Tanis' overly sensitive personality had continued to worsen. "Looks like I'll need to be a little careful of Tanis," Eugene reminded himself. If she was told that Eugene was going to Arath, Tanis would definitely become even more sensitive to the threat he posed to her son's candidacy. This wasn't a problem that Eugene could simply solve by paying more attention to her. Instead, this was something that he would have to secretly entrust to the patriarch, Gilead. "Where are you going?" Cyan asked as he noticed Eugene beginning to walk away. "To meet with the patriarch," Eugene explained over his shoulder. "You're going to meet with him right now?" "I need to get his permission quickly, after all." With this final reply, Eugene left the gymnasium. After staring absent-mindedly at Eugene's receding back, Cyan gave a deep sigh. "What the hell is with this bullshit about learning magic?" Cyan grumbled and began following after Eugene. Favorite. CH 27.1. Chapter 27.1. Arath 2. Although Eugene had set out to find Gilead immediately, he couldn't just barge straight into Gilead's office. While casually exchanging greetings with the main family servants, Eugene sent through a request to meet with Gilead. Before long, the head butler arrived to personally escort Eugene to Gilead's office. "You should really think it over before deciding," Cyan attempted to persuade Eugene. "I've already given this matter a lot of thought before coming to my decision," said Eugene. Cyan took a deep breath and swallowed his protests. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous that he was trying to hold on to Eugene and prevent him from leaving. If that monster were to turn his hand towards learning magic, wouldn't that mean his training in the martial arts would slow down? That would actually be better for me, Cyan realized. Although Eugene's progress might be ahead of his for the moment, Cyan would also rise to the 3rd star within the next few years. So Cyan decided to see Eugene's departure as more of an opportunity. Of course, Cyan had no intention of being satisfied with just reaching the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. He hoped to have somehow reached the 4th star by the time he became an adult. But can I really? Truthfully speaking, he had his doubts. In the history of the Lionheart clan, there wasn't a single person who had ever managed to reach the 4th star of the White Flame formula while in their teens. Even the family ancestors who had made a name for themselves as geniuses, and even Gilead and Guion, had all been stalled at the 3rd star before they had become adults. In other words, just being able to rise to the third star of the white flame formula at this age was enough for him to be compared to his genius predecessors. However, such thoughts merely filled Cyan's mouth with a bitter taste. Eugene and Cyan were both currently 17, but today, Eugene had already risen to the third star of the white flame formula. That was an unprecedented speed of advancement. It wasn't like this was the first time that monstrous child had left his mark in the history of the direct line, but Cyan gave a heavy sigh as he turned to stare at Eugene's back. Eugene was currently in the middle of waiting for a reply from the other side of the door before he could enter Gilead's office. I too. Cyan forced himself to swallow another sigh that almost fell from his lips and faced forward once more. It had already been 4 years since Eugene had joined the main family. Since then, Cyan had suffered countless defeats to this absurd brother of his, with whom he didn't even share a single drop of blood. These successive defeats had taught the young Cyan an unquestionable lesson. Despair is nothing but nourishment for further despair. Instead of spending any time in despair, shedding even a single drop of sweat in an effort to improve was far more useful. Tisk! Cyan clicked his tongue as he recalled an unpleasant memory. This wasn't a lesson that Cyan had managed to learn all by himself. When he was still a child, the despair from his inability to defeat Eugene had led Cyan to hide in his room and cower beneath his blankets. However, Eugene had thrown open the door, barged into his room, and kicked Cyan in the ass. Do you really think that I'll just play around while you do shit like this? Even if Cyan was consumed by despair, Eugene would continue to train without taking even a single day off. As such, the difference between them would only continue to grow. After Cyan reminded himself of this lesson, he left Eugene to his own affairs and headed to the gymnasium. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Gilead welcomed Eugene into the room with a bright smile on his face. Instead of getting to the point immediately, Eugene first bowed his head and said, "I've come because I have something that I would like to report to you." "Report?" Gilead asked, tilting his head to the side as his eyes gleamed with curiosity. He was curious about what kind of surprise his adopted son would be bringing him this time. As he sat down on the sofa, Eugene began speaking. "Just this morning, I reached the third star of the white flame formula." At these words, Gilead unconsciously leaped up from his seat. "Is that true?" he demanded. "Yes, sir, it is," admitted Eugene. Gilead rushed over with hurried strides. Meeting his unspoken request, Eugene began resonating the stars circling his heart. As white flames engulfed Eugene's body, Gilead took a deep breath in astonishment before bursting out laughing. Ha 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 ha. After taking in Eugene as his adopted son, Gilead had gone through so many different things that he had thought that he could no longer be surprised by anything. However, once again, Gilead couldn't help but be astonished. Was it really possible for him to reach the third star of the white flame formula at just 17 years of age? Even among all his predecessors, no one had managed the third star at Eugene's young age. As Gilead plopped down on the seat in front of Eugene, he shook his head. "Adopting you into the main family might just be the best thing that I have ever done," Gilead admitted. "This is all thanks to the patriarch's support," Eugene replied with a faint smile. Although 4 years had passed since he'd been adopted, Eugene had yet to call Gilead father. The only one he called father was his biological parent, Gerhard. Gilead didn't feel any unpleasantness due to this. Instead, he approved of Eugene's filial piety to his biological father and was proud of how considerate his adopted son was. But if only such an impressive child was truly his son, then no one would raise any objections to Eugene becoming the next patriarch. On the contrary, everyone would actually be united under the opinion that Eugene should become the patriarch. "I shouldn't have such thoughts." Gilead attempted to discard this dangerous idea with a shake of his head. Such careless thoughts would lead to bloodshed and death. For the clan and, of course, his family as well, Gilead didn't want to force his children to have to bear their knives at each other. After he finished casting off such thoughts, Gilead continued, "My support, you say? I don't believe that I gave you anything too impressive. So this achievement is all the result of your hard work. But it was all thanks to the patriarch's support that I was able to work so hard," Eugene argued. After carefully examining Eugene's smiling face, Gilead burst out laughing. "It looks like there's something you need," he observed. Without any hesitation, Eugene confessed, "I want to learn magic." In the past, he had had to pay attention to maintaining his childish facade while speaking to Gilead, but now there was no longer any need for that. Eugene had grown up quite a bit, and Gilead had gotten used to Eugene's forthrightness over the past 4 years. "Magic?" Gilead asked. Despite all this, Gilead wouldn't find it so easy to grant Eugene's current desire as he would any other request. The confusion that Gilead initially felt was the same as Cyan's. Why did Eugene suddenly want to learn magic? After all, Eugene had never once expressed any desire to learn magic during these past 4 years. "Are you serious when you say this?" asked Gilead. "Yes, sir," Eugene confirmed. "But why?" "No one from our family's entire line was able to reach the 3rd star of the White Flame formula at your age. If you continue to work as hard as you have been, you might be able to rise to the 4th star before you become an adult. I'll still be able to train hard, even while I'm learning magic," Eugene stated without any uncertainty. Although this might seem arrogant, in Eugene's opinion, someone like him had the right to say such a thing. "Sir Patriarch, in the 4 years since I was adopted into the main family, I have never once left your care," Eugene said as he straightened his back and faced Gilead firmly. "Today, as I was advancing to the 3rd star, I realized something. If I continue to stay at the main estate and keep practicing as I have been, I don't believe that I will continue to show the same amount of growth." Gilead hummed in consideration. "I am extremely lacking in real-life experience," Eugene concluded. Although Eugene's voice was calm as he said this, Gilead felt a surging vitality coming from these words that matched Eugene's young age. Eugene's voice was full of his sincerity and desire for growth. Eugene confidently continued his argument, "I want to learn much more, especially about magic. While it is something that I have never studied before, I know that it is also a discipline that uses mana. Although I don't yet know if I have any great talent for magic, I believe that by venturing into magic, I'll be able to view mana from a different perspective than the one I've had until now." Gilead stayed silent. "Even if I don't make much progress in it, just by learning a new discipline, I believe that it will still be a great experience for me. I am sure that all of this won't be in vain. That is why I have dared to make such a request." Eugene stopped talking at this point and stared at Gilead with sparkling eyes. Then, he placed his hands on his knees and bowed his head low. "I sincerely beseech you." Haha, Gilead let out another laugh. Then, as he shook his head from side to side, he continued speaking, "Raise your head. Do you really think that there is any need for you to bow your head just for a small request like this?" "Yes, Patriarch. Even if I am your patriarch, how can I pour cold water on your burning desire to learn and grow?" "Eugene, I understand what you're trying to say. So, if you really want to learn magic then, I'll just have to give you my permission to learn." Eugene shook his bowed head in relief and smiled. Of course, when he raised his head, there was no trace of amusement left on his face. "So then, how exactly do you want to go about learning magic?" Gilead asked. Eugene trailed off. "Since you've already come to ask for my permission, you must have thought it through already, no? I want to go to Aroth." Although Gilead had expected this, he couldn't hide his uneasy reaction when Eugene mentioned the magic kingdom of Aroth. If he wanted to learn magic, then Aroth was definitely the best place to go. And if it wasn't for what his eldest son, Ued had experienced in Arath, Gilead wouldn't have felt any discomfort from these words. Arath, you say, Gilead murmured. I don't need anything else, just your permission, Eugene continued speaking quickly. From here on, Eugene knew that he needed to be careful with his words. Ued was Gilead's soft spot. Even though he was the eldest son, Ued hadn't made any outstanding achievements in the martial arts, and despite showing interest in magic ever since he was young, the eldest son had failed to show much progress in magic as well. Although he had stayed in Arath ever since he was sent there 4 years ago, Ued hadn't been able to escape the heavy weight of the Lionheart clan's prestigious name and instead had been made into a laughingstock for having only managed to enter the tower through his connections. Eugene didn't want to get involved with Ued. He only wanted to go to Arath to learn magic and follow any clues left behind by Sienna. However, if the word Arath was spoken anywhere in the main estate, whoever heard it instantly thought of Ued. So he needed to be very careful, as Eugene didn't want to create any pointless misunderstandings. Gilead eventually shook off his unease and said, if that's what you want, then I can only give you permission to go there. Allow me to inform Lovelian first, though. Although I'm grateful for your thoughts, I don't want to receive too much in terms of support. Eugene paused for a moment to examine Gilead's expression before continuing. To be honest, it feels like any assistance would be very burdensome, and Master Lovelian should be quite busy as well. If possible, I would like to try studying quietly on my own without any assistance from Master Lovelian. That would actually be quite difficult, Gilead said, unable to stop a wry smile forming on his face. Even if you leave the main estate, you are still a member of the Lionheart clan. The moment you arrive in Arath, many of Aratha's wizards will be paying attention to you. Even if you refuse it, a lot of people will approach you to make connections to the Lionheart clan. Then I just won't accept their offers, Eugene said determinedly. Your convictions are praiseworthy, Gilead complimented with a sigh. How good would it be if his eldest son could be like that? As dangerous thoughts rose up in his head once more, Gilead shook his head to clear it. Eugene, just promise me one thing, Gilead requested. What is it? Eugene asked. Do not get involved with black magic. In Arath, there was a black tower of magic where black wizards gathered. There weren't any disturbing rumors that matched their sinister reputation, and unlike in the distant past, the public opinion of them wasn't too bad. However, the Lionheart clan had been founded by the Great Vermouth. Although some of the collateral branches had chosen to specialize in magic, black magic was still forbidden to the clan as an unwritten rule. I also despise black magic, Eugene replied without any hesitation. Gilead nodded in relief and said, as long as you can promise me that, I won't lift a finger, so you'll be free to leave for Arath in whichever way you desire. I won't even inform Lovelian. I hope you won't have to personally experience the same sorts of troubles that you did. Is there anything else you would like to request? I would like to shamelessly ask for an allowance. How long do you plan on staying in Arath? I'll need to go there first and start studying to get a rough idea of how long it will take me, but I don't think I'll be returning before becoming an adult. That means you intend on staying for at least a few years. Well, that's the only way I'll be able to actually learn something, Eugene confirmed with a laugh. That certainly seems true. However, since magic is a completely different discipline from what you've been taught so far, it will be impossible for you to make any progress if you go into this half-heartedly, Gilead warned Eugene. He had never learned any magic in his past life. As such, even Eugene didn't have the confidence to say that he would be able to make rapid progress. Ch 27.2. Chapter 27.2, Arath 2. Finishing his conversation with Gilead, Eugene left the room. As he walked back down the hallway, he heard a knocking sound coming from a tightly locked door. What is it? Eugene asked without any alarm as he halted in his steps. He knew whose room that was. It was one of the rooms Seal was using. Ever since she had started going through a rough patch of puberty a few months ago, she had stopped going to the gym and instead used some of the rooms in the mansion for her own training. Are you really going to Arath? Seal didn't open the door fully and instead let her voice leak from a crack in the doorway. Did Cyan tell you that? Eugene asked. MHM. He also told me that you've reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. So you've already heard everything then. I asked if you're really going to Arath. Yep, I've even got permission from the Patriarch. Why are you even going? As she said this, Seal knocked on the door once more. Knock, knock. Eugene smiled and responded with a few knocks of his own. Because I want to learn magic, he explained. If that's the case, you don't really need to go to Arath. You can just invite a wizard from the capital to be your teacher, argued Seal. Don't you know that they won't be as good as the wizards of Arath? If you request it, Father would even summon a wizard from the royal court. But I don't believe that a court wizard would be better at teaching than a wizard from one of Arath's towers of magic. The court wizards are guaranteed to be skillful. What I want isn't a skillful wizard, but a wizard who is good at teaching, Eugene patiently explained. Do you really need to learn magic? Seal asked, her voice growing petulant. She opened the door slightly and let her head poke out of the room. At 17 years old, Seal was left with very little of her past mischievous look, but the change was only skin deep. Eugene was well aware of just how cunning this girl's true personality could be. Seal once again insisted, You don't really need to learn magic, right? But there's also nothing wrong with learning magic, is there? Eugene argued back. If it's magic you want, then isn't your spirit magic enough? Also, while you aren't here, brother, and I might be able to catch up to your skill level. Seal was blatantly provoking him, but Eugene just snickered in amusement. If that happens, that's actually good for me, Eugene smirked. What's so good about it? Won't that just mean that the main family is growing stronger and that it will be more fun sparring with you too? Although it has been quite a while since I sparred with you. If I start sparring with you from now on, will you stay here instead of going to Arath? No, I will still be going. Bastard, Seal insulted him with a pout on her face before pulling her head back into her room. Until just now, Seal had been immersed in her training, so her hair was frizzy, and her body was damp with sweat. She didn't want to show such an appearance to anyone, nor did she want anyone to notice her body odor. After a short silence, Seal continued speaking. How long will you be gone? Won't know until I get there, answered Eugene casually. You should know roughly how long it will take. It will be a year at the very least. Why do you want to stay for so long? Moving out will be a pain, and what will you do about Mr. Gerhard? It might be because they were twins, but Seal had ended up saying the same thing as Cyan. My father will be just fine without me, Eugene pointed out. Uncle Guillaume will be lonely, Seal eventually said after some hesitation. That might be true. Eugene also happened to enjoy his frequent spars with Guillaume. To make up for me not being here, you both should make sure to play with him, teased Eugene. And what about my brother? Seal suddenly brought up Cyan. Why bring up Cyan here? What I mean is that my brother enjoys sparring with you as well. If he really does enjoy getting beaten up by me, your brother has to be a little strange in the head. In any case, brother will be lonely if you're not around. Earlier, while he was talking to me, he even secretly confessed that he didn't want you to go. But I plan on going anyway. I would also prefer it if you didn't go. Like I said, I'm still going. You son of a bitch. Behind the door, Seal's face twisted into a frown. In the main family, Eugene was the only one who would allow Seal's words to wash over him without any reaction. Seal popped her head out just to glare at him before slamming the door shut with a loud bang. When are you leaving? Seal's muffled voice came through the door. Eugene answered, Tomorrow. Why are you leaving so quickly? Is there any reason for me to delay it? Since I've received Gilead's permission, I should just save time and head off right away. Rude jerk, Shouldn't we at least have a farewell party? Why would you want to throw a farewell party for a jerk? Knocking on the door again as a goodbye, Eugene resumed walking down the corridor. Only after Eugene had gotten some distance away did Seal open the door once more. Are you really leaving tomorrow? As this voice came from behind him, Eugene just waved his hand as a response without turning back to look at Seal. Since he had obtained Gilead's approval, Eugene showed no hesitation in his subsequent actions. After returning to the annex, he knocked on Gerhard's door. Come back safely. Although he had been suddenly informed that Eugene would be leaving for Aroth tomorrow, Gerhard didn't spend much time thinking about it before giving his blessing. It wasn't like he didn't have any concerns for his son, but Gerhard also didn't want to suppress his son's freedom after Eugene had already grown so splendidly. Gerhard lectured his son, "While you're there, don't hang around with naughty kids, and make sure not to neglect your lessons." Eugene returned the favor. "Even when I'm not here, don't do anything you shouldn't do, father, and don't neglect your exercise either." Gerhard burst into laughter at this rejoinder. Gerhard had greatly improved himself during his past 4 years at the main estate. He had lost a lot of weight and even gained quite a bit of muscle. It was all thanks to his regular hunting trips with the collateral patriarchs and frequent walks he enjoyed in the main family's extensive forest. Also, if anyone tries to cause you trouble because I'm not here, write to me right away. Don't pointlessly suffer in silence on your own, Eugene insisted. Gerhard tried to reassure his son, "I'm sure that the patriarch will be able to spare the attention if I bring the matter to him." Still, wouldn't you feel better if it was your one and only son who was looking out for you instead of the busy patriarch? Gerhard smiled silently and patted Eugene on the shoulder. This gifted son of his was Gerhard's pride and treasure. If it wasn't for his son. Gerhard nodded his head as he recalled his memories of Jiddel, where they had been living just a few years ago. Gerhard tried to soothe Eugene's protectiveness. "I just don't want to be a hindrance to you." "What hindrance?" "Don't say things like that anymore." "I have never once thought of you as a hindrance," Eugene responded bluntly while poking Gerhard in the side. "In any case, I'll be leaving tomorrow. I'll make sure to stay healthy while I'm gone, so you should also make sure to stay safe, father." "Got that?" Fine. I've got it." Eugene was now taller than Gerhard. Gerhard smiled happily while looking up at his son, who had grown so mature. That night, Eugene and Gerhard, as well as all the members of the main family, gathered together and sat around a large table. Even Seal, who hadn't shown her face at dinner in quite some time, was now sitting at the table wearing a nice dress. Although it wasn't a lavish farewell party, they had at least managed to wrangle something into place so that the whole family could offer Eugene blessings for the future as he prepared to leave them for a few years. Various well wishes were exchanged over a table laden with an array of luxurious dishes. "So you intend to learn magic in Aroth, really? Since you have such an amazing talent in martial arts, I'm sure you will be good at learning magic as well," Ancilla praised Eugene. The news of Eugene rising to the 3rd star of the White Flame formula had made Ancilla chew on her lip in frustration, but the fact that that monstrous child was leaving the main estate for the time being was a joyous consolation. "I really envy Sir Gerhard for having such a wonderful son," flattered Ancilla. "Haha, you're too kind," Gerhard accepted the compliment with a laugh. During these 4 years, Ancilla's attitude hadn't seen much change from when they had first met. She had no intention of forging a hostile relationship with Gerhard, let alone Eugene. Instead, she held out a hand with a smile, thus creating a friendly relationship with Gerhard and Eugene. But Tanis, the first wife, showed the two a completely different attitude. The dark circles under Tanis's eyes and her sallow cheeks left a rather desolate impression. For the past few years, Tanis had rarely left the main family's mansion, and she spent her days reacting with great agitation to even the slightest mistakes from the servants. Tanis felt that she had no choice but to do so. and she felt like she was being driven further into a corner with each passing day. Yuid had not been able to become Lovelian's disciple as she had hoped, nor did he manage to forge any connections with Aratha's high-ranking wizards. Since even Guilford and his wife, who had been friendly with Tanis, had left the main estate a few years ago, Tanis had no allies in the current main estate. Although it's her fault for being so prickly, avoiding Tanis's intense gaze, Eugene focused on cutting his meat. Gilead had never discriminated against Tanis. He didn't even force Yuid to return despite all the negative rumors. Instead, Gilead kept providing support to shore up Yuid's insufficiencies. It was Tanis's own decision to spend her days shunning any contact and clawing at her surroundings. Just as the meal was ending, Tanis suddenly called out, "Eugene." Although Ancilla treated Eugene warmly whenever they met, this was the first time the temperamental first wife had called Eugene by his name all year. Though it wasn't like they had even held frequent conversations in the previous years. Tanis requested, "Once you get to Arath, please take care of your older brother, Yuid." Eugene was unable to respond to these words that had suddenly been thrown at him and could only blink in surprise. Tanis continued, "He must have been lonely, staying in Arath all by himself for the past few years. I know that he didn't get to spend much time with you as siblings, but Yuid is still your brother." "Yes, ma'am," Eugene eventually replied. "You might be adopted, but Yuid is your brother. So, please treat him like a younger brother should." Even as she said this, Tanis's eyes slid to the side. She continued speaking while glaring at Cyan and Seal, who were sitting close to Eugene. "Take care of your older brother. You can at least do that, right?" "I'll do my best," Eugene avoided promising. "Oh my, you're being too insistent, big sister." "I'm sure that Eugene will do what he can," and Scylla gave a polite laugh as she drew Tanis's gaze away from Cyan and Seal with these words. Tanis glared at Ancilla with her narrowed eyes, then pushed her chair back and stood up. "Please excuse me. I'm feeling exhausted. I'll be leaving now to go and get some rest." "You may be excused." Gilead nodded in permission with a perplexed look on his face. Over the past few years, Eugene had gotten quite close to Gilead. Thanks to this, he was able to make a fully informed decision about Gilead's position. Sure enough, the Patriarch seat is a shit place to be stuck on. Eugene never wanted to become the Patriarch. Ch 28. Chapter 28. Arath 3. Although Gilead had offered him an escort, Eugene had vehemently refused. After all, wouldn't it feel awkward being followed around everywhere by armed guards? It's not like Aratha's public security is that bad, and I'm skilled enough to take care of myself, Eugene had argued. All 5 of the towers of magic were located in the capital of Arath. Since he was moving to such a bustling capital city and not some remote village, he wouldn't need any guards. Guillaume had backed him up. With Eugene's skills, he shouldn't require an escort. Since even Guillaume had spoken up for Eugene, Gilead could only nod in agreement. The 2 adults were well aware that Eugene had unbelievable levels of skills and experience for someone his age. On top of that, since he had also reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula, they couldn't treat him like a child any longer. At his age and skill level, Eugene needed to learn how to make his own decisions. Unlike Yuid, Gilead washed down the bitter taste that this thought left in his mouth with a sip of wine. The next day, everyone was there to see Eugene off as he headed to the warp gate in the outskirts of the estate's forest. Gerhard, who had been smiling happily the day before, burst into tears at the sight of Eugene leaving. "Make sure to eat healthily and don't skip any meals." "Yes." "If you get sick, go find a doctor immediately." "Yes." "If things get too hard and lonely, don't try to endure it and just come back, got it?" "Yes, I've got it." Eugene responded to each of Gerhard's reminders perfunctorily. It was hard for him to look at Gerhard directly as the man wept in love and concern for his son. In the past, Eugene's acknowledgement of Gerhard as his father had been faint, but strangely, the older he grew, the more he began to feel that Gerhard was truly his father despite having been reincarnated. He is my real father, after all. Even as Eugene realized this, he said out loud, "Stop with the tears already. Do you really think I'm just heading out there to die?" Gerhard paled. "Don't tempt fate like that. I'm just going to learn some magic. Maybe do some sightseeing in the vicinity of Arath as well," Eugene reassured his father. "You've been living in Jiddal for most of your life, and for the last few years, you've spent all your days at the main estate. As someone who hasn't really seen the world, I'm just not confident that you'll be fine living in Arath all by yourself." Gerhard trailed off. "I'll be fine. So please stop crying. All the servants are watching," Eugene said as he pulled out a handkerchief from his vest and scrubbed Gerhard's cheeks. "How about taking Nina with you at the very least?" Nina also arrived at the main estate when she was very young, so she's just as ignorant of the outside world as I am. Besides, I've already told her to take this chance and go for a vacation to her hometown. "Thank you so much for your consideration, sir," Nina cut in with a smile and a nod. Eugene had personally requested the patriarch to give Nina leave to go on this vacation. Thanks to this, Nina was able to visit her home with a heavy purse and an escort to protect her. "I'll be heading off now," Eugene said as he handed the tear-soaked handkerchief over to Gerhard. "Although it won't be often, I'll write to you from time to time, whenever I remember to. So you need to remember to stay safe as well, father." Gerhard tried to speak, but all that came out was a sob. "Geez, I told you to stop crying. Do you really think I won't go just because you keep crying, father?" Eugene asked. "Why, you'll definitely still go," Gerhard choked out. "You know me so well. That's why you should stop crying. Can't you just send your grown-up son off with a smile?" Finally, Gerhard stopped crying and put on a smile. But it seemed that Eugene had made a pointless mistake. Looking at Gerhard's tear-stained face, Eugene felt like a nail was being pounded into his chest. Still, Eugene didn't change his decision. Accompanied by his father's tearful smile and the farewells from the members of the main family, Eugene departed for the warp gate. He never looked back even once. Just like in his previous life, Eugene never changed his mind once he had decided to do something. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The capital of the magic kingdom of Arath was called Pentagon. The 5 towers of magic formed the corners of a pentagon with the royal palace at its center. Eugene stared down at this scene in awe. Although he had been to Arath in his previous life, the landscape he saw then was far different from the landscape he was looking down at now. Wow! The 5 majestic and grand towers of magic were far more eye-catching than the palace. It couldn't be helped. The towers were both the symbol of Arath and the source of its power. Unlike most kingdoms, the king had almost no ruling power. Arath was instead governed by the prime minister of the parliament. Whoa! From up here, Eugene had a great view of the sprawling city. Pentagon's warp gates opened up in the sky, contained within large floating stations. Among the various kingdoms, Arath was the only one to have its warp gates located in the sky. Each floating station was held aloft due to the multiple bits of magic that had been cast on it, and they were a symbol of the pride of Arath, which called itself the Magic Kingdom. They didn't have anything like this in my last life. For them to have raised a piece of land the size into the air and fixed the coordinates so that it could be used as a warp gate. In addition to showing off just how great their magic was, they were also marketing its convenience and quality. Thousands of people wanted to travel to Pentagon's floating stations just to take in the sprawling capital at a single glance. "Isn't it amazing?" a high-pitched voice said to Eugene. This view could even be said to be one of Aratha's cultural assets. There are as many as 15 floating stations all around Pentagon, and all of them were created by the Y Sienna. "Wow!" Eugene awkwardly exclaimed. The voice continued its spiel to go from this East Gate station, which Sir Eugene is currently at, to the Royal Palace. It would take at least half a day, even with the help of a carriage. However, just by warping from one floating station to another, we can dramatically reduce the traveling distance. Even a blind person could understand what this meant. Also, there are aerial carriages assigned to each floating station. With these carriages, even those suffering from warp motion sickness can head to their destination while enjoying this view of Pentagon as comfortably as if they were lying in their own bed. Are those also something that Lady Sienna came up with? Of course they are. But there's no need to worry too much. Although they were constructed using magical techniques from hundreds of years ago, they have been continuously improved and repaired, so the annual rate of accidents is very low. But that meant there wasn't a zero chance of accidents. Eugene hummed consideringly. The man standing next to Eugene, chattering away as he gave out explanations, was a guide who worked for the East Gate floating station. Due to the large number of tourists, many guides worked at each floating station. Most of them were young, inexperienced wizards who hadn't been able to enter a tower and instead worked as guides to cover their living costs and tuition fees. It was a mistake to wear these clothes here, Eugene thought with a frown as he looked down at his chest. He was wearing the official dress of the Lionheart clan, which had the Lionheart sigil embroidered on the left chest. Thanks to this outfit that he had worn without much thought, a guide had been attached to him the moment he stepped out of the warp gate. The tourist attractions in the Pentagon are... Just one moment, Eugene interrupted the guide to open a tourist brochure. After taking a few moments to check the tourist attractions listed in the brochure, Eugene nodded. "I would like to hire you just for today," he eventually decided. "If you sign up now, I can give you a discounted price of 4 days for the whole week," the guide offered. "It's fine. Let's just sign the contract now." For now, there was only one place that Eugene wanted to go to. After visiting that location, he had decided to head straight for the Red Tower of Magic to see Lovelian. As if he had been waiting for this, the guide pulled out a contract. After Eugene signed the contract using the pen that had come with it, he pulled out a check for 1,000,000 sals from his wallet and handed it to the guide. "Whoa," the guide exclaimed in excitement. Eugene explained, "This is the hiring fee for today, plus any other expenses that might crop up. I'll do my very best to show you around. For now, I would like to visit the mansion that belonged to the Y Sienna." "That's an excellent choice," the guide praised with a smile. "If you visit Pentagon, the 3 things that you absolutely need to see are the Y Sienna's mansion, the Towers of Magic, and the night view from the floating stations. I'll get a chance to see the night view later. Right now, I just want to take a walk in the mansion by myself." "Did you say that you wanted to go in by yourself?" "That's right." "As you wish," the guide bowed his head and turned to lead the way. "So this is Eugene Lionheart," the guide considered the name written on the contract as he headed towards the warp gate. "But why has he come to Aroth? Is he trying to learn magic like the eldest son? Or could it be that he's come to pick up that dunce?" The name Eugene Lionheart was also quite famous in Pentagon, especially among those poor and young wizards who were forced to cover their living and tuition expenses by doing odd jobs such as guide work. Eugene's name was an object of envy. If he was born to a martial family, he should just learn martial arts. Why act like such a know-it-all and come here to learn magic without having already learned shit all in the first place? Even though he didn't have much talent in magic, Eugene was someone who had been able to enter a tower of magic by relying solely on his personal connections. Although he hadn't become a disciple of the Red Tower Master, this had still enabled Eugene to learn magic from one of the Tower Master's subordinates. To these poor, young wizards, he was known as a dunce, a fool, and a son of a bitch. Having gone through the warp gate, the guide pointed out of a window. "The Y Sienna's mansion is there, below us." As the mansion was such a famous tourist destination in Pentagon, a floating station had been specially assigned to it. As they rode down in an aerial carriage, the guide continued to chatter. 300 years ago, after returning from the Devil-Dom of Helmuth, Lady Sienna was the youngest person in Aratha's history to rise to the position of a Tower Master. In the square at the entrance to the Green Tower of Magic, which Sienna was once in charge of, you can find a statue that perfectly reproduces her image. Eugene continued to stare at the view outside the window without any reply. This mansion was the last place that Lady Sienna was ever seen. 200 years ago, Lady Sienna left a message in this mansion, saying that she was going into seclusion and then disappeared. I've heard that story as well. Eugene, who had been listening silently, turned his head and said, "Isn't it still a mystery where Lady Sienna went after leaving that message?" "Yes, that's right." Lady Sienna thoroughly erased all of her traces. Many of Aratha's wizards, and even Lady Sienna's own disciples, attempted to follow her tracks, but no one has been able to find out where Lady Sienna went into seclusion. Weren't there any speculations or rumors of her whereabouts? Of course, there were a lot of unconfirmed stories. Some say that she went to the Devil-Dom to slay the remaining demon kings. Others say that she wandered into Samar Forest, the sanctuary of the elves. After racking his memories for a moment, the guide continued speaking. There were even rumors that she had caught an incurable disease from somewhere and went into seclusion to die peacefully. Eugene stayed silent. It's impossible to know how much truth these rumors hold. What is clear is that Lady Sienna hasn't been sighted even once in these past 200 years. The guide lowered his voice with a sad expression. The lamentable fact is that the day Lady Sienna disappeared also happened to be her birthday. Just what on earth could have happened to her, that she decided to go into seclusion instead of celebrating her birthday? This might just be my opinion, but I believe that Lady Sienna may have gone to the Devil-Dom. Why do you believe that? Eugene asked. If it was 200 years ago, that would be the 100-year anniversary of Lady Sienna's return from the Devil-Dom of Helmuth. 100 years since she was forced to return, leaving behind the body of her comrade, the stupid Hamel. On the eve of her birthday, Lady Sienna may have recalled the fate of her long-dead comrade, and Eugene was speechless. I want to avenge Hamel. It may have been such a desire that made Lady Sienna leave. You should have heard about this as well, right, Sir Eugene? It seems that Hamel had a crush on Lady Sienna. Like a bratty young boy, he couldn't confess his feelings to Lady Sienna, so he instead teased her throughout their journey. Then, shortly before he died, Hamel confessed his love for Lady Sienna. Stop your fucking bullshit. Eugene suddenly shouted, unable to restrain himself. Huh. The guide reeled back in astonishment at this sudden outburst. Eugene stammered as he tried to come up with an excuse. No. That was... After blinking in surprise for a few moments, the guide made a noise of enlightenment as he concluded with a wide smile. It looks like Sir Eugene is very against Hamel's romance with Lady Sienna. Well, yes, but... I often argued with my friends about this when I was young. I've always claimed that Lady Sienna's romance with Hamel was canon, but my friends insisted that Lady Sienna and the Great Vermouth were truly in love. That's why you were so angry, right? Eugene couldn't find any words. Well, that would still be a pretty interesting story. The stupid Hamel, who was constantly frustrated by Vermouth, even lost his love to the hero, but in the end, he still threw himself in front of the blow meant for Vermouth and confessed his love as he was dying. I really like such tragic stories as well. Since Eugene had given him 1,000,000 sals, shouldn't it be all right for him to slap the guide across his mouth just once? Eugene seriously began to consider such an idea. In any case, that's just what I believe. Lady Sienna left Arath and went to Helmuth alone to avenge Hamel, but in the end, she failed to get her revenge, and her eyes closed for the last time in Helmuth. It seems that you really like tragedies, Eugene commented with some difficulty. In Arath, there are a lot of novels that have been written about Lady Sienna. If you are interested, I could bring you a selection of them. That's fine. However, about Lady Sienna heading to Helmouth, that's just a wild guess, right? It's not entirely unfounded. It's quite the famous story, but Lady Sienna hated both black magic and the demon folk, and until she went missing, she continued to oppose the erection of the Black Tower of Magic. It had been 200 years since the Black Tower of Magic had been raised in Arath. This meant it was built shortly after the wise Sienna's disappearance. Some have argued that the radical black wizards who were promoting the construction of the Black Tower of Magic may have assassinated Lady Sienna, but there is no way any black wizard could assassinate Lady Sienna. The tone with which Eugene spit out this objection was so cold that he almost couldn't believe it belonged to him. Even the Demon King of Fury was unable to break through Lady Sienna's magical barrier. So how could mere black wizards break through a spell that even stopped a Demon King? The guide exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you really know your stuff." Yep, that's what I think as well. Even the wizards who made up the Black Tower of Magic 200 years ago stubbornly denied this assassination theory. Despite Eugene's denial, a corner of his heart was still stained in darkness. Black wizards might not be able to assassinate Sienna, but what about the Demon Kings? Helmouth's 2 remaining Demon Kings had poured enormous amounts of support to construct the Black Tower of Magic. Eugene turned his head to look at the Black Tower of Magic in the distance. The lofty tower was shorter than the other towers of magic, but its extravagant splendor was so obvious that it could even be seen from such a distance. To this day, Helmouth was still keeping an eye on Arath through the Black Tower. That was why they had given such great effort to have their pawns, the Black Wizards, become part of Arath. So from the perspective of the Demon Kings, Sienna, who continued to oppose the construction of the Black Tower of Magic, must have been a thorn in their eyes. So much so that they even wished to kill her. Sienna, as the aerial carriage landed on the ground, Eugene hopped off the carriage and immediately looked towards Sienna's mansion. "Are you really dead?" But the place was so packed that he couldn't really appreciate the view. Too many tourists were crowding around the mansion for him to get a good look. Ch 29.1. Chapter 29.1, Arath 4. The crowds were a natural sight. The wise Sienna's mansion was a holy place that all young saplings of magic wanted to visit, and even for those not learning magic, it was a standard tourist destination that needed to be seen at least once when visiting Arath. Please let me pass this exam so that I can enter a tower of magic. This will be my 11th time failing. Please at least let me get to the interview stage. The recruitment exams for the Towers of Magic, which were held twice a year, were reputed to be a truly brutal competition. Across all 5 towers, there were thousands of wizards taking the exam, but only a few dozen wizards at most would pass the exam and be accepted. There were still 2 months until the next terrifying public examination, but the road in front of Sienna's mansion was already packed full of students praying for success. "You don't need to pay them any attention," the guide said upon noticing Eugene looking in their direction with shocked eyes. He walked over with a grin on his face. "They won't be able to get into the mansion anyway since they don't have the money for it." "Is that so?" Eugene asked. "The mansion's gate fee alone costs hundreds of thousands of sals. And that's just the cost to see the garden. If you want to look inside the mansion, you need to pay several times that amount." "Why is the price so high?" "Because there are still people who are willing to go inside, even if they have to pay such a price. There's a superstition that if you pray for help in passing your exam at the portrait of Sienna that's hanging in the mansion's main hall, you will definitely pass the recruitment exam for the Tower of Magic that you plan on entering." "Is that even possible?" "Of course it isn't. A few years ago, after working hard to save enough money, I prayed at the portrait, but I still failed." The guide's shoulders slumped as he admitted this. "In any case, the fact that it's so expensive just shows how valuable the opportunity to enter is, right?" Since Lady Sienna never married and didn't leave behind any children, all tourism fees from this mansion go to the royal palace. Together with the guide, Eugene headed to the mansion's front gate. Although there were already people lining up here, the Lionheart name proved effective in getting them to step aside. So this is why he told me to keep my formal clothes on. Before boarding the aerial carriage, Eugene had started to feel bothered by all the gazes coming his way, so he had tried to change out of his formal clothes. However, the guide had insisted that he needed to continue wearing them, or at least keep them on until he was done visiting Sienna's mansion. Thanks to his advice, there was no need for them to wait in line. After the guide had pulled the guards aside to have a word with them, the captain of the guards immediately emerged to greet Eugene. "Sir Eugene Lionheart, your identity has been confirmed." Eugene's identity card was linked to his blood, so it was impossible to forge it. Especially since Eugene's identity card had a rare and eye-catching appearance, as the Lionheart sigil had been engraved on the back of the card after he was adopted into the direct line. Back in the old days, we went around carrying badges instead. And although they had all kept those badges on them, they actually weren't very suitable for identification purposes, as the badges were easy to forge. Back in that era of constant bloodshed, it was strength, not a badge, that was used to prove their identities. Even the currency has been converted into some strange pieces of paper. Although the currency had still been called sals, they used to carry around coins made of copper, silver, and gold. But the paper money that they use nowadays? Where exactly did its value come from? The world really has changed quite a lot. While Eugene was living at the main estate, he hadn't really felt the difference. But since venturing out into the world, it all felt a little unreal to him upon noticing that so many things had changed from his past. The captain of the guards asked, "How would you gentlemen like to pay for the entrance fee?" With casual ease, the guide replied, "We want a full-course tour of the mansion." "Sir Eugene, would you like to pay with cash or card?" Caught off guard, Eugene stammered, "W with card." Fumbling, Eugene took his card out of his wallet. This thing called a wallet was pretty awkward as well. Why did you need to pull your money out of these thin leather pockets? Didn't anyone use money bags nowadays? And what's with this card? He'd been told that he could use it without any hesitation whenever he needed to pay for something. It was a black card with the Lionheart sigil engraved on it. A black card. The guide took the proffered card with a gulp. The national banks only issued such black cards to the highest level of accounts. Even though this might tempt thieves to try and steal it, stolen cards could not be used so easily. The public banks had linked cards like these to their owner's blood, just like the ID cards. Whoa! After a slight pause, the captain of the guards took the card with a respectful bow of his head. Once they were done with the payment process, Eugene and the guide were escorted away, not to the crowded main gate, but to another more secluded gate instead. "Please enjoy the tour," the captain of the guards saw them off with a bow. While still ruminating on the acute difference between the current day's common sense and the common sense he had inherited from his past life, Eugene put away his wallet. "I'll just have to try and get used to it." Even when Eugene was back in Jidal, he had hardly ever left the mansion. After all, once he left his mansion, all there was to see were endless fields of wheat. And after he was adopted into the main family, Nina was there to bring him whatever he needed, so he devoted all his time to training his mana and martial arts. "How long would you like to stay here?" the guide asked politely. "Maybe 1 or 2 hours?" Eugene answered, sounding unsure. "If that's the case, then I'll wait out here until you're done," the guide replied with a smile. Eugene absent-mindedly nodded and turned away from him. At first, he had wondered why someone would even need a guide, but now he found it convenient to have someone handle the troublesome work for him. Now then, Eugene took a deep breath before putting his best foot forward. Let's take a look at how that chick lived. Sienna's mansion was huge. It was a home that she had lived in for over 100 years. During that time, Vermouth had married more than 10 wives, and even that foolish Mullen had gotten married and had several children. However, Sienna never married. She didn't even live together with her 3 personal disciples. Except for her servants, Sienna had lived in this spacious mansion all by herself. If she lived here for 100 years, it wouldn't have been strange for her to have married and even gotten to her grandchildren. Because of her faith, it was normal for a niece to not get married. But what about Sienna? If she was going to live that long, wouldn't it have been better for her to get married and have children like Vermouth and Mullen, just so she wouldn't get lonely? Hey, what are you going to do after all this? This memory, when did it come from again? It was probably sometime after they had killed the 5th-ranked Demon King of Carnage. In the ruins of the Demon King's castle, while everyone was still exhausted from the battle, they had set up an order for the watch. On a night when everyone else had fallen asleep out of exhaustion, Hamel had been bandaging the wounds on his body when Sienna, who was next up for the watch, suddenly opened her eyes and had asked him that question. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "I'm just curious. Since we're going through all this shit in a hellish place like this when we're meant to be enjoying the bloom of our youths, shouldn't we at least get to enjoy some happiness once all this is over?" "I've got no idea. Never given it any thought. Mullen, that idiot, says he wants to become a king. Doesn't that sound hilarious? Crazy bastard. What a load of bullshit. Why on earth does he want to become a king? Hey, leave him alone. It's what he wants to do. Everyone has the right to dream. Have you been drinking? Everyone has the right to dream. See this? I'm getting goosebumps from the cringe. Scumbag. Even though I was trying to be sincere. Then, what do you plan on doing once this is over? Do you want to become a queen like Mullen? Are you crazy? Why would I choose to do something so boring? But you're implying that something like that isn't impossible for you? Of course, it's not impossible. If we return after slaying all the demon kings, won't they still try to pawn kingships onto us, even if we tell them not to? Mullen has probably thought of that as well, and that's why he says that he wants to become a king. So then, if you don't want to become a queen, what do you want to do? For me, I'd like to. Eugene looked up at the portrait. There was Sienna, just as Hamel remembered her. Light purple hair that would enchant the eye, even from a stray glimpse caught in the middle of a crowd, and green eyes just as beautiful as her hair. Live a normal life, just like everybody else. I want to get married, have children, live comfortably, and eventually become a grandmother. In his mind, he saw the wind blow through Sienna's hair. Unconsciously, Eugene stretched his hand out towards Sienna's portrait. Suddenly a voice reminded him, "You're not allowed to touch the portrait." Eugene couldn't help but curse, "This motherfucker," just when I was feeling a bit emotional. One of the guards deployed throughout the mansion gave him a warning glance. Although all of the objects in the mansion had been enchanted with preservation magic, that still didn't mean that they could be touched freely. "I understand your feelings," the guard said sympathetically. "Lady Sienna is truly beautiful. Of course, there's no way that that portrait can fully capture Lady Sienna's beauty." Still slightly annoyed, Eugene asked, "You've never seen her in person, so how could you be so sure of that?" "Because portraits always pale compared to the real thing," the guard stated confidently. Eugene wasn't too sure about that. He raised his head to stare up at the portrait. At first, he had thought that the portrait's appearance perfectly matched his memories, but now that he took another look, it felt like the portrait seemed more beautiful than the real thing. Really now. The more he continued to look at the portrait like this, the more uncertain Eugene felt. If she had returned without killing the last 2 demon kings, she should have just gotten married, had children, and grown old peacefully surrounded by her grandchildren. So why did Sienna live all by herself for over 100 years? Ch 29.2. Chapter 29.2, Aroth 4. I didn't come here to stare at a portrait, Eugene reminded himself. And he hadn't come here to get all emotional either. No, Eugene was here to see if Sienna had left any clues behind. According to his calculations, Eugene believed that it was definitely Sienna who had placed his necklace in the treasure vault. Lovelian did say that the memory he read was from 100 years ago, he recalled. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Sienna was still alive 100 years ago? No, we can't say that for sure. It could have been an entirely fabricated memory. Or perhaps, the one who left it there was actually Vermouth. His thoughts were spiraling in circles. Eugene took a deep breath and stroked his necklace. If it wasn't for the fact that this had caught his eye, he wouldn't have been left with such complicated thoughts. It can't just be some kind of surprise gift for me, so what on earth were they trying to do with this? Why did they put the necklace there? While forcing down his inner turmoil, Eugene left the portrait and moved on. Although there were many things to see in the spacious mansion, the most remarkable sight of all was the basement that had been entirely transformed into Sienna's personal study. Eugene glanced at the bookshelves that were packed with magical texts. Copies of the original texts had been made 200 years ago and stored here. Although powerful preservation magic had been cast over these books, they were still not allowed to be touched. There should be something that she left behind. There was no way that his reincarnation was a coincidence. His vague suspicions had been confirmed upon finding this necklace from his past life. The necklace hadn't been registered by the treasure vault's magic, and a fake memory had even been laid over it. What are the odds that the necklace just happened to be in the treasury, and I just happened to stumble across it once I entered? It all sounded impossible. While it was already extremely unlikely for him to have been reincarnated with his memories intact, for him to coincidentally be reunited with a keepsake from his past life. Something is going on. Someone had a hand in my reincarnation. Was it you, Vermouth? Or could it be you, Sienna? It might even be a niece, but there's no way it could be that idiot Mullen. If someone had planned for him to be reincarnated like this, they would definitely have made other arrangements as well. His soul hadn't changed at all, despite his reincarnation. Tempest had recognized that Eugene used to be Hamel with only a glance. What if the magic that made use of this fact was cast on the necklace as it lay in the treasure vault? Then wouldn't it make sense for the necklace to go undiscovered by anyone for hundreds of years, only to reappear in response to Hamel's soul? If the one who had planned for this was Sienna, then she should have left some other clues behind. But where? Of course, this conclusion was full of holes. The most obvious being, why use such a convoluted method? Wouldn't it be better if they had just immediately explained the situation to him as soon as he had gotten hold of the necklace? But if they were using such a cumbersome method, there must have been a good reason for it. However, what on earth could that reason be? I can't fucking figure it out, Eugene cursed after wandering through Sienna's study for quite a while. He had traversed through the entire maze of bookshelves, scanning through the titles in the tightly packed bookshelves. However, he hadn't managed to find anything. So he left the study and headed upstairs. He took a look in Sienna's bedroom and the many other rooms as well. But nothing stood out in his sight. I really have no fucking clue. As he scratched at his hair in frustration, Eugene stared up at the portrait. So I guess I'll just have to do things my way. If there was something that you wanted me to do, you should have at least found a way to tell me properly. If you don't tell me anything, then how the hell am I supposed to know what you want me to do? It was frustrating trying to cooperate with some unknown scheme. If there really was some plan in motion, then as long as she hadn't died yet, they would definitely meet up again someday. Eugene took a quick look around to see if the guards were looking in his direction. Once he confirmed that they weren't, Eugene raised his middle fingers to Sienna's portrait. If that pisses you off, you can come right at me. In the first place, he was the one who had been reincarnated, not Sienna. As long as you're alive, that is. Eugene let out a long sigh and turned around. The sun was currently setting and the sky was getting dark. He had been so focused on his search that he hadn't realized how much time had passed. "Did I keep you waiting for too long?" Eugene asked guiltily. "It's fine," the guide replied. Even though Eugene said he'd be out in an hour or two, the guide, who had been left waiting outside for twice that time, forced a smile. "It looks like you really enjoyed the tour," the guide commented. "Well, it's just that I ended up spending a long time thinking about various things." And it didn't help that the inside of the mansion was really spacious. Eugene tried to excuse himself. The guide changed the subject. "You saw Lady Sienna's portrait, right?" "Yes, it was a really beautiful painting." That beautiful appearance, along with her unprecedented magical abilities that would even shame a demon king. Lady Sienna could truly be called a goddess of magic. Eugene felt awkward. Well, calling her a goddess is a bit. And he didn't think that her abilities had really been strong enough to put a demon king's to shame. "Where would you like to go now?" the guide asked. "This is a popular tourist attraction, so there are plenty of great restaurants nearby." Eugene casually pulled out his wallet. The guide's eyes started sparkling when he saw this. "Here's a tip," Eugene said, handing over some money. "Thank you so much," the guide shouted excitedly. "I'm fine with not going to a restaurant, so let's head straight to the Red Tower of Magic. Once we arrive there, your work is over for today." "Ah." At these words from Eugene, the guide's expression stiffened slightly. "Yes, sir, please follow me." Swallowing his jealousy, the guide continued to act professionally. Unlike that foolish eldest son, at least this adopted son had given him more money than he would have been able to earn after months of working as a guide. And at least he's shown that he has true skills, the guide argued to himself. Unlike the eldest son, whose only virtue was being born to the direct line, Eugene had been recognized for his abilities and been adopted into the main family despite being born to a collateral line. The guide took the lead as he used these thoughts to soothe his depressed feelings. "Is it okay if I ask you something?" Eugene suddenly asked. "Of course, as long as it's something that I can answer," the guide proclaimed. "It's about Ued Lionheart." As they were riding an aerial carriage on its way to the Red Tower of Magic, Eugene casually brought up his name. "He's my elder brother, but have you heard of him?" Among the younger generation of wizards in Pentagon, there are only a few who don't know that name, the guide replied while giving Eugene a nervous look. Noticing his expression, Eugene smiled warmly and said, "There's no need to be nervous. I just brought it up since we're heading to the Red Tower, and we're indebted to them for taking care of him." Yes. Hasn't my older brother been staying with them ever since he arrived 4 years ago?" "I'm not sure if you know of our family situation, but I wasn't originally a part of the main family and was instead adopted into it. Just as I was being adopted into the household, you had left the main estate and headed to Aroth." "That's..." "Yes, I'm aware of it. It's quite the famous story." "Was it really that famous?" Eugene had been living in the main estate for the past few years, so he was in the dark about the rumors spreading outside. Eugene continued, "Thanks to that, I haven't been able to meet with my older brother, Ued, even once since I was adopted into the family. That's why I would like to ask, by any chance, have you heard any rumors concerning my older brother?" The guide dithered uncertainly. "All I'm asking you to do is to tell me any rumors concerning my older brother," Eugene pressed, his eyes narrowing. The guide's Adam's apple bobbed as he felt the subtle pressure coming from Eugene. "The rumors that I've been able to piece together about my brother aren't very substantial," Eugene admitted. "But I can roughly tell that there aren't many good things being said about him. So don't you think I need to learn a bit more about my brother, just so that I don't make a mistake when we meet?" "That's..." "Yes, well..." The guide still proved hesitant. "Of course, I won't feel offended by your words, nor will I punish you for any slander. I won't reveal the source of my information to the main family, especially not to my brother. I can swear all this on my family name." Since Eugene had gone so far as to swear a vow, the guide had no choice but to nod in agreement. Eugene's gaze was far too piercing for him to try and insist that he didn't know anything. He had heard that Eugene was currently only 17, but how could his gaze be so overbearing? If Eugene were to give them this look, even mercenaries who had wandered the battlefields for decades might run away with their tails between their legs. The guide finally started spilling everything. Well, I also don't know much about him, but please speak freely, Eugene prompted. About Sir Ued, I've heard that he leaves the Tower of Magic every night to indulge himself in certain forms of entertainment. Entertainment? How old was Ued again? He was 2 years older than me, right? At 19, Ued was at an age where his youthful vitality could keep him up at night. By entertainment, do you mean he indulges in alcohol and women? If it's those sorts of things, isn't that rather normal for someone his age? Eugene asked skeptically. The guide hesitated. No. It's not that kind of entertainment. This really is just a rumor, but if rumors are spreading, there must be a good reason for it. Stop dawdling and spit it out already. What's this all about? Sue. What? I said. It's a succubus, the guide finally revealed, blushing in embarrassment. That crazy bastard, Eugene growled, his eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Favorite. CH 30.1. Chapter 30.1. The Red Tower of Magic 1. Succubi were a species of night demons, that were so famous almost no one was unfamiliar with them. Of course, Eugene was also well acquainted with succubi. In his past life, when he and his companions were journeying through Helmuth, those damn night demons would invade their dreams whenever they were tired and exhausted to pull all sorts of shit. This isn't even fucking Helmuth, so why are there succubi here? Eugene demanded. PL, please calm down. Seeing Eugene burst out in a rage, the guide was greatly flustered and raised his hands to form a fragile barrier. This might not be Helmuth, but there's still the Black Tower of Magic, remember? Apart from the human black wizards, there are quite a lot of demon folk living in the tower as well. So that means that bastard, my big brother, has been playing around with a succubus from the Black Tower of Magic? Even though it had come from his own lips, Eugene still couldn't believe what he was saying. That guy was a descendant of Vermouth, the eldest son of the main family, but he was playing around with demon folk and a succubus at that? That's, strictly speaking, rather than playing around with them, he's just being entertained by them. How's that any different? Although this might be true of any city, even Aroth has a certain street where illegal gatherings and those sorts of shops operate in the open. To put it bluntly, it's a place purposely left unsupervised as a form of necessary evil. So what about it? While that street is most famous for its black market, there are also a few shady shops that have hired succubi as their hostesses. I've heard that Sir Ued visits those types of shops regularly. That crazy bastard, Eugene's tone grew even harsher. Since the guide had mentioned the Black Tower of Magic, Eugene had suspected that Ued might have some kind of relationship with a black wizard to whom the succubus was contracted. But after hearing the full story from the guide, it only made Eugene despise Ued even more. To think that a descendant of Vermouth had gotten entangled in the skirt strings of a succubus and was freely offering himself as sustenance. That alone would have been shameful enough, but she wasn't just a succubus, but was actually a hostess, too. Even calling her a hostess was actually putting it in exceedingly polite terms, as it was clear that the succubi who worked in those sorts of shops were the lowest of the low among the succubi. In human terms, they were no different from street corner horse. That crazy, stupid bastard. What the fuck does that still wet behind the ears brat think he's doing? At these scathing words, the guide couldn't help but feel extremely flustered once more, because the way Eugene was speaking sounded just like an adult scolding a foolish child. Eugene rounded on the guide. Has this been confirmed? The guide cringed. No, well, not really. It's just to the extent that there are rumors about it. Do you know where that street is? It's called Bolero Street. Those shops don't open every day, so the street only shows its true, corrupted appearance once a month, on the night of the full moon. Got it, Eugene growled out a reply between gritted teeth. He had no desire to get all friendly with Hewitt upon coming to Aroth. He had planned to keep a reasonable distance and basically ignore his step-sibling while focusing on his own affairs. However, now that he had heard this news, he felt a fiery rage ignite inside of him. Eugene's anger wasn't because of his attachment to their shared family name of Lionheart. Instead, he just couldn't accept that a descendant of Vermouth was offering his life force to a petty demon. How dare he give in to scumbags like those? Eugene obviously hated the Demon Kings, but he also despised the demon folk. And if he had to rank who among the demon folk he hated the most, the succubi would be at the top of his list. There was a simple reason for this. When they were attacked for the first time by succubi in the Devil Dome, he had experienced a god-awful embarrassment. Whether it's a succubus or an incubus, any sort of night demon, they all need to be wiped out. He didn't even want to recall the embarrassing memories from back then. In any case, Eugene had torn apart countless succubi and incubi in his previous life as revenge for the shame he had been put through. Hesitantly, the guide spoke up. Sir Eugene, would you please keep the fact that I shared this story with you a secret? Don't worry about it. Didn't you hear me swear on my name? I'm not going to say anything to anyone, especially not to that fucking big brother of mine. They were drawing close to the Red Tower of Magic. Having been distracted by the guide's worried voice, Eugene gave a vague nod of reassurance before going back to grinding his teeth. If I could have my way, I'd just grab him by the collar and slap the truth out of him. But for now, he had only heard rumors, and they were pretty unreliable rumors at that. If he slapped the shit out of Hewitt just because of some idle tales, Eugene would be the one in the wrong. So he needed to hold back his urge for violence until he had found some clear evidence. You said that it opens on the night of the full moon and that it's called Bolero Street, right? Yes. Okay, I've got it. The aerial carriage landed in front of the Red Tower. Eugene was the first to fling open the carriage door. Turning back, he said, there's no need to get off with me since we'll be parting ways here anyway. Take care, and let's grab something to drink if we happen to meet in the street sometime. Surprised, the guide asked, would you like to take my business card? My name is. Now, there's no need for that. I have a good memory. I'll definitely recognize you if we meet again, so we can each go our own ways from here, and I'll make sure to say hi the next time I see you. Waving goodbye, Eugene got off the carriage. The guide's intentions had been obvious. He had wanted to somehow establish a relationship with Eugene, because by doing so, he would hopefully get the chance to have his name heard by Lovelian, the master of the Red Tower. But that wasn't any of Eugene's business. Might you be Sir Eugene Lionheart? A woman standing in front of the entrance to the tall, scarlet tower approached Eugene. Wearing a large, pointed, wide-brimmed hat on top of her magenta robes, she made for quite an impressive sight. Even 300 years ago, no one went around dressed so stereotypically like a wizard. But trends came and went. Was something like that supposed to be an example of retro fashion? After glancing up at the pointed headwear, Eugene nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's me. My name is Hera, and I am a wizard of the Red Tower of Magic. Hera took off her hat and bowed her head as she introduced herself. The Tower Master is waiting upstairs. He planned to be here to greet you personally, but a small problem cropped up that's keeping him occupied. What kind of problem? Eugene asked. At this question, Hera revealed a helpless expression. Unable to answer right away, she hesitated momentarily before glancing back at the tower. Ching! A pulse of mana swept from the tower and sent shivers through the atmospheric mana. The sharp, ringing sound set Hera's shoulders trembling. Eugene also furrowed his brows slightly as he looked up at the tower. There seems to have been some sort of accident? Eugene observed. This is actually rather common, Hera admitted defeatedly. With a low cough, Hera put her hat back on. At the Red Tower of Magic, well, we have many wizards who study summoning magic. And among the various different types of magic, summoning magic, it has the highest risk of failure. If you're going to tell him that, you should give him a proper explanation. A voice suddenly interrupted. It's not just that the risk of failure is high, it's that they're trying to fail on purpose. They're trying to summon something completely different by overloading the summoning circle with mana. The owner of this annoyed-sounding voice was Lovelian. He opened one of the windows in the tall tower and flew outside. Whoosh! As soon as the window opened, black smoke started pouring out. However, this is just going too far. It looks like we really have a couple amazing geniuses on our hands. Just how on earth, did you all manage to summon a shadow beast from a circle meant to summon a lava shark? Hanging in the midair, Lovelian waved his hand. The shadow beast, which had already merged with the darkness of the night sky, was caught by the mana that Lovelian emitted. Your spirit of creative experimentation is alarmingly amazing. What were you planning to do by summoning a demonic beast that you couldn't even handle? What do you think would have happened had the shadow beast escaped because of your mistake? Thankfully, we'll never know for sure, but over 100 people could have died before it was caught. We're sorry. The young wizards who followed Lovelian out of the tower kept bowing their heads in apology. However, Lovelian's rage couldn't be appeased so easily. They must be insane, agreed Eugene in disbelief. The Shadow Beast was a demonic beast that stalked the knights in Helmuth. Like most demonic beasts, the Shadow Beasts weren't fully sentient. Instead, they were equipped solely with an instinct for destruction. If that Shadow Beast had managed to escape into the night sky, it would have immediately started hunting down the capital's inhabitants. The wizards tried to make excuses. We never meant to summon a demonic beast. We just. From now on, you guys can be the tower masters of the Red Tower, Lovelian suddenly declared. The wizards gaped in shock. Even I wouldn't be able to summon a shadow beast from a lava shark summoning circle. That would absolutely never happen. So, doesn't this mean you managed to perform a feat of summoning that even I couldn't? Since that must mean you're better wizards than me, you should be the tower masters of the Red Tower instead. T-Tower Master, do you really think I have stones for eyes? Your summoning circle was flawed from the very start. Even if you make a mistake, you should at least try to get the basics right. This demonic beast could only be summoned if the very foundation of the summoning circle was screwed up. Lovelian suddenly roared even louder. Pack your bags and leave immediately. The wizards continued to bow their heads in apology as tears dripped from their eyes. However, Lovelian didn't change his mind. Tearing his gaze away from the poor wizards, Lovelian turned to face Eugene. One, a category of demons who have power over dreams. Apart from the succubi, this includes incubi, nightmares, and night hags. 2. Though this may sound discriminatory towards certain professions, we do not endorse such discriminatory behavior. CH 30.2. Chapter 30.2. The Red Tower of Magic 1. Lovelian's fierce expression instantly transformed. It had turned back into the appearance of the kind young man who had said, "Hello, children," with a smile on his face during the bloodline continuation ceremony 4 years ago. It's been a long time, Eugene. Lovelian nodded respectfully. Although his smiling face was the same as back then, the tone of his voice had changed. This was because Eugene's station had also changed over the years. 4 years ago, Eugene was just one of the several children from common collateral branches. However, the current Eugene was now the adopted son of the Lionheart's direct line. You've grown a lot, Levelian observed. Haha, to be honest, I almost didn't recognize you. Master Levelian hasn't changed at all, Eugene complimented the man. Well, so what? It's just because I'm holding on to my youth with my magic. After all, isn't it better to have a youthful appearance than an aged one? As Levelian descended to the ground, he gave Eugene a broad smile. From what Eugene had heard, Levelian was close to 100 years old. However, he looked like he was in his mid-20s at most. Although he seems different from when I saw him 4 years ago. Even then, he had gotten a vague sort of threatening feeling from Levelian. But because he hadn't started training his mana sensitivity yet, he hadn't been able to confirm anything as he was unable to sense the man's mana. However, now that Eugene had met Levelian once more, he now knew for sure. Levelian was strong. This was actually rather appropriate. As one of Aratha's 5 tower masters, he should at least have that level of strength. However, Eugene didn't feel any other sort of impression from Levelian, just that he was strong. When Eugene recalled the strong men he had met in his previous life, the ones he immediately thought of were those who had given him a unique impression besides their strength. It looks like he has a long way to go before reaching Sienna's level, Eugene observed. Levelian also examined Eugene in turn. This is absurd. Levelian was astonished at the amount of mana he sensed from Eugene. It was Levelian who had suggested that Eugene be adopted. He had already noticed Eugene's potential during the bloodline continuation ceremony. Even after returning to Arath, he had kept in touch with Gilead and had heard all about Eugene's accomplishments. He had heard about how Eugene could sense mana in less than 10 minutes after entering the ley line. That was an abnormal level of mana sensitivity. Not only that, but Eugene had also shown monstrous levels of mana affinity that had allowed him to control the mana as soon as he sensed it. Levelian couldn't help but feel troubled whenever he heard these stories about Eugene. Of course, this was because of Uid. Eventually, Levelian said, "I've heard the news from Gilead." "So, you're interested in magic?" "Yes, sir," Eugene confirmed. Magic is an extremely engaging field of study. Although it's just as difficult to learn as it is interesting. But if it's you, Eugene, you should be able to do well. As he muttered this, Levelian turned his head. He could feel a presence from behind the closed door that barred the entrance to the tower's first floor. He didn't feel comfortable with how this presence was just lingering there, not daring to open the door. With a click of his tongue, Levelian shot the door a glance. Creak! The closed door swung open, immediately followed by a sound of gasp. It had come from a skinny young man who was visibly taken aback when the door suddenly opened. It was Uid Lionheart. Eugene wasn't able to recognize him immediately. After all, 4 years was an exceptionally long time for children. Uid had grown a lot taller. However, his physique hadn't grown to match his new height. Eugene glanced at Uid's barely muscled limbs. He also noted Uid's dull, spiritless eyes. As for his gray hair, which could be called a symbol of the Lionheart clan along with their sigil, it looked as dry and lifeless as withered blades of grass. That fucking bastard. Eugene's eyes began to burn with an inner fire as he looked at Uid. With an appearance like that, he's practically bragging about how he's regularly getting his life force sucked away by succubi. Levelian chided Uid, "Shouldn't you at least come out to greet your younger brother?" Ahem, with an awkward cough, Uid looked up at Eugene. "I'm not quite sure what I should say. It's nice to meet you, big brother." Eugene put some force into his voice as he glared at Uid. "Let's get along well from now on." All right. Uid nodded in agreement as he avoided meeting Eugene's intense gaze. Then, being careful not to draw Levelian's ire, Uid slowly began backing away. "What do you even think you're doing? If you have nothing else to do, go upstairs and at least read a book." Levelian spat out this order as he turned his gaze away from Uid. If it wasn't for the fact that Uid was a scion of the Lionheart clan's direct line, and if it hadn't been a request from his old friend Gilead, Lovelian would have never allowed Uid to remain in his tower. It had already been several years since Lovelian had begun experiencing this internal conflict between his friendship with Gilead and his desire to expel Uid. "Yes, sir." Uid crept away with his shoulders slumped. Without looking at the wretched appearance of Uid's receding figure, Lovelian let out a long sigh. "Really now. Please accept my regrets for showing you such shameful sights as soon as you've arrived," Lovelian apologized. Eugene accepted the apology. "Don't worry, it's fine. As for that earlier commotion, well, as Hera has told you, it's quite a common incident for the Red Tower of Magic. Though a serious disturbance like today's is rare." As Lovelian smiled bitterly, he shot a glance at Hera and said, "So I've heard from Gilead that you are unwilling to receive personal lessons in magic from me." Eugene explained, "It's just that I don't want to burden you unnecessarily, head wizard." That's fine with me. But I just hope that you live up to my expectations, Eugene," Lovelian admitted. Lovelian appreciated Eugene's explanation. Although he had already realized this 4 years ago, the boy in front of him showed a depth of consideration that belied his age. Though rather than consideration, would it be better to call it calculation? Lovelian mused to himself. This wasn't an easy judgment to make. Lovelian didn't know much about Eugene, nor had they spent much time together. Well, it was fine either way. It was better to be overly considerate than to be shameless despite your lacking ability, and it was better to be calculating than to be greedy and stupid. "I'm not fully confident that I will be able to live up to your expectations," Eugene replied as he took a step back. Waving a sword, thrusting a spear, swinging an axe. These are the things that I'm most confident in. From a young age, I was sure that I had a talent for these. But magic is a field of study that I have absolutely no experience with, so I don't dare to say that I have the talent for it." These words also appealed to Lovelian. It showed that Eugene's mentality was much better than Uid's, who lacked both motivation and effort. Eugene continued his explanation. "Also, if I personally learn magic from Master Lovelian, many people will look at the Lionheart clan with dissatisfaction. So, for the time being, I would like to study the field of magic on my own." "Very well. Then let's do it like that." Lovelian nodded his agreement with a warm smile. "Unless you ask me to, Eugene, I will not interfere with your studies. However, since it will be hard for a beginner to begin studying the field of magic all alone, if you ever need help, feel free to ask me for assistance at any time." "Yes, sir." "Have you arranged for a place to stay?" "No, I haven't found one yet." "In that case, just stay in the tower. It might not be as luxurious as the main family's mansion, but it's an adequate place to live." "Is it okay for me to move in right away?" "There's no reason why you shouldn't." At Lovelian's cheerful answer, Eugene also smiled broadly. Eugene had hoped that he would be able to stay in the tower. That was why he hadn't even gone looking for a place to stay beforehand. Eugene asked, "If that's the case, would it be all right if I take a look at the library first?" Tower Master and Head Wizard are both used for the same position of Tower Master. They are sometimes used alternately, specifically when addressing the person in question. Adding this note, in case any of you are confused why Eugene is addressing Lovelian as the Head Wizard. CH 31.1. Chapter 31.1, The Red Tower of Magic, 2. Today as well? Why on earth is a rich young master like him doing something like that? Who knows why he would come all the way to Arath just to do that? From what I've heard, even the main family has recognized his talent. Isn't he just trying to attract attention by doing that? As a young master of the Lionhearts, he can attract everyone's attention just by standing there. Why would he feel the need to put on a show like that? It could be possible. After all, he's only from a collateral line, not a potential heir. The young wizards who were currently gathered in the library disliked Eugene. Unlike them, who had entered the Red Tower of Magic after a difficult series of exams, Eugene had been granted entry into the tower just on the virtue of his name as a Lionheart. But they couldn't express their dissatisfaction directly. Openly criticizing Eugene was the same as criticizing Lovelian, the Tower Master. Still, isn't he at least better than that fool, Uid? Don't even think of comparing the two. Of course, he's better than Uid. At least this juvenile young master is actually working hard. Even among these young wizards, many were able to recognize the admirable qualities that a person possessed, despite disliking that person. As they puffed on their cigarettes, the wizards kept glancing at the library's top floor. On that floor, the seat facing the window was practically Eugene's exclusive spot, as he'd been the only one using it for the past month. Of course, it wasn't actually reserved for him, but after Eugene had taken that seat, no one else had dared to sit there. At first, quite a few wizards had approached him with fake smiles. They had all been people who were interested in Eugene's family name, Lionheart. By getting close to the young 17-year-old boy, they were hoping to make connections with the Lionheart clan. But of course, Eugene had disregarded such attempts. Isn't the weather today quite pleasant? Isn't that the beginner's guide to magic? Man, I also began learning magic using that book when I was young. If it's all right with you, how about I teach you a bit of magic? Doesn't it get boring spending the whole day inside the library? Young master, since the weather's so nice, why don't we take a walk together? I know a really good restaurant. Whenever these sorts approached, Eugene always gave the same response. I'm fine. Since they were always met with the exact same reply no matter what, at some point, these wizards had stopped approaching Eugene, and he was perfectly okay with that. No one would sit near him, so his surroundings were always empty. And on top of the wide desk, the books that Eugene had selected formed several towers circling him. Inside this enclosed space, the only sound that could be heard was that of pages turning. Although there was a smoking area directly below him, only a few floors down, the cigarette smoke didn't rise this high thanks to the magic that partitioned each floor. Due to that, Eugene could concentrate on reading while breathing in the fresh air. It had already been a month since he had come to the Red Tower of Magic. Without skipping a single day, Eugene had visited the library daily. He was in the library from early in the morning and only returned to his room when it was late at night. He wasn't just spending all his time on magic. He woke up a few hours before he needed to head to the library each day to train his mana, and before going to sleep, he worked out until he was pouring with sweat. Although this reduced his time spent sleeping, Eugene's gifted body was able to shake off all his fatigue after just a few hours of sleep. With the assistance of mana on top of that, he wouldn't feel more than a little tired, even if he missed a few days of sleep. Yawn. The sun was slowly setting. Eugene glanced up at the last rays of sunset shining through the window. After staring out the window for a few moments, Eugene got up from his seat. He gathered the books strewn across the desk and returned them to their original places. There was no aimless wandering, as Eugene clearly remembered where each book had come from. Not only did he recall their original locations, but Eugene had also memorized the contents of each book he had read. Just by lightly retracing his memory, he was easily able to recall everything he had seen on their pages. Despite initially having a poor grasp of magic, Eugene had begun to increasingly understand the field of magic with each book he read. Even this head of mine proves innately talented. With a grin, Eugene headed down the stairs. In just a month, he had read all the introductory texts of magic that were stored in the Red Tower of Magic's library. At first, the books had been so confusing that it had even been painful to just turn the pages, but the more he had read, the more it all began to make sense, and later on, he had even been able to understand the contents of a book just by skimming over it. although I'm still only at the theory level for now. For the past month, Eugene had only been reading books. While this had filled in the holes in his knowledge, he had yet to properly begin practicing magic. He had his reasons. Although it was all lumped together as magic, magic actually came in an infinite variety of forms. The more books he had read in the library, the more Eugene had begun to worry about which method would best suit his body. That was why he had only focused on reading books. But now I don't have anything more to read. It went without saying that any wizard who had joined the Red Tower had already achieved public recognition of their skills. So the introductory books on magic provided by the tower weren't meant to be actually used by any of the wizards in the tower, and were instead prepared so that the wizards could use them for research and reference. In other words, they were all famous magical texts that had received public recognition for their reliability. Although there were countless introductory books on magic in the world, if you had read all the introductory texts in the tower, there was no need to read any other introductory text. Now then, shall I give it a go? As Eugene approached the library's front desk, he spoke up, "I would like to make the attempt today." The librarian sitting at the desk raised her head to look up at Eugene and said, "It's about time." The librarian was Hera, the wizard Eugene had met on the first day he had arrived at the tower. While the wizards of the tower were usually immersed in the research that they were currently pursuing, Hera had recently finished a research project and was relaxing while working as a librarian. Lovelian had told Eugene to ask him for advice if he had any questions about magic, but it would be bothersome and awkward for Eugene to approach Lovelian with every trivial question he might have. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Perhaps Hera had also noticed this, as she was the first to approach Eugene and make this offer. Thanks to this, during the past month that Eugene had stayed at the tower, he had received help from her several times and had even gotten to know her quite well. "Where would you like to do it?" Hera asked. "I'd like to use the basement laboratory," Eugene answered. "Please wait one moment." "Another librarian should be arriving soon to take over," Hera said as she began tidying up her desk. While waiting for the replacement librarian, Eugene categorized the magical techniques floating around inside his head. Many wizards had purchased residences outside the tower, but most young wizards stayed within the rooms provided by the tower. This went for Eugene as well. Although he had access to a lot of money, living in the tower was much more convenient than buying or renting a residence. Perhaps because the tower had been used to research summoning magic for so long, there were many different types of familiars taking care of the daily chores inside the tower. The rooms were a lot smaller than the annex's rooms at the main estate. Still, they were spacious enough to comfortably live in by yourself, and Eugene was satisfied with them. There was also no need to go to a restaurant. As long as you told them in advance, the familiars would bring the dishes that you ordered up to your room. If he was forced to pick something that he was dissatisfied with, it would be the lack of a gymnasium. But that still wasn't a deal breaker, as one of the many laboratories could substitute for a gymnasium. The only annoying thing was that, since the laboratories on each of the tower floors were reserved for high-ranking wizards, he needed to take an elevator down to the basement to use the laboratory there. CH 31.2. Chapter 31.2, The Red Tower of Magic, 2. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Hera said once she was ready to go. Hera was wearing her large pointed hat today as well. He had wondered if the style from 300 years ago was back in fashion, but it had turned out that Hera's tastes were just a bit unusual. Hera was the only one in the tower who insisted on wearing such stereotypical wizard's clothing. "It looks like my brother hasn't shown up today either," Eugene noted. "Well, that's just how it is sometimes," Hera said with a bitter smile as she put on her large wizard's hat. For the first week following Eugene's arrival at the tower, Yuid had also visited the library, but only for that first week. After that, Eugene rarely saw Yuid in the library, and it was even rarer to see him in the hallways. He had heard that Yuid had been like this for the past few years. No matter how friendly Lovelian was with Gilead, Yuid's skill fell far too short of the standard for Lovelian to take him as his disciple. It was, of course, for the sake of fairness, but Lovelian also could not risk tarnishing his reputation as the Tower Master. As such, Lovelian had arranged for an idle high-ranking wizard who belonged to the tower to become Yuid's teacher. Not only had he allowed Yuid to enter the tower, but Lovelian had also managed to secure him a skilled teacher, so Lovelian had gone above and beyond what his friendship with Gilead accounted for. But Yuid remained a problem. After coming to the Red Tower of Magic, Yuid had worked hard for about half a year, but after a certain point, he had stopped frequenting the library or the laboratories and instead loitered in his room or outside the tower. Pathetic bastard. Eugene knew the reason for this. 3 years ago, Yuid had taken the recruitment test for the Towers of Magic at Lovelian's suggestion. The results hadn't been great. Although he got a pretty decent grade for his theoretical, Yuid's results in the practicals were so terrible that they couldn't be excused. Due to this, the situation had become awkward and embarrassing, not just for Lovelian, but also for all the other wizards who had taught Yuid. If he's not good enough, he should work even harder. How long does he plan on playing around while living off his family's money? On top of that, he's even become a succubus's life force. 1. Meal ticket. If he had personally witnessed the scene of Yuid being fed on by a succubus, Eugene would have beaten up Yuid without any care for the fact that Yuid was his older brother or that he was an heir of the Lionheart clan. Yuid might be feeling cautious because of Eugene, as he had stayed quietly locked up in the tower on the previous night of the full moon. However, he wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. A few days ago, Eugene had run into Yuid in one of the tower's many corridors. Although his pale skin and dry hair had appeared to be rejuvenated, he was constantly biting his fingernails, and his eyes were clouded. These were signs of withdrawal. It was apparent that Yuid would probably go looking for his succubus on the next full moon. As they were heading down to the basement in the elevator, having offered to supply enough of the mana needed to move the elevator for the both of them, Hera spoke up. I expect that you're going to be attempting to use the circle's magic formula, correct? Yep, Eugene confirmed. One of the reasons why the wise Sienna was so revered in Arath was because she had systematically established a ranking for the different levels of magical aptitude. 300 years ago, the line that separated a good wizard from a great one was still very vague. Powerful and astonishing spells obviously required a lot of mana, so a good wizard must be one who knew how to freely handle enormous amounts of mana. But the way in which they cast their spells also needed to be appropriately difficult and complex. In other words, a good wizard must be someone who is able to control a lot of mana and cast many different spells. This wasn't incorrect. But if you wanted to be called an archwizard, it was obvious that not only did you need to know how to cast many different types of magic, but you also needed to be proficient in casting spells so complex that no other wizard would be able to copy you. 300 years ago, Sienna created clear divisions between the different stages of magical aptitude. Strictly speaking, Sienna had only devised the system for her own use, but after she became the Green Tower Master, Aratha's numerous wizards began adopting her system of magic. Sienna's system was based on the Circle system of magic. This system involved guiding the mana inside the body into a circular flow and then allowing this flow to draw out the mana from within the body when a spell was cast. As the amount of mana that a wizard could control increased, their circle of mana became thicker and stronger. When the amount of mana controlled exceeded what a single circle could handle, the number of circles increased, and these circles were able to overlap with each other. Furthermore, each time the number of circles increased, the amount of mana that could be incorporated into a spell multiplied exponentially, so even a simple spell could have different power levels depending on the number of circles used to cast it. 300 years had passed since then, and now most wizards were first introduced to magic through the circle's magic formula. The only ones who weren't started on circles were those who specialized in spirit magic and black magic, as these two forms of magic made use of different magical systems. Well, it's not like there's any other choice. Although there are other magic formulas besides the circle's magic formula, over these past 300 years, the circles have proven to be the most effective and logical system of magic, Hera said with a prideful expression on her face. Lovelian wasn't the only one who claimed to be a follower of Sienna. All wizards who used the circles as their foundational magic formula claimed Sienna as their master. The Red Tower of Magic and the Green Tower of Magic were particularly proud of this heritage. I'm considering trying to change things up a bit. As the elevator arrived at the basement laboratory, Eugene was the first to step off as he admitted these words. Although I'm unsure yet if it will work. You're going to make some changes? That's not really. It doesn't seem like a good idea, Hera commented with a worried expression as she followed Eugene out. Circle adaptation is a research topic that all wizards have tried to investigate at least once. However, Sir Eugene, you haven't even taken your first steps into magic yet. Wouldn't it be better to start with the orthodox method first and then study how to adapt the circles after you've reached a certain level? Despite all these objections, it wasn't because she thought he was a pretentious child. Hera was genuinely concerned for Eugene. Magic formulas were just as difficult to adapt as they were to create. If he ran out of mana during the attempt, then the magic formula could collapse within him. This could result in him being unable to use mana for the rest of his life, or even death. Even if the consequences weren't that dire, he would still be bedridden for several days. Eugene attempted to reassure Hera. Well, it's not like I'm going to tear it apart and redo it from the very start. I promise that it won't be that dangerous. If it's okay with you, may I please hear what you're planning to do? Hera insisted. I'm planning on combining the circles with the Lionheart's mana formula, Eugene replied without any obfuscation. At these words, Hera was left blinking in shock for a few moments. Could there be something off with his real age? Hera couldn't help but give this thought some consideration. She was well aware that Eugene was so precocious that it was hard to believe he was only 17. However, after hearing what was just said, Hera felt a sense of incongruity when she thought about his age. Sir Eugene. The mana system used for martial arts and the mana system used for magic are two different paths. Although I don't know much about the Lionheart clan's mana formula, does it at least incorporate any concepts related to magical operations or incantations? Hera questioned patiently. No, it doesn't, Eugene admitted. Hera started to lecture him. If that's the case, it should be impossible to use the Lionheart clan's mana system to cast magic. Although you'll be able to draw out the mana for the spell, unless you shape it according to the principles of magic and trigger it with an incantation, you won't be able to produce any magical phenomena. That's why I'd like to test combining the two systems, Eugene insisted despite obediently listening to Hera's advice. Eugene wasn't sure that it would definitely work as planned. He had actually asked himself several times, could this really work? But something was telling him that it was possible. To verify this hunch, he had first read all the introductory texts on magic that were stored in the library. It won't be all that dangerous, Eugene repeated. Hera finally conceded, for now, why don't you give it a shot? However, if the mana flow seems dangerous, I will be ready to intervene immediately. If you get injured, Sir Eugene, it won't just be me who gets in trouble. The Tower Master will also find himself in a precarious position. Yes, ma'am. Eugene nodded and came to a halt in front of a door. There were actually a lot of laboratories down here in the deep basement of the tower. Having picked the same laboratory that he'd been using over the past month, Eugene opened the door. The inside of the laboratory was extremely spacious. Thanks to advanced space distortion magic, This basement could contain dozens of laboratories of this size. Although he had felt quite surprised on his first day here, Eugene was now able to calmly stand in the center of the laboratory. 1. His vitality is the energy that the succubus feeds on for nourishment. Ch 31.3. Chapter 31.3. The Red Tower of Magic, 2. I'll be starting now, Eugene declared. All right, Hera acknowledged. Hera couldn't hide the anxious look in her eyes. She quietly summoned her staff and gripped it with both hands. This was so that she could respond immediately in case of an emergency. Eugene was relaxed. It really is similar to the white flame formula. He was thinking about the circles. As a system of magic created by Sienna, Eugene was indeed interested in it. Although the two were different systems, they shared the same essence. The white flame formula guided mana into the stars around his heart. The circles guided mana into a circular flow. In the white flame formula, whenever there was enough growth, another star split off. With the circles, whenever there was enough growth, another circle was formed. I just have to try and apply them together. It all made sense to him. Eugene had a good understanding of both methods, and he was personally familiar with the white flame formula. As for the mana control that was needed, he'd been continuously refining that ever since his previous life. Although he wasn't sure if it would work, Eugene felt that it was worth a try. The circles can be replaced with the stars. The resonance between the stars can amplify the mana. Depending on the situation, I'll have to make instantaneous adjustments to the mana. It'll be a pain if I mispredict it and make a mistake. This was no ordinary magic formula. Within moments, he could end up drained of all his mana. However, Eugene didn't hesitate. The mana within his body gathered to his heart. The three stars began to shine and then resonate as they linked up with each other. No way, Hera, who was holding on tightly to her staff, let out a noise of disbelief. Not only could she feel how pure the mana that Eugene had drawn out from his core was, but she could also tell how powerful it was. So this was the descendant of the Great Vermouth, the man known as the God of War and the Master of All. The whole world had heard of how impressive the Lionheart clan's mana training scripture was. However, wasn't this going a bit too far? How could a 17-year-old youth like Eugene possibly draw out such pure and vast quantities of mana? Slowly, Eugene reminded himself. Whoosh! A pure white flame engulfed his entire body. Eugene focused his concentration as he adjusted the flow of mana. He needed to be conscious of his current limits in controlling his mana, as he couldn't afford to overdo it. Eugene believed that this was possible because he felt something like web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. This was no different from producing Swordlight or Sword Force. But now, how should he manifest this mana into a spell? From the depths of Eugene's memory, he recalled a specific method of processing the spell's form. Incantations didn't necessarily need to be spoken out loud. The important thing was to have a clear will to trigger the effect of a spell. His mana surged up, but Eugene suppressed it. He continued to adjust the unruly strands of mana. The experience from his previous life gave Eugene as much mana control as he needed. He has such perfect mana control. It keeps looking like it's about to unravel, but it all stays together. Doesn't that mean he's controlling even the smallest particles of mana? Is that even possible at his age? Hera asked herself. The more mana you attempt to control, the weaker your grip on it. That was just common sense. Mana control required not just talent, but a lot of experience as well. It was only 4 years ago that Eugene Lionheart, as a collateral descendant, had first initiated his mana. But he was able to accumulate so much mana in just these 4 years and attain perfect control over his mana as well. That was just absurd. Right now, Eugene's mana was so pure and strong that Euid, who had initiated his mana when he was only 5 years old, couldn't even compare to him. I did hear he was a monster. Hera recalled what Lovelian had told her about Eugene. However, Lovelian wasn't her only source of rumors regarding Eugene. The bloodline continuation ceremony was a famous tradition of the Lionheart clan. During the 300 years of the bloodline continuation ceremony's continued existence, there was only one occasion where a collateral descendant had defeated those from the direct line. Eugene was the only one who had ever qualified to be adopted into the main family through this method. As this incident became widely known, the world had begun to call the still 13-year-old Eugene a monster. Whoosh! A sphere of flames had appeared in front of Eugene. While staring into it, Eugene slowly began separating the sphere into strands in order to reform it into another spell. He could not allow the mana to completely dissipate and thus disappear, so all his focus was directed toward his mana. The scattered strands of flame began to coalesce once more. Sweat dripped from his forehead and ran down to the end of his chin before falling to the ground. The shape of the coalescing flames had completely changed from the previous sphere. From the 1SD Circle's basic spell, the Fireball, it had been converted into another first circle spell, the Magic Missile. Eugene stared at the completed magic missile floating in front of him. Honestly speaking, it was easier and stronger to just send out a ray of swordlight than it was to go through such trouble for a single magic missile. Or else, he could just summon a spirit of the wind. Either way, it would have been stronger than this clumsy first attempt and much more convenient and familiar to the current Eugene. However, Eugene smiled in satisfaction. Wasn't this a good result for his first attempt? Although the spell wasn't powerful enough to justify the effort put into it, being able to use magic like this was enough to make Eugene happy. Because I never got to learn magic in my previous life. The truth was that Sienna had actually suggested that he learn magic from her several times. If you really want to, I could teach you some magic. Don't need it. But Vermouth is great at magic. Don't you want to use magic like Vermouth does? I can't surpass Vermouth in the things that I already know how to do, so won't the difference between us just increase if I act like a know-it-all and start trying to learn magic as well? And also, do you have the confidence to teach me magic that will allow me to beat Vermouth ragged? And seriously, Sienna, it's not like you're better at magic than Vermouth, right? Do you want to die? Don't compare me to something like him. Does it really make sense to compare Vermouth, who's as good at fighting as he is at using magic, to me, who only knows how to use magic? I can't use magic, and I'm good at fighting, but I'm still not a better fighter than Vermouth. That's because you're an idiot. I am. I am better at using magic than Vermouth. It's just, well, we have different specialties. That's it. It would have been helpful if he had just obediently taken the lessons at that time. Well, fuck, it's not like I knew that I would be reincarnated. If he had known that he would be reincarnated, he would definitely have worked hard to learn magic from Sienna. Eugene grinned and tried to move the magic missile around. Although it was slightly clumsy, it gave him a different feeling from when he used the pure mana generated by the white flame formula. It's also different from Swordlight. As he considered this, Eugene began to restore his mana through the breathing method. Hera, who had been watching all this with dazed eyes, said, You really are amazing." Even though she had seen it all with her own eyes, she still couldn't quite believe it. Hera alternated between staring at the sweat-drenched Eugene and the magic missile held in front of him. For a month, he only read the introductory texts on magic, and this is his first time actually casting a spell. Even if he had learned mana control before this, the mana used in martial arts should be different from the mana used in spells. Hera trailed off, still in disbelief. What was even more surprising was that Eugene hadn't verbally let out an incantation. An incantation was the trigger to activate a spell. Although high-ranking wizards could cast magic without incantations, you would need to verbalize it to trigger your magic if you hadn't reached that level. He was able to silently cast his first attempt at magic. Then, without dispelling it, he changed the mana into a different form. "Sir Eugene," Hera said with a gulp, "is this really your first time using magic? Why are you asking something like that all of a sudden?" Eugene asked in surprise. "You've arranged all this to surprise me, right? Have you been secretly practicing magic in your room? Today is my first time trying it." "That's impossible. Why would I come up with that sort of lie?" As he said this, Eugene began moving the magic missile back and forth. It might not be as strong as swordlight, but he liked that it was able to move without any physical actions on his part. "Please summon a monster for me," Eugene requested. "Huh?" Hera mumbled in incomprehension. "I'd like to check the power of my spell," Eugene offered an explanation. Hera hesitated before accepting, okay. What type of monster do you need?" "A tough guy, please." "Then are you fine with a golem?" "There's a golem that I've just created, so I can summon it immediately without going to get a catalyst." "Yes, please." While chanting her summons, Hera raised her staff. A magic circle was created a little ways away, and mana began to flow into the circle. Before too long had passed, a large golem was summoned from the circle. Hera introduced it. The golem is made from carbrium. Even without it using any defensive techniques, any attacks against it will have their force scattered on impact. "Sounds great," Eugene said with a grin. After walking the golem over to stand in front of Eugene, Hera drew back. "Please attack it," she called out. "All right." As soon as he finished his reply, Eugene threw the magic missile. Bang, bang, bang. The golem collapsed backward. CH 32.1. Chapter 32.1. The Red Tower of Magic, 3. "So you're saying that, in order to speak these words, Levelian first had to pick up his dropped jaw." Young Eugene used the core of the white flame formula as a circle and used it to cast magic. "Yes, sir," Hera confirmed. Without any mistakes, he was immediately able to summon a fireball, and then, without dispelling it, he converted it into a magic missile. "Yes, sir." "This magic missile then knocked your carbium golem onto its back?" "It hit right here, sir," Hera said as she pointed to the golem's chest. Indeed, there was a crater there that had been left from the impact. Levelian looked at it for a moment before chuckling. "Ho ho. That sure looks like quite a hit." It was his first time casting magic, but it hit dead center, Hera remarked in amazement. "How pure was the carbium?" "The outer surface was completely made of carbium, sir." "And you didn't cast a defensive enchantment on top of that?" "I hadn't gotten to it yet." "Is this really possible?" Levelian murmured as he traced the scars on the golem with his hand. Although a defensive enchantment hadn't been cast on it, carbium was a flexible metal that was even able to shed attacks of considerable power. It should be impossible for the offensive spell of a young wizard hatchling who had just learned magic to pierce the carbium shell. The purity and density of his mana was absurd. As she recalled the amazement that she had felt at the time, Hera continued speaking, so much so that it was hard to believe that he was just a novice wizard. No matter what type of magic he could have chosen to cast, the power of his offensive spell would probably be greater than that of a third circle wizard. Levelian's brows rose as he gave a low hum. "I did hear that Eugene was at the third star of the white flame formula. For him to have reached the third star at the age of 17 was unprecedented. If Eugene had ended up not showing any great talent for magic, Gilead had requested that Levelian persuade Eugene to return to the main estate for further training. The white flame formula creates stars around the heart as a form of core. The cores of martial arts and the circles of magic are different, but he was able to substitute the mana from a circle with that of the white flame formula all on his own. That was a monstrous level of talent, to the point where he might actually feel fear instead of admiration. A 17-year child had actually been able to showcase such mana control without making any errors and had substituted the mana system from a martial art for that of the circles. Could a core really be used for magic? It theoretically wasn't impossible. Among those rare magic swordsmen whose names were renowned, a few could cast magic using their own unique methods. However, he had never heard of someone using a core in place of a circle. In the first place, was there any need for that? A circle was a circle, and a core was a core. If you wanted to increase your mana control, it was overwhelmingly more efficient to just create a new circle. Is the white flame formula just that special? He couldn't ignore such a possibility. After all, the creator of the white flame formula was the Great Vermouth. Vermouth had been known as the master of all, as he was equally skilled in magic as he was in martial arts. However, in the present, it was impossible to know for sure whether Vermouth had used circles to cast magic or a different method entirely. However, following Vermouth, there had never been any other wizard born to the main family who could be called an archwizard. At a guess, does the third star of the white flame formula correspond to a third circle wizard? The wise Sienna had divided the various different spells according to the number of circles needed to cast them. First circle wizards could not use third circle spells. This was because the mana generated by a first circle fell far short of the mana needed to cast a third circle spell. Of course, this wasn't an absolute standard. Sometimes, there were a few rare geniuses who could cast high-level magic that exceeded the limits of their own circle. Lovelian was one such example. When he had reached the third circle, he had been able to cast all sorts of magic up to the fifth circle. "Did you say that Eugene has gone out?" Lovelian eventually asked. "Yes. He said he had an appointment and left before noon," Hera replied. "That's fortunate," Lovelian said as he stepped away from the golem. Sitting down at his desk, he looked up at Hera and called, "Hera." "Yes, head wizard," she responded. "Do you think it would seem absurd for me to write a letter of recommendation requesting Eugene's entry into Akron?" "Huh." Hera's eyes widened into circles. Akron was the name of Aratha's royal library. Only a few high-ranking wizards of the Towers of Magic, nobles of high status, and members of royalty were allowed entry into that place. As deserving of such a famous library, Akron was filled with magic texts far superior to those found in all the Towers of Magic. Even taking into account the whole of the Red Tower of Magic, fewer than 10 wizards were allowed entry in Akron. Hera hesitated. "I don't think it would be too unreasonable," Lovelian murmured as he crossed his arms in thought. "I believe that he deserves the opportunity." At the young age of 17, he was able to cast magic with a core in place of a circle, and this was as soon as he started learning magic. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone who taught him any magic, right? "Hera, would you happen to have taught Eugene anything?" "I did answer a few of his questions," Hera admitted. "What sort of questions?" "They were just questions about the basic structures of spells." "So you're saying that you haven't taught him anything else about magic, correct?" "Yes, sir." Lovelian unconsciously burst into laughter. "If that's the case, that means Eugene was able to use magic after only reading introductory texts on magic for a month, and then he was even able to use a core in place of a circle. Without any advice from a high-ranking wizard, he was able to do so based purely on his own judgment and knowledge. And the spell that he cast through this method was able to bore a hole through the armor of a Carbium golem," Lovelian summed up the situation. "Yes, that's right, sir," Hera agreed, still in disbelief. "Hera, do you know what we call someone capable of doing such things?" "A genius." "No, he's a monster." As he said this, Lovelian waved a finger. A desk drawer popped open, and a blank sheet of paper flew towards Lovelian. "That's why I've decided to write Eugene a letter of recommendation. It's definitely not unreasonable. If he really is a monster of such talent, he should receive the appropriate treatment. I'm afraid that the other wizards might be dissatisfied by this," Hera brought up hesitantly. And you. It doesn't matter to me. Because I saw what Master Eugene was capable of firsthand. Then it's fine. You don't feel dissatisfied because you saw Eugene's talent. That means that what Eugene has accomplished is just that amazing. As he said this, Lovelian grabbed a pen and began writing his letter of recommendation on the blank sheet of paper. If they're still dissatisfied once they know the truth, that just means that they're refusing to acknowledge the facts and are blinded by their jealousy. Of course, permission to enter Akron could not be guaranteed with Lovelian's letter of recommendation alone, but that didn't matter much. If he needed to, Lovelian was prepared to argue with the other tower masters. If that didn't resolve the issue, Lovelian could just personally retrieve any magical texts and lend them to Eugene. Or else I could have him enter on my behalf as my disciple. Wouldn't that actually be the better option? Lovelian considered this seriously as he looked over the letter of recommendation that he had just written. Lovelian suddenly recalled something. By the way, what sort of appointment did Eugene leave to attend? There shouldn't be anyone he's familiar with in Aroth. He said he was going out to meet a friend, Hera answered. A friend? Lovelian asked. When did Eugene make a friend in Aroth? Lovelian tilted his head in curiosity as he stamped his seal onto the letter of recommendation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meriden Square, in front of the Green Tower of Magic. A tall statue stood in the center of the square, named after Sienna's last name. It was a statue of Sienna holding a staff in her right hand and a grimoire in her left. This one also looks better than the real thing, Eugene thought as he looked up at the statue. Just like the portrait, the face of the statue seemed a little more beautiful than the image of Sienna that Eugene recalled. No, maybe it was actually identical to its real-life inspiration? Eugene wondered as he gazed up at the statue's face. In his memories, Sienna's face was often showing annoyance. After all, Helmuth was a place filled with all sorts of bullshit, and their journey was also arduous. That damned place was a hell where you couldn't help but get frustrated. Please, I'm begging you. That's why I told you to just go back. Why did you have to follow us so stubbornly? But rather than her annoyed expression, the most vivid memory that Eugene had of her was of her crying as tears fell from her reddened eyes. Please, you can't die. You can't. You just can't. Please, Hamel. The memories at the moment he died were a bit hazy, and he hadn't been able to clearly hear what had been happening around him. In any case, that was what he believed Sienna had said. Eugene scratched his hand in frustration before venting with a sigh. The statue's face wasn't tearful. Instead, it had a confident smile. Eugene recognized that face. The easily annoyed Sienna used to put on such an expression whenever she had managed to accomplish something great with her magic and turned to look at him smugly. I guess it isn't that different from the real person, Eugene mumbled as he turned around. CH 32.2. Chapter 32.2. The Red Tower of Magic, 3. Just like at Sienna's mansion, the fee to enter Meriden Square was exorbitantly expensive. So there wasn't a crazy amount of people packed into the square. Although this was partly because of the extortionate entrance fee, it was also partly because of the fact that such a large statue was easily visible from a distance even if you didn't enter the square. Eugene sat down on a bench and kept an eye on the entrance to the square. He glanced up at a clock tower in the distance. It was currently noon. It's about time he got here, Eugene thought. They had promised to meet at noon. There was no way he wouldn't be able to enter just because he couldn't pay the entrance fee, right? Could it be that the road was blocked because there were too many people? I guess not, Eugene realized as he spotted something. Eugene had just noticed a large figure towering over the rest of the crowd. Despite his size, there was no need for the figure to push people out of his way. The people in front of him were intimidated by his large size and got out of his way of their own volition. Thanks to this, the giant was able to enter the square before too long. Eugene got up from his bench. The giant slowly drew closer. I almost can't believe it's really him, Eugene sincerely muttered to himself. The giant figure was Garjeth Lionheart. It was the first time they had seen each other since the bloodline continuation ceremony 4 years ago, but this guy's growth was unbelievable. Eugene? Garjeth called out. Is that really you, Garjeth? Eugene asked as he looked up at Garjeth. It seemed like Garjeth's height was now over 2 meters. Although his body had already been quite large when they had last met, Garjeth had now grown tall enough to completely tower over Eugene. The button stretched tight over his bulging pectoral muscles was trembling dangerously. That's right, Garjeth confirmed. It's me, Garjeth Lionheart. Have you already forgotten my name? No, it's not that I've forgotten it, but are you really 18? Eugene felt the need to ask. Although Garjeth's build was already shocking enough, the most surprising thing was that shaggy beard of his. Was it really possible for him to grow such a beard when Garjeth was only 18? Eugene stroked his own cheeks, which were still smooth and silky. I've heard many people say that I look older than my real age, Garjeth admitted. You don't look that old, but why is your beard so shaggy? You should trim it a bit. It looks scruffy, advised Eugene. It's not scruffy. It's manly. Even without a beard, you already look pretty manly. Thanks for the compliment, Garjeth said with a grin. He reached out to Eugene with one of his large hands, offering a handshake. When Eugene accepted the handshake, Garjeth gripped Eugene's hand and vigorously shook his arm up and down as if he'd been looking forward to doing so for quite some time. Although it's not as much as I have, you've also grown a lot, Garjeth observed. It's just that you've grown stupidly big, Eugene retorted. However, it's slightly disappointing. What is? I could tell from holding your hand just how much you've trained your body during these past 4 years. However, that still isn't enough. Well, for now, why don't you let go of my hand? Shaking their clasped fists, Eugene pulled his hand free. However, Garjeth didn't stop talking. Although your physique has greatly improved compared to 4 years ago, it still isn't good enough. Have you been neglecting your training? What do you mean by that? Eugene demanded. I only sleep 4 hours a day, Garjeth bragged proudly. What was this bastard suddenly talking about? Eugene narrowed his eyes, having forgotten their previous conversation from 4 years ago. Garjeth threw back his shoulders and continued speaking. Except for the time spent sleeping, all my time goes to training. My own personal tableware has had its weight increased by magic, as well as everything else I use, and even my clothes have had their weight increased. Oh, is that so? Reacted Eugene blandly. The same goes for my underwear. How impressive of you. This body of mine has been created through constant discipline and hard work. Of course, just because you increase the amount of weight you can hold doesn't guarantee that your muscles will get bigger. You need sufficient training, proper rest, as well as this. Garjeth placed a hand into the inner pocket of his coat. Our family's revolutionary muscle growth agent. He pulled out what looked like a small potion. After looking down at the potion with proud eyes, Garjeth offered it to Eugene. I've brought some here for you. Eugene bluntly rejected the offer. Don't need it. Why not? Lord Gerhard's weight loss and muscle growth are all thanks to receiving help from our family. Weren't you aware of that already? Now that you've brought it up, please stop trying to send me those strange drugs through my father. That's why I wanted to give them to you personally. It doesn't matter if you drink it before a meal, so have it. I told you I'm not going to drink it. It looks like you just don't understand. I've heard that you've reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. Although that's an impressive achievement, in addition to training your mana, you shouldn't neglect training your body. I'll take your advice into consideration, so just keep your shady drugs to yourself. Eugene ultimately managed to refuse the potion. Unwilling to keep listening to Garjeth prattle on about his muscles, Eugene prompted Garjeth, so why did you ask to meet? You can't really have come all this way to Arath just to try and force that drug of yours onto me. He had received a letter from Garjith a few days ago. It had said that, since Garjith was heading to Arath for specific reasons, they should meet in person after so long. There's something else that I have to do, Garjith confirmed. What is it? Eugene asked. Remember what I told you a long time ago? Our family's revolutionary muscle growth agent was created by a famous alchemist of Arath, Garjith said as he returned the potion to his inner pocket with a reluctant heart. However, now that my body has grown, the current mixture can no longer meet my requirements. When I informed the alchemist of this, he told me that he would adjust a new mixture to suit my body's needs. So you're saying that you're here to meet the alchemist? Eugene checked. That's my main task, but there are a few other things as well. Looks like you have a lot on your plate. That's because Arath is so far away. Since I'm already here, I might as well make sure that the time spent traveling here and back isn't wasted. Every time Garjith took a step, the ground seemed to shake slightly. When Garjith approached him, Eugene backed away slightly. Why are you avoiding me? Garjith asked. You're giving off body odor, Eugene complained. This isn't body odor. It's the scent of a man. Just put on some cologne. Why are you saying the same thing as Desra? Eugene changed the subject. In any case, what other tasks do you have? Garjith didn't reply immediately, instead glanced at his surroundings. The other people in the square were looking in their direction. Although he wasn't wearing the formal dress of the Lionheart clan, Gagith was so gigantic that the crowd's gazes couldn't help but be drawn to him. Garjith lowered his voice and asked, Do you know anything about Bolero Street? I've heard of it, Eugene answered. It was the place where that spoiled bastard, Uid, went to play around. Have you also heard that there's an auction house there? Garjith continued. Eugene hesitated, roughly speaking, yes. Is there something that you want to buy from there? I've heard rumors that the testicles of a giant will be revealed at the latest auction. Test. What? A giant's testicles. Why do you want to buy a fucking thing like that? Weren't you aware? The testicles of a giant have great magical value. You're not the type who would want to buy those testicles for fucking magic, no? You're right. I'm thinking of handing those testicles to the alchemist. If it was giants that they were talking about, Eugene was also well aware of them. They were just as rare as elves, but their inclinations ran the exact opposite to the elves. 300 years ago, their entire species had sworn allegiance to the Demon King of Destruction. Although their journey hadn't been able to reach the Demon King of Destruction in the end, while they were wandering around Helmuth, Hamel and his party clashed with the giants a few times. The giants were able to resist any amount of magic with just their bare bodies and could even collapse mountains by merely shouting. Let's go there together, Garjith suggested. Go where? Eugene asked. I'm talking about the auction house. Although I've brought a lot of money, it still might not be enough to win the bid. So you want me to lend you money? I swear on my name that I'll pay you back with interest. Don't wanna. I'm even willing to beg you on my knees. Garjitha's body started to bend down. Eugene paled and quickly grabbed him by his shoulders. All right, I've got it, so don't do something so eye-catching. Moreover, what's with a big-boned bastard like you kneeling so easily? Eugene demanded in a fluster. Thanks, Garjith said calmly. What are you thanking me for? For agreeing to lend you money. It was for calling me big-boned. Wasn't that a compliment? No matter which angle you looked at him from, Garjith really did seem like a descendant of Molin. Apart from the giant's testicles, I've heard that many other items will be revealed, Garjith shared. Oh, is that so? Remarked Eugene disinterestedly. Aren't you at all interested in it? Then again, you do have WINNYD already, so you probably can't lower yourself to look at ordinary weapons. Apart from the auction house, there is someplace else in Bolero Street that interests me, Eugene said as he walked ahead of Garjith. It wasn't because he thought any further conversation was pointless, it was just that Garjitha's body odor was far too strong. Open Bookworm's thoughts. Garjeth, this body of mine has been created through constant discipline and hard work. Of course, just because you increase the amount of weight you can hold doesn't guarantee that your muscles will get bigger. You need sufficient training, proper rest, as well as this. Yugween, I'll take your advice into consideration, so just keep your shady drugs to yourself. OBW. Oh no, here comes the MLM pitch. Demomo, Garjeth and Eugene's interactions are pure gold. Yaj, note to self, never drink water while reading this. CH 33.1. Chapter 33.1, The Red Tower of Magic 4. Bolero Street only opened on the night of the full moon. The next full moon would be in 1 week. Eugene gave up on trying to understand Garjeth. He was already so big that it seemed like overkill, but to think that he still wasn't satisfied with that and was planning to buy some giant's testicles to chow down on. I'm not going to chow down on them, Garjeth insisted earnestly. Then how are you going to eat them? Eugene asked. Rather than eating them directly, they have a much better effect after being made into a medicine. So you're planning to grind them up and drink them. I'll give you some as well. I don't want any. Why not? According to what I've heard, the testicles of the giant species are very beneficial for increasing stamina as well as muscle growth. Garjeth's sincere eyes showed how seriously he had done his research. As he cut into his plate of lean meat, he continued speaking. They also contain plenty of mana. All of this means that the testicles are a precious supplement that you might not be able to buy even if you wanted to. You should take the whole lot, Eugene offered generously. Although he knew that they were a supplement that would greatly benefit his body, Eugene absolutely rejected the idea of eating a giant's testicles. Even though you wouldn't be able to detect its unsightly original appearance once it was made into a potion, it wasn't so easy to change your perception of it. Garjeth sighed. I just can't understand you. Even the popular healing potion uses the heart and blood of a troll as its ingredients. Mana potions also use mana stones and other monster materials as their ingredients. But those aren't testicles, Eugene pointed out. The testicles of animals are often used as high-quality ingredients. Since you like them so much, you can have them all. Don't regret this later, Garjeth warned. I won't, Eugene muttered as he sipped his tea. But why do you need to disguise yourself? Having finished eating, Garjeth asked this question as he sipped on a cup of egg whites like it was just an ordinary drink. Eugene resisted the urge to comment on this and explained, it will draw a bit of attention if a scion of the main family is seen wandering into such a shady street. That's for sure. Well, even if the street has received tacit approval from the officials, nothing can be gained from pointlessly getting into a scandal. You've got the right idea, Garjeth said admiringly as he nodded in agreement. Although you don't intend to participate in anything shameful by going down that street, there's no need to create an unnecessary scandal. Especially since such a scandal will affect the dignity of your house. That's right, our dignity. Eugene slightly drew his head back as he agreed with Garjeth. Although Eugene also had a good appetite, it was nothing compared to Garjeth. Having devoured several chunks of lean meat, Garjeth was currently downing several glasses of completely unseasoned egg whites. Thanks to that, the fishy smell of raw eggs was wafting uncontrollably from his mouth. Brush your teeth after you're done eating, Eugene requested. Don't insult my sense of hygiene, Garjeth protested defensively. I don't care. Just make sure to brush your teeth. And spray some cologne as well. I am not ashamed of my body odor, Garjeth insisted. By the way, do I need to put on a disguise as well? Eugene's expression twisted as he considered this. He had been planning to just cover himself up with a robe, but with how burly Garjeth was, that wouldn't be enough to solve the issue. Eventually, he decided, you probably don't need a disguise. Why not? Garjeth asked. Because that big bulk of yours is impossible to hide, no matter what we do. Thanks, Garjeth replied with a smile. It seemed that he had once again taken the observation of his large frame as a compliment. It won't matter since he'll be stuck in the auction house anyway, Eugene comforted himself. Eugene was the only one who needed a disguise. He was certain that Euid would be heading to Bolero Street on the night of the next full moon. Since he already seemed to be suffering from nervous anxiety due to his succubus addiction, it was obvious that Euid didn't have the strength of will to overcome the withdrawal symptoms. If he had had that kind of strong will in the first place, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. But something was bothering Eugene. With the signs of life force drainage being so obvious, and since there were even rumors flying around about it, there was no way that Lovelian was ignorant of Euid's behavior. Could it be purposeful neglect? No, there didn't seem to be any reason for that. For now, he should try to hear Lovelian's side of the story. With this thought, Eugene got up to leave. "I'm heading back," he informed Garjeth. "Already? I'll be working out soon, so how about we train together? If we visibly compare our bodies, you'll be able to clearly see the difference between you and me," Garjeth suggested. Eugene waved him off. "It's fine." "Hold on," Garjeth barked out forcefully. Pushing the dishes on the table to one side, he drew himself to his full gigantic height. Then, placing both hands on his waist, he took a deep breath, threw his shoulders back, and pumped up his chest muscles. Pop, pop, pop. The buttons on his shirt, which had already been straining, were sent flying off like bullets. Having torn his shirt into shreds, Garjeth flexed his upper body muscles as he sat down. "Let's arm wrestle," Garjeth challenged Eugene. After getting over his surprise, Eugene eventually asked, "Why?" "I've wanted to arm wrestle with you since 4 years ago," Garjeth said, his eyes sparkling. Then, placing one of his giant arms on the table, he took up an arm wrestling pose. "Without using any mana, let's compete purely with the strength of our muscles." His words sounded absurd. However, Eugene didn't refuse and took the seat across from Garjeth. "Since it's boring to just do it like this, let's place a bet on it," Eugene suggested. "What kind of bet?" Garjeth asked. "If I win, you need to put on some cologne whenever you head out. And you also need to stop peddling your muscle growth drug to me." "Fine. But if I win, you need to do me a favor without asking any questions." Garjeth bared his teeth in a challenging grin. When Eugene took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, Garjeth glanced at Eugene's bare forearms. Quite impressive. However, it's still not enough, Garjeth thought, sure of his victory. 2 hands, which had an overwhelming difference in size, met across the table. Garjeth clarified the rules. "Let's start on the count of 3. "Okay," Eugene agreed readily. "Are you okay with me calling out the count?" "It really doesn't matter to me." Then 1, 2. Creak. Garjeth began tensing up his muscles. Eugene immediately began sharpening his senses while keeping his own muscles relaxed. 3. Bang. The results were decided in an instant. Garjeth looked down at his hand in disbelief. His tensed and bulging muscles had been pushed down before they could even properly release their strength. From the moment that the count had ended, the speed of Eugene's reaction had rendered his strength useless. Instead, his overly large muscles had only contributed to the speed with which his arm hit the table. "It's my win," Eugene declared as he immediately stood up and began pulling on his coat. "How did you win?" Garjeth asked, dumbfounded. "Technique, timing, and sense." Eugene patted Garjeth's shoulder as he passed him on the way out. "Next time, remember to spray on some cologne before arriving." With this parting shot, Eugene immediately left the restaurant without looking back. Favorite. CH 33.2. Chapter 33.2, The Red Tower of Magic 4. As soon as he had returned to the Red Tower of Magic, he received a summons from Lovelian. Since he intended to ask about Euid, this worked out perfectly for Eugene. "Now that I think about it, this will be my first time visiting the head wizard's room." As befitting his position as the tower master, Lovelian was allowed to occupy the entire top floor of the tower. Without an invitation from the tower master, no matter how much mana you poured into the elevator, it would be impossible to rise to the top floor. I can probably guess why he's calling me, Eugene thought. It should be because of the spell that he had cast in front of Hera. At that time, Hera had been about to faint in astonishment at the sight of the golem that she'd been so proud of collapsing onto its back. Although it wasn't as much as her, Eugene had also been alarmed. Even though he'd never heard of a metal like carbium in his previous life, in any case, he knew that he'd managed to knock over a golem that had been constructed from such a sturdy material with the first spell that he had ever cast. This meant that the power of his spell was stronger than Eugene had expected. Truthfully speaking, he hadn't held high expectations for it, as it was his first time trying it out, but with a power like that, it felt like his spells were ready to be used in actual combat. As long as he became more accustomed to casting magic and the number of spells he could cast increased, Eugene felt like he'd be able to do a lot of fun things. But it's not like he'll call me up just to compliment me, Eugene continued his guesswork. It felt like he was about to receive some sort of present. Eugene trusted his gut instinct, and such a foreshadowing left him grinning widely. Eugene stepped out of the elevator and took a few steps down a corridor. Through the wide-open doorway at the end of the corridor, he could see Lovelian getting up from his desk. The man greeted Eugene with a friendly smile. "Did you have any difficulties getting here?" Lovelian asked politely. "If I had known that you were looking for me, I wouldn't have gone out in the first place." "My apologies," Eugene returned the pleasantries. "There's no need to say something like that. After all, I'm the one who called for you so suddenly. To start with, please feel free to take a seat." Now it wasn't just a feeling, Eugene was confident in his hunch. Lovelian's voice was overflowing with appreciation. "Let's ask about Uid after receiving whatever the gift is," Eugene decided. Although it wasn't Eugene's intention to do so, Lovelian might feel like he was being interrogated upon listening to such questions. He might be a member of the Lionheart clan's main family, but it was still disrespectful of Eugene, who was many years younger than Lovelian, to question the man about this and that. How old was he again? Eugene tried to recall. "I think I've heard that he's close to 100. Even after adding the years from his previous life to his current age, Eugene was still younger than Lovelian. Just thinking about it that way gave Eugene a strange feeling. Of all the people that Eugene had met so far, Lovelian was the only one who was truly older than him. By the way, may I ask why I was summoned?" Eugene decided to stick to this question for now. He believed that there was no need for him to pointlessly report on how he was adapting to life in the tower, since, in any case, everything that happened within the tower was already reported to Lovelian. "First of all, please take a look at this." With a flick of Lovelian's finger, the letter of recommendation popped out of the drawer and flew over to Eugene. "A letter of recommendation?" Eugene's eyes widened into circles as his gaze fell to the letter. "It's for Akron?" "No way." Eugene struggled to contain his surprise. Even Eugene was familiar with that name. The prestigious Royal Library had already been famous 300 years ago. It was the place where the essence of Aratha's prided magic was stored. No matter how vast the array of magical books possessed by the Towers of Magic was, in terms of quality, it couldn't compare to the collection in Akron. "I think this is too much of an honor for me to accept at the moment." Although Eugene wanted to jump into the air and cheer in joy, for now, he decided to hold back and check the situation. And these words weren't completely insincere. Even 300 years ago, Akron had enjoyed a high status, so it wasn't a place that anyone could just enter. "I don't share your thoughts." Lovelian continued speaking with a shake of his head. "Instead, I believe that now is exactly the right time for you to enter Akron, Eugene." "Why do you believe that?" Eugene asked. "Because you have yet to venture deeply into learning magic, young Eugene," Lovelian explained. Isn't that more reason why entry into Akron should be out of my reach? Not at all. Since you haven't ventured deeply into learning magic, you still have a lot of possibilities lying ahead of you. Replacing a circle with a core, although it's easy to put into words, it should still be impossible for someone your age. However, Eugene, managed to accomplish it. Eugene was worried about what kind of expression he should show. Should he smile and show confidence? Or should he be humble instead? Thank you very much, Eugene said, eventually deciding on both. Eugene bowed his head respectfully, but still revealed his excitement through his twitching fingers and made a show of hiding his proud smile. Lovelian gave Eugene some advice. There are many exceptional magical books in Akron. Although it might be impossible for you to benefit from them immediately, as long as you keep reading them and storing their contents in your head, you will be able to broaden your knowledge base. That knowledge will one day become the foundation that will allow your magic to truly shine, Eugene. Calling Akron's collection of magical books exceptional was actually downplaying it. In the halls of Akron, ancient magic passed down from the mythical era was stored along with the writings of the sages whose names had received the highest of acclaims throughout Aratha's long history. There is something I'm curious about. After some hesitation, Eugene continued speaking. Does Akron also have books written by Lady Sienna? Of course it does, Lovelian confirmed with a proud smile. Although there are books authored by Sienna in both the Red Tower of Magic and the Green Tower of Magic, one of the original 3 volumes of Witchcraft, which Sienna wrote in her later years, is stored in Akron. Witchcraft was considered one of the most significant series of books in all of Aratha's history. The wise Sienna had summed up all of her magical knowledge and divided the essence of her wisdom into these 3 volumes. As a result, Witchcraft was considered a national treasure of Arath, and no other copies were allowed to exist. Lovelian reflected on the books, although the only volume available for public viewing is the first book in the trilogy. That volume alone will impart knowledge that you won't be able to find in any other magical text. In my case. Haha. When I first read the first volume of Witchcraft, I realized that all the magic that I had learned in my life up until that moment was all just child's play. Eugene breathed in surprise. Although I can't guarantee that this letter of recommendation can be exchanged for an entry pass into Akron, I first wanted to hear your opinion, Eugene. Are you all right with me submitting a letter of recommendation on your behalf? Of course, that's fine with me. However, I'm still a bit concerned that my own inadequacies will cause trouble for the Tower Master. Of course, it's fine with me, you bastard. Why ask such an obvious question? Eugene kept bowing his head deeply without allowing his true thoughts to escape his lips. Cause trouble, you say? Haha. Don't worry about that. Something like this won't cause me any trouble at all, Lovelian said with a wry smile. There were some unidentified emotions lingering behind Lovelian's voice, and he seemed to be holding back a sigh. Eugene lifted his head slightly to glance up at Lovelian's expression. Master Lovelian, Eugene called out hesitantly. Yes, what is it? Lovelian responded. That's, I have something that I need to talk to you about concerning my older brother, Euid. Eugene had checked the letter of recommendation and received Lovelian's promise that he would submit it for Eugene. At this point, it didn't seem like Lovelian would go back on his words just because he got a little offended. The man sitting in the Tower Master's seat wouldn't be that petty. Eugene continued speaking. From the first day I came to Arath, I happened to hear a certain story. It was about how Euid hasn't been focusing on practicing magic and is instead going into some shady street to partake in the nightlife. Lovelian sighed. As expected, Lovelian was already aware of Euid's misdeeds. Although I might not be a true sibling of Euid, as a relative who shares the same last name as him, I am worried about Euid. Even those back at the main estate, the patriarch and his wife, are also extremely concerned about Euid, persuaded Eugene. I'm not sure how to put it into words, Lovelian wasn't able to continue speaking immediately and instead scratched his head in frustration. Eugene, how much do you know about Yued's affairs? I've heard that he's become acquainted with the succubi who work in Bolero Street. First of all, that is the truth, Lovelian admitted with a short sigh. I've also known about it, and I've even warned him a few times. But I've been unable to prevent Yued from indulging in that debauchery. Eugene waited for an explanation. Succubi are a famous breed of night demons. In the past, before Hellmouth was opened up, many people had died because the succubi drained all their life force. Eugene was already very familiar with these facts. However, with the opening up of Hellmouth, the attitudes of the demon kings and their demon folk subjects underwent a lot of changes. The same goes for the succubi. While they still absorb life force, they don't kill people like they used to. It has been strictly forbidden by the Queen of the Night Demons who resides in Hellmouth. That still doesn't make my brother's lustful affairs appropriate, argued Eugene. Yes, you're right, of course. Lovelian halted his words for a moment. He stared at Eugene with a bitter expression before continuing, Please have a little sympathy for Yued. Stunned, Eugene responded, Huh? Lovelian reminisced, for years ago, Yued left the main estate to arrive in Arath. He came to Arath with a lot of expectations, but unfortunately, Yued's talent failed to live up to his own hopes and expectations. Eugene listened patiently. Yued experienced a lot of setbacks. Samuel is the wizard who taught Yued. In any case, Samuel and I did our best to help Yued overcome the frustration from these setbacks, but unfortunately, it didn't go so well. Even though he lacked the necessary talent, they made it possible for Yued to stay in the tower. Moreover, they didn't spare him any advice on magic, and he had even received their personal instruction, along with recommendations to several useful magical texts. Discipline is something that needs to be cultivated on one's own. Relying on the urgings of those around you is not enough to keep you focused on what you should be doing. Moreover, with his status, Yued couldn't help but be weighed down by many expectations. Eugene continued to hold his tongue. Wouldn't it be better to give him some time to catch his breath? That's what we thought at the time. We were trying to be careful not to overdo his instruction. Without such care, Yued may have already collapsed. It wasn't like he couldn't comprehend what Lovelian was saying. Eugene had also lived in the main estate for the past 4 years. So he knew just how high-strung Tanis was and was also well aware of how sly and Scylla could be. Cyan and Seal had been born with both talent and ambition. Those two wished to become the next patriarch or matriarch because they wanted to meet the expectations of those around them and also fulfill their own desires. But what about Yued? He had heard that Yued had lacked initiative from a young age, and he was more interested in magic than he was in training his martial arts. Ever since the birth of Cyan and Seal, Tanis had constantly been reminding her son of his position as the eldest heir. Upon having his hopes for Arath betrayed, Yued had decided not to return to the main estate, probably because he felt it was still better to live in Arath than to return to that suffocating main estate. Eugene still couldn't accept Yued's actions no matter what. A succubus is still a bit too much. Although he understood that Yued's situation was pitiful, getting involved with a succubus was going too far. Demonfolk, who had changed their attitudes and put smiles on their faces, were still demonfolk. They would never be able to peacefully coexist with humans. Eugene, no. Hamel was all too aware of this fact. I understand, Eugene said, nodding his head. For now, I'll need to take a look personally. Despite understanding that Yued's situation was pitiful, Eugene still couldn't turn a blind eye to the means he used to release his tension. CH 34.1 Chapter 34.1 Bolero Street 1 Night demons liked to invade the dreams of humans. Unlike reality, anything was possible within dreams. No matter how miserable your reality was, in your dreams, you could achieve whatever happiness you desired. Even if you aren't able to eat anything right now, in your dreams, you were able to taste all of the world's delicacies. Even if you didn't have a penny in your pockets, in your dreams, you could live in a mansion full of gold and silver treasure. Whether it's dead family members, friends, or lovers, even if you couldn't meet them in reality, in your dreams, you could even make new memories with them. You could do anything you wanted in your dreams. Your dreams could be filled with eternal happiness and joy. That was why they were called dreams. Even among the demon folk, the night demons were particularly nasty. They dug into the weak spots of the heart that their victims, as humans, could do nothing about. They showed humans things that they couldn't achieve in reality, things that were only possible in their dreams. By doing this, they created a false sense of happiness that they used to ensnare their victims. Lovelian had mentioned the queen of the night demons. In Eugene's previous life, she was one of the demons that Hamel had most wished to kill. That damned demon folk had attacked Hamel and his colleagues several times during their journey through Helmuth. The night demons who served the queen had invaded their dreams whenever they got a chance and had forced Hamel to recall his greatest regrets, the family he had lost in a monster raid, his helplessness as he hadn't been able to do anything, and the constant feelings of rivalry and inferiority that marked his relationship with Vermouth. All of these ended up being highlighted in his dreams. In his dreams, Hamel didn't lose his family. Instead, the young Hamel's innate talents had miraculously blossomed, allowing him to slaughter the monsters. His parents and the other villagers had celebrated Hamel as a hero. In his dreams, Hamel was simply greater than Vermouth. No matter how hard he tried, Vermouth just could not defeat Hamel. "It's because you're an idiot," Hamel had mocked Vermouth. In his dreams, Hamel had stood at the forefront of the subjugation effort. The thousands of people who had been lost in the process of crossing into Helmuth, all those who hadn't been able to keep up with the hero and his companions and had perished along the way without even leaving their names behind, none of them had died in his dream. Forging ahead, he had defeated all the threats that stood in their way, and Hamel managed to save all those countless lives. Then he had finally defeated the last of the demon kings. But only in his dreams. Something like that can't replace reality. No, Eugene was bitterly aware of this fact. No matter how sweet the dream that a night demon showed you, it could never become a reality. After waking up from the dream, the sweetness left over from this illusion was contrasted against reality and only bred bitter self-hatred. Although you might find happiness from such a dream, this only made reality feel even more shitty. In order to change your shitty reality, the last thing that you needed to do was to dive back into your dreams. You needed to tear the illusion apart. You needed to kill the night demon, who was trying to sway your heart by showing you such a damned illusion and eventually lead you into losing yourself in an empty dream. 300 years had passed since then. The demon kings, the demon folk, and the night demons had all changed over time. Eugene could understand what Lovelian was trying to say. There was nothing particularly wrong with his words. He wanted Euid, who was crushed by his damning reality, to at least catch his breath in his dreams. "I'm too old for this," Eugene muttered as he massaged his temples. Although he might be able to understand, at the same time, he just couldn't understand. Because he knew the horror of the night demons and the futility of the dreams that they showed. Eugene could not consider Euid's shameful conduct to be a light matter. As long as Euid was addicted to the dreams, he would continue to turn away from reality. He would just end up becoming a fool. Although he didn't hold any brotherly affection towards Euid, he had received a lot of favor from Gilead. "Old? What are you talking about all of a sudden?" came a surprised question. "I'm saying that your outfit is really old-fashioned," Eugene said as he turned his head to face the questioner. He was currently sitting in one of the aerial carriages. Garjeth was seated across from him. Though the inside of the carriage was quite spacious, Garjeth, whose body was pointlessly large, had to hunch his shoulders slightly to fit inside. "Why are you calling my clothes old-fashioned?" Garjith asked. Eugene critiqued, "Isn't it because of those stupid-looking frills hanging off you? Who on earth dressed you in that outfit?" "My mother picked my clothes, and she said that I looked very handsome in them. Now that I take a closer look, it really does look good on you. When you add frills to your looks, which are practically overflowing with ferocity, you look just like a wild beast hiding its fangs." At these hastily amended words, Garjith smiled in happiness. "That's just what I thought." Although Eugene desperately wanted to take back the words he had just uttered, Garjith's previous look of pitiful dismay had been painful to even look at. Garjith was currently wearing a formal suit with frills sewn onto its arms and chest. Although the scent of perfume thankfully covered up the smell of Garjith's body odor, it actually felt more disturbing when the smell of cologne was added to his already unusual appearance. "You don't need to put on any cologne," Eugene grudgingly allowed. "Why not?" Garjith asked. "With your looks, the smell of body odor feels more natural, and it suits you better than cologne." I had the same feeling as well. Eugene turned his head to stare out the window once again. It was the night of the full moon. The night when Bolero Street would finally open. Hewitt had left the tower this morning. He had heard from Hera that Hewitt had said he was going out to buy some materials for magical experiments. Although Eugene didn't know if this excuse was true or not, there was no way that a guy who'd been staying in his room for all this time would just happen to go out on today of all days. "Idiot," Eugene scoffed as he looked at his reflection in the window. His face and hair color had been altered. It was still too early for him to be able to use the high-level spell Polymorph, even if he had wanted to. However, he was able to use some lower-ranking spells to change his facial features and hair color. Right now, Eugene had only learned spells up to the second circle. Although there had yet to be a reply to the letter of recommendation Lovelian had sent, he had decided to listen to Lovelian's advice. He might not be certain that an entry pass to Akron would be handed to him, but until he knew for sure, Eugene had decided to not learn any more spells. Instead, Eugene went over the magic already stored in his head. He organized the first and second circle spells that he had learned from the introductory books on magic. He had gotten practice with substituting a core for a circle and had gotten more familiar with casting spells. As a result, Eugene was able to cast any spell from the first and second circle without difficulty. The spell he had currently cast on himself was also a second circle spell. It was a rudimentary transformation spell that could be disrupted even by a low-ranking dispel, but it was adequate for a place like Bolero Street. Although it maintained tacit approval from the authorities, most of the business done on Bolero Street was still against the law. Among those who came and went down Bolero Street, many chose to hide their identities. Since Polymorph was a high-ranking spell, it wasn't so easy to use, so most used rudimentary transformation spells. As such, dispelling the transformation magic cast on visitors to Bolero Street was strictly prohibited. Although that doesn't mean it's impossible to recognize someone by their looks, Eugene noted. Dispels weren't absolutely necessary to see the truth behind a disguise. High-level wizards could easily see through low-level magic. In the end, using such a spell in front of a powerful wizard was just like putting your hands over your eyes and playing dumb. But isn't that still better than not doing anything at all? As he flipped up the hood of his robe, Eugene opened the carriage's door. They had arrived at Bolero Street. CH 34.2. Chapter 34.2. Bolero Street, 1. "This is different from what I expected," Eugene muttered as he looked around at the bustling crowd. Although it couldn't compare to any of the previous tourist attractions he had visited, it was still quite crowded. Since it was already a tacitly approved black market at this point, wouldn't it be better to just develop it fully into a tourist attraction? "The entry pass is 2 million sals," someone said to them as they were caught looking around. "What?" Eugene asked, still distracted. 2 million sals, the voice repeated. The large figure blocking the entrance to the street was scowling at them fiercely. He didn't back down even in the face of Garjeth, who was bigger than him. If he didn't have that level of guts and skills, he wouldn't have been able to work as Bolero Street's gatekeeper in the first place. It's 3 million sals for 2 people, the bouncer added. Eugene opened his wallet. He counted out 4 checks and handed them over to the bouncer. Soon, the gatekeeper wrapped a paper bracelet around Eugene and Garjeth's arms. The entrance fee alone is 2 million sals. That's way too expensive, Garjeth complained. The 2 million per person is just the cost of entering the street. Each store also sets its own entry fee, Eugene explained. That's insane. Although there had been an expensive entrance fee for every tourist attraction he'd seen in Arath, the entrance fee for Bolero Street was still more than Garjeth had expected. They say that just entering a cheap tavern can cost at least a few million sals. For the auction house, you have to pay 5 million more sals just to get in, Eugene elaborated further. Didn't you say that this would also be your first time coming here, Eugene? Garjeth asked. I did my research before coming here. As Eugene shook his head in disappointment at Garjeth, he glanced down at the bracelet on his wrist. It was a paper bracelet worth 2 million sals. He tugged on it gently, but it didn't break. This bracelet acted as your proof of identity in Bolero Street. Official identity cards weren't used here. This bracelet and money, all you needed were these 2 things. Let's go, Eugene said. Didn't you say that you had something else you needed to do? Garjeth asked. I'll take care of that when the time comes. For now, let's go to the auction house and get ourselves some seats inside. Eugene placed one hand in an inner pocket of his robes. He had placed a small, magical communication terminal there. He had bought this communication terminal to keep in touch with an accomplice that was somewhere down this long and shady Bolero Street. Have you arrived, sir? A voice asked. How did you know? Eugene returned the question. The max range of this terminal's connection is about the same as the length of Bolero Street. I knew you were here when the signal came in. The hoarse voice that could be heard from the terminal belonged to the guide that Eugene had met on the first day he arrived in Arath. Eugene had found him the previous day and persuaded him to act as a spy by offering him a large sum of money. His task was simple. The guide only needed to loiter around the succubi den and signal Eugene when he saw Uid. Eugene had been worried that Uid might also be using transformation magic when he arrived, but there's no need for that concern. Uid doesn't use transformation magic. Huh? That guy, I've heard that he wears the same robe every time he goes there. And while he might not wear anything that carries your family sigil, the hood of his robe often slips to show glimpses of his gray hair. He really is a crazy fool. Uid seemed to be enjoying the attention he received from secretly revealing his identity. For someone who had always had a dazed look on his face back at the main estate and had even kept his eyes down and his shoulders slouched at the tower, was he really taking the chance to loosen up and show off his identity on a street where anyone would be ashamed to be seen? If he was my son, I'd beat him up to get him to fix his bad habits. Although he had never had a son, Eugene still had this thought. You'll be paying the entrance fee for the auction house, Eugene told Garjeth. Fine with me, Garjeth agreed. About those giant's testicles. If they're too expensive, I won't lend you the money. How can you say that when we've already come all the way here? Think about it from my perspective. Although the patriarch did gift me with this black card, he's sure to be alarmed if I end up spending too much money. That's probably true. If the patriarch asks me what I spent so much money on, what the hell am I supposed to say to that? Do you think I can just say I bought some giant testicles? I'd rather die than admit those words. I'll pay you back. No, who cares about that? I'm telling you that I refuse to confess with my own lips that I bought giant testicles. If you're that worried about it, I'll just explain in your stead. Just how much did he want to buy those giant testicles? Eugene snorted as he looked into Garjatha's eyes, which were full of anticipation. As they entered the auction house, they were informed it is forbidden to intrude into other guests' rooms, and any conversation should be kept between the two of you. Although Bolero Street held more than a few auction houses, all auction houses shared the same rule of keeping the bidding private. Except for companions, everyone was guided to a different room, keeping the bidding anonymous. After paying the entry fee of 5 million sals each, the gatekeeper of the auction house led them down to the basement as he continued his explanations. There will be 3 buttons in the room that you are led to. If you would like to bid, please press the button in the center. If you would like to increase the price, please click the button on the right. And if you need any other assistance, please press the button on the left. Eugene and Garjath were ushered into a spacious room. There was an opaque glass window covering the front of the room, and no sounds could be heard from the outside. Once they were seated, staff wearing masks brought them some water. "Do you wish to partake in any alcohol?" the employee asked. "No, it's fine," Garjath replied in a deep voice. Based on his appearance, it might be impossible to believe, but Garjath was still only 18 years old. Of course, age didn't matter on Bolero Street. This was a place where even a 10-year-old child could be sold alcohol as long as they had the money for it. "I thought you wouldn't be interested in spectating the auction," commented Garjath. "I need to do something to pass some time, and I'm a little curious about what might come out," Eugene replied as he tilted his chair back. The front window wavered, and suddenly the figure of a man was reflected within the glass where previously nothing could be seen. It was a man wearing a fancy tailcoat and a mask. "On this truly beautiful night of the full moon, we thank you for finding your way to our auction house." The man continued speaking with a bow of his head. "Our auction house mainly deals in rare magical materials sourced from Helmuth. As you may know, there are many auction houses situated on the street. However, I am confident that our auction house is unparalleled when it comes to magical materials sourced from Helmuth. Unexpectedly, I've heard that this street even has a slave auction house," Garjath mentioned. "Really?" Eugene reacted in surprise. Slavery was an outdated and evil criminal offense that had already been abolished during his previous life. "The alchemist told me about it," Garjath revealed. "Although slavery is still strictly forbidden, they said that illegal slaves are still being traded in secret. They also said that the traded slaves are mostly demon folk." "The world really has gone crazy," Eugene thought as he shook his head. The demon folk were truly being taken as slaves and sold to humans? Eugene just couldn't accept such a reality. Of course, he had seen quite a few illegal slaves in his previous life. Elves who had lost their homes to the demon kings, skillful dwarven craftsmen, and the primitive, beast-like centaurs. The closer they got to Helmuth, the more slaves he had seen. However, this was Aroth, not Helmuth. And instead of the demi-humans, it was the demon folk who were sold as slaves? To humans at that? Our first item is the Horn of the Valorex. Let's start the bidding at 10 million sals. With this announcement, the auction began. When it came to the magic materials sourced from Helmuth, Eugene was confident that he could be considered a specialist. Valorex meat was really tough. Eugene recalled a slightly unpleasant memory. As he balanced on the back 2 legs of his chair, Eugene continued to survey the auction. The fruit of a prosia, the roots of a mandragora, the flower buds of a usurak. Oh my, there's even a living Taraz spider. This little guy's poison. Are you sure that the giant's testicles will come out tonight? Eugene eventually asked. All of the things being shown were rare magical materials, but there was nothing that attracted Eugene's attention. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw that Garjath was half asleep. It will come out," Garjath asserted between yawns. "I heard it would be in the auction tonight. Are you sure about that?" "That's what the rumor said. It would be good if it doesn't come out, 'cause that would mean I don't need to waste any money on it," Eugene muttered as he sipped his water. The next item is a metal object made from an unappraisable mineral. It's a rather troubling item as it has remained unsold for quite some time. Our auction has been unable to see through the true value of this material, but perhaps one of the guests visiting us today may have some insight into this metal object's true value. Unlike the previous times, his current spiel was rather lengthy. This metal object was found in Helmuth's Khazard Hills. If it's placed in moonlight, it gives off an extremely beautiful light, but, frankly, it doesn't seem to be of any use apart from that. Although it's too hard to be machined, it doesn't seem to react to mana either. They had said that they'd been unable to sell it for a long time, so that was why it had such an explanation. Since the other items had received bids as soon as their names were called out, there was no need for lengthy explanations. It might be a good option as an ornament to place by your bedroom window, as it shines quite beautifully under the light of the moon. The guests who had arrived here tonight had not come to bid on such things. What use could you have for a hard piece of metal that was impossible to reforge and didn't even accept mana? However, Eugene looked at that metal object with a possessive gaze. The piece of the metal was only the size of a thumb, but he recognized it as a fragment of something else. We will start the bidding at 1,000,000 cells. The items revealed up until now all had a base price of at least 10 million cells. Thus, this metal object had an exceptionally low price. Eugene immediately pressed the button. Eugene? Garjeth turned to Eugene with a look of alarm. Would you like to place a bid? 1,000,000 cells, Eugene called out without any hesitation. He knew what that piece of metal was. A dim blade that barely shone when out of the moonlight. Destruction in the form of a sword. The sword that had rendered the holy sword obsolete. A sword that had been erased from history. The Moonlight Sword. 1. The legal drinking age in Korea is 19 years old. Favorite. CH 35.1. Chapter 35.1. Bolero Street, 2. Why did you bid on such a useless item? Garjeth asked with a confused expression. It was just an unknown piece of metal that had gone unsold for such a long time. As someone unfamiliar with magic, Garjeth couldn't seem to detect any value from this metal object. It was small, about the size of a finger at most, and it couldn't be reforged or even manipulated with mana. Although the starting price might have been the lowest of all the items that the auction house had unveiled so far, in Garjeth's opinion, that metal object wasn't even worth 1,000,000 cells. Eugene didn't say anything. Instead, he clenched his fists as he tried to bring an order to the dizzying flood of thoughts rushing through his head. Vermouth had wielded numerous weapons in his life, and among them, there were quite a few powerful relics capable of turning the world on its head. The Storm Sword WINNYD that Eugene currently possessed, for one, and then there was the Devouring Sword Asphalt, the Dragon Spear Carbos, Thunderbolt Pernoa, Phantom Rainsword Javel, Geddon's Shield, etc. The most famous of his weapons was the Holy Sword. Although it hadn't seen much use these days, it was seen as the weapon that best represented Vermouth. Apart from those, there was also the Demon Spear Luentos previously used by the Demon King of Cruelty and the Annihilation Hammer Jigalath that had once belonged to the Demon King of Carnage. While not to the same extent as the Holy Sword, all of these weapons had left their marks on history, but strangely enough, there was no record of the Moonlight Sword. From what Eugene could recall, it was the Moonlight Sword that had allowed them to break through in the face of Luentos's fierce assault and finally defeat the Demon King of Cruelty. However, in the fairy tales and other historical records, the Holy Sword received the credit for the downfall of the Demon King of Cruelty. The Demon King of Cruelty wasn't the only victim of the Moonlight Sword. 300 years ago, there had been many powerful enemies in Helmuth besides the Demon Kings. They were the high-ranking demon folk who fell just short of becoming a Demon King. Enemies like the Vampire Lord and the Tribal Chief of the Giants. And it wasn't the brilliant light of the holy sword that had allowed them to clash with these powerful enemies and paved the way forward. Instead, it was a terrifying beam of moonlight that had forcibly torn open a path forward with the power of destruction. And that seems to be a fragment of the moonlight sword, Eugene thought. This meant that the sword might no longer be intact. However, he wasn't sure what could have caused the blade to shatter into fragments. He also couldn't be sure that his eyes weren't fooling him. No matter how clear the memories from his previous life were, he couldn't come to any definite conclusions based on a single glimpse of such a small fragment. After a while, someone knocked on the door. As the item he had bid on wasn't that large, it had been brought to him right after he won the bid. Eugene immediately got up and opened the door. I was right, Eugene decided as he stared down at the fragment that had just been delivered. The unique dim shade of the metal was just as he remembered. This was definitely a fragment of the Moonlight Sword. But how on earth did a fragment of the Moonlight Sword end up in this auction house? The Khazard Hills. The place where this fragment had been found was further proof of its true identity. The location of the Khazard Hills was a little ways away from the castle of the Demon King of Carnage. It had originally been a plain, but in the aftermath of the fierce battle that took place at the Demon King's castle, the whole place had undergone a massive upheaval to become a hilly area. It occurred right after they had defeated the Demon King of Carnage, just as they were leaving that Demon King's castle. They had discovered a dungeon that had been hidden deep underground. Suspecting that the demon folk may have hidden it deliberately, they had explored the dungeon and found the Moonlight Sword at its very heart. The only possibility that I can think of is that, as Vermouth was leaving Helmuth, he took the Moonlight Sword back to its original resting place and sealed it there. Then why had the Moonlight Sword shattered into fragments? But if Vermouth really had decided to reseal the Moonlight Sword, Eugene suspected that he knew the reason why the sword had ended up as fragments. The Moonlight Sword was simply far too dangerous. Although the Demon's Spear and the Annihilation Hammer were also deadly, the Moonlight Sword exceeded them both. That ominous sword had acknowledged Vermouth alone as its master, and it had always caused terrible destruction whenever it was drawn from its sheath. Vermouth couldn't have felt reassured with just sealing such a horrible and dangerous sword. It's too quiet, Eugene observed. The fragment of the Moonlight Sword was perfectly still. It didn't give off any sense of danger. Well, if it had shown off even a trace of the terrible power that it had held 300 years ago, it wouldn't have been left on auction for so long without any bidders. With a bitter feeling, Eugene placed the fragment of the Moonlight Sword back into the wooden box. It was now just a fragment that held none of its previous power. He would be lying if he said that he hadn't held any expectations for it. He had hoped that a trace of its power might still remain. But even if it was just an ordinary piece of metal now, he didn't feel too disappointed. Just having such a worrisome object remain safely in his hands put his mind at ease. Sir Eugene, the communication terminal buzzed. Sir Ewan has arrived. It was the guide's voice. Eugene slipped the wooden box into his vest and stood up. I'm leaving now, he told Garjeth. HM? Don't you want to keep watching? Garjeth asked him. I don't. I'll leave my card with you before I go, so tell them that I'll pay for your bid afterward. It was impossible to charge a black card without the owner present to provide authentication. But since the black card was so famous, it should be acceptable for them to allow Eugene to pay for the bid after a slight delay. And if they said it wasn't acceptable, Eugene couldn't really care about it. Instead, it would actually be a good thing for him, as that meant he wouldn't need to pay the large sums of money required to purchase those balls. After summoning one of the staff members with a press of the left button, Eugene was led outside the auction house. A lot of time seemed to have passed while they were inside, as the air now had that late-night chill. However, the street was still brightly lit. It appeared that the street lights here didn't go out until dawn. Where do I need to go? Eugene asked. If you head up to the north end of the street, you will be able to find a store called Rafflesia. That's where you need to go, the guide explained. Eugene began walking. By the way, just what on earth are you planning to do? This type of shop strictly ensures the security of its customers, so Eugene didn't answer right away. He had just decided to head over there first, without having a clear idea of what he would do. He just needed to, no, he wanted to, first of all, look Yuid in the eye. How would the eldest son of the main family react when confronted with the fact that someone knew of his ugly little secret? Would Yuid be angered by his exposed shame? Or, instead of getting angry, would he just stay silent? Would he spout excuses? Eugene wasn't sure what to expect. To be honest, he just wanted to grab Yuid by the collar and slap both of his cheeks to teach him a lesson. But since he's so pitiful, I'll give him a chance. If Eugene didn't get to slap Yuid's cheeks red, he at least wanted to know what the hell Yuid was thinking. As he headed north, the atmosphere of the stores he passed began to change. By the time he reached his destination, the lights that were previously only used to illuminate the darkness had turned a sultry red, and the appearance of the greeters had also changed dramatically. Handsome men were attempting to seduce the passing women, and beautiful women were throwing smiles at the men. So there's incubi, succubi, as well as vampires working here. I can even see a few beast folk. So it wasn't just demon folk working here. There were quite a few beast folk who looked like a cross between humans and animals, and plain humans as well. Without sparing these greeters a single glance, Eugene looked up at the name of the store. The sign read Rafflesia. That meant he had finally found the store after walking down the street for quite some time. The exterior of the store looked fancier than he expected. Without any hesitation, Eugene approached the store entrance. As he drew closer, he was met with a challenge. Are you here for our services? 5 burly men hanging around the front of the store stepped forward to block his way as if they had been waiting to do so. Eugene stared at the young man standing in the center of their group. He had pale skin, red eyes, pointy ears, and tiny horns. Demon folk came in various different types. The night demons were just one category of demon folk, and starting from 300 years ago, the giants had also been counted as one of the tribes of the demon folk. Corrupted dark elves and vampires were also mixed in with their number. So the term demon folk didn't refer to a single race, but instead referred to all the races ruled by the demon kings. But among all these races, the horned race, also known as the demons, made up the greatest percentage of the population. In fact, the demons could even be called the orthodox race of the demon folk. 300 years ago, all 5 of the existing demon kings had been demons. I do want to head inside, Eugene said as he looked straight at the young demon. Since his reincarnation, this was his first time encountering a group of demon folk, and with a demon among them at that. If he was still in his previous life, the demon would already have been dead before their eyes had even met, but Eugene didn't reveal a single trace of his murderous intent. The demon asked, "Is this your first time visiting our store?" "What, am I not allowed if it's my first time here?" Eugene asked. "Of course not. As long as you pay the entrance fee, you're free to head on in for as long as you like." "How much is this fee?" "The base entrance fee is 2 million sals. After that, any further cost is calculated according to the contents and length of your requested dream." "Would you still like to enter?" the demon asked with a faint smile. Without replying, Eugene pulled out his wallet and handed the demon 2 checks. Upon receiving the entrance fee, the demon immediately stepped away from the door with the parting words, "Please enjoy your time here." Ignoring his words, Eugene walked into the store. He was immediately greeted with red lights and the sight of a raucous bar. The entire first floor appeared to be used as a pub. He could also spot various succubi and incubi wearing suggestive clothing as they went around delivering trays of alcohol and playing coy with the guests. Eugene paused for a moment as he took in the scene. "Allow me to lead you to a seat. A beautiful succubus offered as she approached him and entwined her arms around his. Ignoring her, Eugene panned his gaze upwards. It seemed that both the second and third floors were also used for drinking. He couldn't spot any rooms that looked like they could be used by the customers here to enjoy the dreams. They must be in the basement, Eugene concluded. He could see a few succubi and incubi leading customers down into the basement. So where was Euid now? Was he having a drink somewhere, or was he already caught in his dreams? But before anything else, he needed to deal with this smell. The perfume scent coming from the succubus sticking to his side was overpowering. Favorite. CH 35.2. Chapter 35.2. Bolero Street 2. Is this where we get our dreams? Eugene asked. It seems like you're in a rush. Now that he had shown weakness by bringing up this topic first, the succubus eased up on her advances as she looked at Eugene with amused eyes. What a cute guest. Is this your first time visiting our store? Why don't we get some drinks first? The succubus's smile widened as she casually brushed her body against Eugene's arm and whispered, "If you drink something beforehand, it relaxes your body and allows you to fall into a deeper state of sleep." "If there's no bed, I can't fall asleep," Eugene insisted. "Don't worry about that. As long as you drink in moderation, I'll be sure to lead you down to the basement before it's time to sleep. But, more importantly, what kind of dream would you like us to arrange for you?" The succubus lowered her voice as she led Eugene to an empty seat with a sense of familiarity. "Don't be shy and tell me everything. We need you to be precise and specific with your desires if you want to enjoy your best dream experience." From these words, Eugene was able to estimate the levels of the succubi who worked in this store. High-level night demons were able to cause their victims to fall asleep regardless of their wishes and create a dream for them based on their subconscious desires. Considering that these ones needed to ply their guests with alcohol to make them sleepy and had even asked him to detail his intended dream's contents, there were only low-level night demons here. "I don't feel comfortable saying anything yet," Eugene said after some thought. "Then, it looks like you'll need to have a drink first," the succubus smiled brightly. "Don't worry, our drinks are both delicious and strong. After you've had a few glasses, you'll be sure to speak your desires without feeling any shame." Having just sat down with him, the succubus got up again and left. Before long, the succubus returned holding 2 glasses of wine. "Is it okay if this big sis drinks with you?" the succubus asked. "Who said that you could call yourself my big sis?" Eugene thought as he took the glass. This would be his first time trying alcohol in his new body, but was he a good drinker as well? His talented body rarely suffered from minor illnesses and was strong against fatigue, so there was no reason why it should be weak to alcohol. With that thought in mind, Eugene brought the glass to his lips. They've even gone so far as to spike this drink, Eugene soon realized. A sweet scent had been subtly mixed in with the smell of the alcohol. It was the scent of a hallucinogenic herb that only grew in Hellmouth. Since the levels of these succubi were insufficient, it seemed that they were even making use of such a hallucinogen to make up for their lack of power. Well, it makes sense. There's no way that a high-ranking succubus would come to a street like this just to peddle dreams. As the smell was faint, the drug didn't seem too potent. Eugene took a sip of the drink with an urge to test his body's tolerance. His throat burned as the alcohol went down. For the first drink he had had since his reincarnation, it tasted pretty good. However, due to the location in which he was consuming the drink, the aftertaste was just foul. "It looks like you're a good drinker," the succubus hummed thoughtfully. Having taken a sip, Eugene put the drink down. Then he focused on observing the reactions taking place in his body. The heat of the alcohol warmed his stomach and then sent a rush of sensation up to his head, causing him to feel a little woozy. "Looks like I have quite the innate tolerance." He decided to risk drinking the rest of his glass. As he did so, Eugene scanned the inside of the store. There are people going down, but none are coming back up. Eugene lowered his empty glass. Let's head down, Eugene demanded. The succubus hummed in confusion. The drinks here don't match my tastes. Uh-huh. Are you feeling embarrassed to say anything up here? You don't need to worry about that, but in that case, shall we head down to the bedrooms now? The succubus asked, concealing her disappointment. She had intended to persuade him to drink a few more glasses so that she could make more off of him from the alcohol. However, it was impossible to ignore the demands of her customer. Eugene and the succubus got up and headed down to the basement together. It's a bit scary, Eugene confessed. What is? The succubus asked. It's actually my first time doing something like this, Eugene admitted. There's no need for concern. The succubus explained, although we do drain a bit of life force, it's only to the extent where you'll feel a little tired the next day. Why do you feel the need to charge us when you're already taking away our life force? If you're feeding on our life force, shouldn't you at least make it a free service? No, in exchange for the money, don't we offer you pleasant dreams? On second thought, I feel like I'm getting ripped off, so I don't think I can do this. If it's a dream, I can get one just by going to sleep myself, so why do I need to hand over both money and my life force? Instead of heading into one of the bedrooms, Eugene just checked out the length of the basement hallway. Then he shook off the succubus' arm and pulled out his wallet. I've decided to go back and sleep in my own bed, so I'll leave after paying the bill for the drinks, Eugene insisted. The succubus sneered. How does a cowardly guy like you have the guts to show his face at a place like this? Anything is possible. Since I'm scared and feeling reluctant, what else am I supposed to do? Taking out a check for 1,000,000 sals from his wallet, Eugene handed it to the succubus. Even though this amount confused the succubus, she still accepted the money. You don't need to give me any change, Eugene offered generously. Oh, well, fine then, the succubus replied, thrown off balance. Was this guy an idiot? Or maybe just a sucker? In any case, this wasn't a bad deal for the succubus. 1,000,000 sals were much more than the cost of those 2 cheap drinks. The succubus resumed her professional attitude. Goodbye then. Next time, please come to us after you've prepared yourself. I'll be sure to take care of you once more. My name is... There's no need for that. Where do I need to go to get out of here? Eugene demanded. Allow me to show you the way. They walked down to a room at the end of the hallway. The interior looked like it had been a storeroom, but there was a staircase heading upstairs. Eugene left the succubus behind and climbed up the stairs. He was greeted by a man's voice. Did you have a pleasant dream? The next floor was a restaurant. It looked like it was intended for their guests who had had a few drinks and then gotten their life force sucked in their dreams to have a meal in the restaurant before they left. Eugene opened up the wallet he was still holding and handed the man who had greeted him some money. The man seemed surprised. You've already paid your bill. Eugene interrupted him. I want a quiet seat in a corner. The man hesitated. What's good here? Eugene asked brusquely. Although he was secretly put off by the young man's abrupt rudeness, the man politely accepted the money with a pleasant smile. The specialty of our restaurant is the magma stew. Its spicy taste has a real kick to it, and it's packed with plenty of meat. The man gave his recommendation. Eugene's only response was, I want extra servings of meat. Yes, sir. This restaurant, whose name he didn't know, was just as noisy as the first floor of Rafflesia. Apart from the customers who had woken up from their dreams, the restaurant also accepted ordinary customers. Although this was a black market, that didn't mean that all the shops here sold illegal goods and services. Even in a place like this, there could still be restaurants. Eugene sat down in an out-of-the-way corner and pulled up his hood, but he wasn't the only customer doing something similar to protect their identity. Thanks to that, Eugene could quietly eat his food without attracting attention from anyone else. How long would he end up waiting? There had already been quite a few customers coming up from the basement, but Yuid was nowhere to be seen. As the time passed, Eugene continued to order a few more dishes. The food here was quite palatable. There's the bastard. Just as he was done wiping his fourth plate clean, Eugene spotted his target. Yuid was climbing up the stairs. He had his hood up, so it was impossible to see his face, but Eugene had a clear recollection of Yuid's physique. On top of that, his hand could be seen below the cuff. That callus-free hand could be none other than Yuid's. He didn't know how much Yuid had drunk, but he was stumbling up the stairs. That alone would have been enough to piss Eugene off, but Yuid wasn't alone in his climb. A few others were supporting Yuid as they followed him up from the basement, and they weren't succubi either. They were unmistakably demons with those horns on their heads, 2 men and 1 woman. A burning rage rose in Eugene's chest as he caught sight of them. He's not just playing around with night demons. He's even getting carried by demons. Eugene questioned in disbelief. As soon as Yuid reached the 2nd floor, 2 men who had been sitting in the restaurant got up from their seats. The 2 then casually paid their bills and made their way out of the restaurant, exchanging eye contact with the demons as they did so. They nodded their hooded heads to the demons, and Yuid and the demons followed them out. After confirming that they had all left, Eugene also got up. As quite some time had passed, the number of people walking the street had decreased. Eugene checked the direction Yuid and his unknown companions were heading in, then he turned and walked in the opposite direction. It was only after he had walked around the first building in sight that he turned around and started following Yuid. But where are they going? Eugene asked himself. After they had passed several blocks, still supporting Yuid on their shoulders, the group entered a particular building that didn't have any signage. After confirming that everyone had entered without leaving anyone outside, Eugene walked closer to the building. Right when he was about to push open the closed door, someone called out to him, "Hey kid, you're in the wrong neighborhood." 3 burly men walked out of the alley next to the building. While screwing up their ugly faces into a scowl, they glared at Eugene. "This isn't some kind of store, so get lost," one demanded. Eugene ignored the demand and asked, "Then what kind of place is this?" "Didn't I tell you to get lost?" he demanded again. Eugene put on a friendly tone, "Hey friend, don't you think that you're trying to cut our conversation a bit too short?" "I said, get lost, you motherfucker. Why don't we go inside and have a talk instead of standing out here? This crazy bastard. Do you think that we have the time to joke with a brat like you?" One of the men stomped over and grabbed Eugene's collar. Despite the hold on his neck, Eugene admitted, "It does sound a bit like a joke." You're coming with me," the oaf demanded. The man could smell the scent of alcohol coming from Eugene. As he dragged Eugene into the alley, he spat out, "If you're drunk, you should just go home to sleep it off. Looks like I'll need to teach a brat like you that the world is a scary place." After giving him a moderate beating, they'd take Eugene's money as a teaching expense and then chase him away. The 3 men came up with this simple plan as they exchanged glances. Eugene was easily able to read their thoughts from their faces as he quietly followed them into the alley. One of the men began ordering Eugene, "First of all, take out your wallet." Since they had entered the alleyway, thus blocking the view of any watchers, there was no need for Eugene to keep playing along. Eugene pulled on the arm that was clutching his collar. This pulled the man's chin forward slightly, bringing it in reach for a swing of Eugene's fist. Before the man could even finish speaking, he had already lost consciousness. "You crazy bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" With a scream, the remaining 2 thugs rushed Eugene. "Come now, friends," Eugene chided the men. The 2 thugs soon fell to the floor, unable to even lift their fists. As Eugene kicked them idly with his foot, he continued speaking, "Now then, why don't you tell me what goes on in there?" "We don't know," the men stammered out. Eugene shrugged and said, "That's fine. It really doesn't matter if you can't tell me." Bam! Kicking the men in their chins, Eugene turned around and left. Instead of listening to you, it should be faster and simpler to just take a look inside by myself. 1. A more literal translation of this line would be, how can there be guys like this as well? It's quite a common Korean expression. A similar Western expression might be, can you believe this guy? But as this doesn't quite fit the context of the conversation, seeing as there are only 2 participants without any observers, something similar has been substituted. Ch 36.1. Chapter 36.1. Bolero Street. 3. Even at a second glance, Yude's actions seemed suspicious. Accompanied by a group of suspicious people, he had headed into a building without any signage up front. That alone would have been suspicious enough, but a few burly and vicious thugs were even hanging around to intimidate anyone who got near. This was definitely a shady location. Eugene grabbed the doorknob and tried to turn it a few times, but the locked door refused to open. It looked like some kind of magic had been cast on top of the physical locking mechanism. Someone else might have asked themselves, should I smash it? But Eugene didn't even pause to consider. The stars around his heart shone as Eugene checked the flow of mana that he could feel from the doorknob. Eugene felt lucky he had started learning magic. If it were in the past, he would have just tried to break through by force, but now he was even able to figure out the structure of the mana that formed this locking spell. However, just because this was true, it didn't mean that Eugene felt the need to change his method. It just meant that his usual fallback didn't require as much power as before. In the end, he was still going to forcefully break through the door. If Eugene's accomplishments in magic were higher, that might not have been the case, but at present, Eugene couldn't possibly unlock the spell cast on the door using his own magic. A visible shroud of mana covered Eugene's hand, and he then pushed this mana into the locking spell. Thanks to the fact that he was already aware of the structure that the locking spell had taken, it didn't take much effort to overpower the spell's weak point. Although it might seem obvious to say this, to dismantle a spell using this method, one needs to be able to control their mana as if it were their own hands and feet. Even a master wizard with quite some skill in magic would find this task impossible, but Eugene accomplished it with ease. Creak. Although the method might seem crude, the results were undeniable. The doorknob that was twisted open forcefully had completely shattered internally. After confirming that the locking spell had also been broken, Eugene lifted one foot. Bang! With a sharp kick, Eugene broke the lock off the door. While this caused the door to swing open and Eugene entered without any hesitation, he still kept his guard up. One of his hands was resting on the hilt of WINNYD, which Eugene had hanging from his hip. Just by doing this, his vigilance jumped from merely adequate to almost excessive. As long as his hand was resting on his weapon, he could instantly draw it and have it ready for any situation. Eugene was assured by this. It was hard to see in front of him as the whole floor had been filled with a thick cloud of smoke. The very air felt sticky and clung to the back of his throat, the smoke having a sweet yet savory taste to it. It numbed his senses and caused his vision to go slightly dizzy. Eugene circulated the mana from the white flame formula throughout his body, and the mild dizziness went away immediately. So, it's an opium den, Eugene muttered with a snort of disdain. Strange sounds were leaking out from the closed rooms around him. It made sense to find such a place on a street like this, but to think that Yude would immediately come here as soon as he was done with his succubus dream had Eugene's eyes turned cold. I can understand needing a place where he could catch his breath, but this is going way too far. How could anyone even breathe properly in a place like this? Just the dreams from a succubus alone were enough to weaken and ruin his mind, but if he was huffing drugs in an opium den on top of that, he was practically drilling holes in his own brain. While clearing the smoke out of his way, Eugene kept moving forward. Who are you? How did you get in here? Close the door. Men puffing on their drug pipes rose to confront him as he passed by their alcoves. There were humans, beast folk, and demon folk. This opium den was practically a forum for racial inclusivity. Eugene gave his heartfelt applause to the men who came staggering towards him. If guys like you were born 300 years ago, the world might have been able to hold our hands together in love and peace, Eugene praised sarcastically. One of the men shouted, "What the hell is this bastard talking about?" Eugene continued, "But don't think I'll let you off because of that, you rotten bastards." Eugene didn't draw WINNYD, nor did he run directly past them. Instead, the stars circling around his heart went into action. Bam, bam, bam. He instantly created a few magic missiles and sent them piercing through the smoke. Although they might be high on drugs, the addicts who had risen to confront the intruder were those who were quite confident in their own skills. Magic Missile was just a first circle offensive spell. It wasn't that fast or that strong. So Eugene's targets dodged the spell with a snort of disdain. Or at least they tried to dodge it. Although they had immediately reacted to the projectiles with their attempts to evade, the chaotic trajectory of the missiles made it impossible for them to avoid the attacks. "They're way too obvious," Eugene observed with disdain. There was no way that Eugene would get fooled by the evasive movements of guys like these. Truthfully speaking, he was sure he could have hit them even if he cast the spell with his eyes shut. "Where's Uid?" "Gah. You don't need to tell me. I can just look for him myself." Muttering this, Eugene drew WINNYD from its sheath. With a chilling hiss, the silvery blue blade made its appearance. The men who had been sent flying felt their breaths being taken away by the sight. They knew they were going to die. Although Eugene didn't exude any obvious killing intent, their instincts sensed inevitable doom. They gave up any resistance and just curled up into balls, burying their heads in their arms. However, Eugene didn't swing his sword in their direction and instead raised the blade towards the ceiling. Whoosh! A fierce breeze engulfed WINNYD. It was the form of a lesser spirit of the wind, a sylph. But a sylph summoned by Eugene was actually able to create a gust so strong that it was impossible to believe that it was merely a low-ranking spirit. This was all because he was at the third star of the White Flame formula. Although he was even able to summon intermediate spirits with his current amount of mana, Eugene wasn't inclined to do so. He had calculated that it was much better to increase the amount of low mana consumption sylphs he summoned, as he had much better control over them, than draining all his mana to summon an intermediate spirit. Eugene had far too much combat ability to put himself in a position where he needed to depend solely on a spirit's power for his own protection. Ah! The addicts still scattered on the floor around Eugene stared at him with fearful eyes. Eugene was now standing in the center of a fierce windstorm as he kept WINNYD in the air. Roar! The storm suddenly scattered. The gusts of wind it sent blowing in all directions scattered the smoke and smashed open all the walls and tightly locked doors on this floor. What the? The drug addicts found in all of the formerly closed rooms let out screams. Eugene swept his eyes over all of these rooms in a single pass. There were a lot of disturbing, lascivious, and just plain disgusting sights, but Uid wasn't one of them. There was no need for Eugene to continue searching for Uid all by himself. He had scattered a number of sylphs along with the gusts of wind, and they were now blowing through the entire building. They soon told him where he needed to go. Even as he continued to bottle up his boiling irritation, Eugene headed upwards. Bang! A number of magic missiles were combined together to blow a hole through the ceiling. Then Eugene used the wind to lift his body up through the hole. Repeating this process, he arrived on the third floor. 1. The original text calls it a raccoon den. Opium dens were called that because they used to smoke out raccoon dens when they were being hunted. I used opium den to make it easier to understand. Favorite. CH 36.2. Chapter 36.2 Bolero Street 3. Eugene landed in a hallway that was choked with both smoke and dust. With a buzzing sound, the sylphs that had followed him started to generate some wind. Using this to scatter the smoke, Eugene strode purposefully down the hallway. There was only one room at the end of this hallway, which meant you had to be in that room. Even as he continued to stare straight ahead at the locked door to the room, Eugene's feet suddenly slid sideways. Hiss! A spine-chilling noise swept past as something brushed the side of his head. Without panicking, Eugene manipulated the wind around him. Boom! The wind gathered into one spot above him before exploding like a bomb. Falling from the ceiling, the man who had tried to attack him was forcefully embedded into the wall as his mouth sprayed out blood. It was one of the two men who had been waiting for Yuid in the restaurant. If you're trying to backstab me, then you should at least aim properly, cheeky bastard. Eugene clicked his tongue at the man before reaching into his vest with his left hand. The ambush wasn't over just yet. Without even opening the door, someone inside the room attacked Eugene by casting a spell that burst through the door. With a snort, Eugene pulled out the item he had been reaching for. He then casually threw the luxurious wooden box that he had obtained from the auction house in the way of the attack. Contained within the box was the fragment of the moonlight sword that he had bought at the auction house. Gwa! The spell was split into dozens of strands that swept across the surrounding walls. The fragment didn't break or show any other reaction to the spell's mana. What astounding performance, Eugene muttered as he grabbed the fragment that had fallen to the floor. Although none of the original sword's appearance had been retained, the moonlight sword's characteristics could still be seen from this small fragment. Eugene continued speaking while looking straight ahead. If you had hit me with that attack just now, the power could have killed me. Behind the door that had been shredded by the attack, a man in a black robe was standing there. It was made even more obvious from his attire, but the spell he had cast had already revealed his identity as a black wizard. Panicked by the failure of his attack spell, the black wizard shrieked, "Who are you?" He had cast that spell with a resolve to kill, but it had somehow been blocked using some unknown method. Had this intruder used magic just now? But how had he never heard of a defensive spell with such an effect? "Why are you raising such an uproar here?" the black wizard also demanded. It was true that Eugene had been the one to start attacking unilaterally. After beating up the guards outside, he had barged in through the front door and smashed through the ceilings of the first and second floors to reach the third floor. So the wizard had reason to feel wronged. However, Eugene didn't care about that. He didn't feel the need to explain the situation or even reveal his name. Escaping from reality through a dream made by a succubus was pathetic but understandable. However, Yuid had crossed the line this time. Drugs were already a step too far, but he was even consorting with a fucking bastard who used black magic. Don't get involved with black magic. Gilead had even given Eugene a stern warning about such conduct before he left for Aroth. But what did Gilead's real son think he was doing, palling around with someone who could even be called Vermouth's enemy? Get out of the way, Eugene spat out an order as he put the fragment of the moonlight sword back inside his vest. If you run away now, I won't have to try and catch you. I already thought you were a cheeky brat, but that's... The black wizard snarled. Do you even realize where you are now and in whose presence you're behaving so rudely? Eugene coldly replied, I know exactly who I'm behaving so rudely to. That's Yuid Lionheart, isn't it? The thing that made Eugene feel even more furious and scornful was that, despite all the commotion, Yuid had yet to raise his head, let alone make a sound. Yuid was so high on alcohol and drugs that he was still buried in the sheets of his large bed, giggling to himself. It seems like your distinguished young master still doesn't even understand what's going on, Eugene observed sarcastically. The black wizard suddenly screamed, Kill him! The demon folk who had been sticking close to Yuid sprang into action. They were the ones supporting Yuid on the way here from the restaurant. The three demons directly threw themselves at Eugene. So they're all here, Eugene noted to himself. With these three, Eugene had finally met all the 5 people who had escorted Yuid to this opium den. One of them was still embedded in the wall outside, and the other had started trying to cast a spell right in front of him. Whoosh! The stars around his heart began to resonate as white flames flared up to cover Eugene's body. As he started to charge forward, wisps of flames scattered from him. Eugene lowered his body and drew WYNNYD back behind him. A lion with a white mane hides its claws, not needing to make the first move. It was only when the demons got into range that WYNNYD made its move. Whoosh! The lion's claws swung forward, tearing apart everything in its path. Arg! Blood spurted out from the chest of the demon who had rushed closest to Eugene. In the next moment, Eugene took a step forward. The wind wrapped around his sword exploded, and the body of the second demon, who had been slowed by fear, was thrown backward by the wind. Ugh! The demon who was right behind the second one was startled by this sight and tried to back away. However, it was much faster for Eugene to dive forward than for the demon to retreat. Although the demon lengthened its fingernails into blade-like claws and swiftly slashed at Eugene, the demon's arm was completely severed at the wrist before it could even complete its swing. The demon didn't even get a chance to scream in pain. Having already gotten into reach, Eugene's hand grabbed the demon by its face. Crack! With this grip, Eugene smashed the demon's head through the floor. This is insane, the Black Wizard muttered as his face turned pale. Although Eugene's skills were undeniably amazing, it was the white flames covering Eugene's body that truly shocked the Black Wizard. Those scattered wisps of fire that looked like the mane of a lion, only one mana training scripture in the whole world could cause such a unique phenomenon. That was the Lionheart main family's white flame formula. The Black Wizard stammered, might you be Sir Eugene Lionheart?" He stopped trying to cast a spell. Instead, he stepped backward, all the while sweating profusely, and laid down his staff. Eugene shook the blood off of his hand after getting up. "Get out of the way," Eugene repeated. For a moment, the Black Wizard considered whether he should continue to resist or just submit. Neither choice would prevent this from turning into the worst-case scenario, so instead, the Black Wizard hid the murderous intent in his eyes, and he subtly shuffled over to the staff that he had laid down. "And now hold on a moment. Allow me to explain the situation." The Black Wizard drew out his words, trying to buy even a few more seconds of precious time. However, Eugene had no intention of listening to his story. He had told the Black Wizard to get out of the way, but the Black Wizard hadn't. As such, Eugene was now decided on what to do next. Eugene narrowed the distance between them in an instant and reached out to grab the Black Wizard. Unfortunately for him, there was far too little time for the Black Wizard to properly cast a spell, so he recklessly burst out his mana. Although it wasn't as powerful or as effective as a proper spell, he was just trying to stop Eugene from getting any nearer by blindly expelling his mana. However, this still failed to cause Eugene any hindrance. Eugene just added swordlight to his sword that was already covered by a blade of wind. The blast of mana could not stop Eugene's slash without any refinement. How insane, the Black Wizard cursed. How could he have imagined that his last-ditch effort could be cut through so easily? He couldn't believe that Eugene was currently only 17. "I'm going to die, or at least, that's what the Black Wizard thought." Eugene's sword stopped right in front of the Black Wizard's throat. The Black Wizard trembled nervously, unable to gulp out of fear that this would cause his throat to be sliced open. "Stay still," Eugene spat out this order as he walked past the Black Wizard. Yuid was still intoxicated from all the alcohol and drugs he had taken. However, Eugene didn't draw any closer to Yuid and instead slowly turned his gaze to the spot on the bed beside the disappointing heir. There laid a bowl containing a grotesquely jiggling mass of flesh. Could that be what I think it is? Eugene asked as he pointed to the mass of flesh. This wasn't just a simple chunk of meat. This was a cup, used for certain ceremonies. Eugene promised, if it turns out that there's a human heart in that bowl, you can be sure that I will skin you alive and cut you to pieces, starting from your toes. It really isn't, the Black Wizard pleaded as he immediately knelt on the spot. That thing inside there really isn't a human heart. It's a monster's heart. What kind of monster? A unicorn's. Instead of listening any further, Eugene checked the inside of the bowl for himself. Indeed, he could see that the heart was too big to be a human's, and it also had a slightly bluish tint to it. Unicorns were monsters with such strong mana and divine power that they were called divine beasts. If it was meant to be used as a sacrifice, then a unicorn's heart was much more valuable than a human's. Is the other party a demon king? Eugene eventually asked. The Black Wizard reacted with shock. How dare? I mean, how could someone like myself arrange a contract with one of the demon kings? Then who is it? Eugene prompted. It's Baron Ulfar of Helmuth, the Black Wizard finally answered with his head bowed low. Eugene was unfamiliar with that name. His brow furrowed as he turned back to look at the Black Wizard. And just who is that bastard? Eugene asked. The Black Wizard explained, he is an incubus who serves under Duchess Giabella. Duchess Giabella? Are you talking about Noir Giabella? Yes, sir. Noir Giabella was the queen of the night demons. Eugene snorted and shook his head. It wasn't surprising that that damn succubus was still alive after 300 years. Although the Helmuth of the distant past was nothing more than a hell ruled by the 5 demon kings, with none of the trappings of a real nation, the current Helmuth was now a genuine country ruled over jointly by the demon kings of incarceration and destruction. Although it wasn't possible for her to stand on the same level as the demon kings, if it was the queen who ruled over all the night demons, it made sense for Noir Giabella to be called a duchess. Struggling to hold in his irritation, Eugene said, So what you're saying is, this damned bastard was about to sign a contract with a mere servant of Noir Giabella, an incubus who is nothing more than a baron. Is that what you're saying? Sir Eugene, the Black Wizard stammered, unsure what to say. So he was planning to offer up the heart of a unicorn, while out of his mind on drugs and alcohol, in exchange for a contract with a mere incubus baron. Have I got all that right? It was Sir Ewad's own desire. The Black Wizard hastily made his excuses as he banged his head against the floor in apology. I was only listening to Sir Ewad's request. Sir Ewad was also the one who gave me the money to purchase the heart of a unicorn. I just listened to Sir Ewad's request, and I just couldn't refuse his order. Of course, you couldn't refuse him, Eugene drawled sarcastically. After all, you must have been so excited. That idiot is still the eldest son of the Lionheart clan's direct line. On top of giving you money, he even wanted to make a contract with your master. If it had all worked out as planned, your strength would have increased greatly thanks to that fucking bastard named Ulfar. The Black Wizard stayed silent. No, on second thought, it wouldn't just end with you getting stronger. If the deal had been struck, you might even have been able to negotiate a contract with that bitch Noir. This was why he had been so eager to arrange for Ewad to sign a contract with the enemy of Vermouth and the Lionheart clan. You were willing to arrange this contract because you were also greedy for the results. So don't push all the blame onto others and keep your mouth shut if you don't want me to beat you up, threatened Eugene. The Black Wizard was unable to come up with any more excuses. The killing intent that Eugene was exuding was far too ferocious and frightening for him to dare open his mouth anytime soon. Eugene turned his gaze away from the Black Wizard to look at Ewad, who was still lying on his back, eyes half open, and with drool dripping from his slack-jawed mouth. First of all, he needed to calm himself down. Eugene took a deep breath before taking another look at Yued's face. This son of a bitch. In the end, he still couldn't contain his temper. Spitting out a vile curse, Eugene slapped Yued on the cheek. CH 37.1. Chapter 37.1. Yued Lionheart 1. Slop. The bed bounced in its frame with a sound so terrible that it was hard to believe it came from just a slap. The heavy blow, which was loaded with all of Eugene's emotions, woke Yued up from the haze of alcohol and drugs that had been clouding his mind. Arg! Yued let out a scream. Although he had woken up, he still hadn't grasped the situation. After first clutching at his sore cheek, Yued lifted his head, only for Eugene to push Yued's hands aside. Have you come to your senses yet? Eugene asked as he slapped Yued once more. Though, rather than a slap, it would be more accurate to call it a full-on assault. The force of the blow even collapsed the legs of the bed, sending Yued sprawling backward with his legs up in the air. Arg! Yued screamed once again. Jeez, big brother, Eugene sighed. He raised his hands to deliver another blow, but Yued managed to react in time by covering his head with his arms. Yued had only been slapped twice, but thick streams of tears were already dripping down his face. Considering that the insides of his cheeks had been torn, filling his mouth with blood, and his teeth had definitely been knocked loose, it was only natural that Yued was in a great deal of pain. But for him to cry because of that? He wasn't just some 19-year-old man from any ordinary family. No, he was the eldest son of the Lionheart clan's direct line, a descendant of Vermouth. And he was crying just because he got slapped twice on the cheek? Yued's tears did nothing to cool Eugene's rage. Instead, the sight of his whimpering only made his anger rise even higher. Do you really think you deserve any sympathy? Eugene sneered. Disoriented, Yued babbled. WH, who are you? Why am I? WH, where is this? Are you playing dumb? Or do you really not know what's going on? The latter is definitely a possibility, considering that you took drugs while already drunk on alcohol. But, having gone that far, it wouldn't be a surprise if you had difficulty recognizing your own parents. As Eugene said all this in a calm voice, he reached out with his hand. Yued trembled and flinched backward. The sight of him then grabbing the blood-stained sheets and pulling them over his head was both absurd and pathetic. Eugene took a moment to calm himself before continuing. That's why I need you to come to your senses first. Now, turn your other cheek towards me. Who on earth are you? Yued repeated his question. Eugene sked in disapproval. You really are out of it. Do you still not recognize me? It can't be helped. It looks like I'll need to keep hitting you. If you haven't come to your senses yet, it just means you're not in enough pain. If I hit you a few more times, you'll have to come to your senses, even if you don't want to. Yued begged. Stop. Please don't hit me. First of all, get that blanket out of the way. Don't try to block it. If you pointlessly try to block it, I might just hit somewhere else by mistake, and that'll be bad news for you. Although he said this, Eugene didn't wait for Yued to move on his own accord. He pulled down the blanket and pushed away Yued's hands covering his head. The side of Yued's face that had been slapped twice was already swollen, and blood was dripping from his cracked lips. Eugene grabbed Yued's nose and turned his head so that the other side was facing him. Arg! Ignoring Yued's screams, Eugene slapped him twice on the remaining cheek so that the two sides appeared equal. Then he grabbed Yued's head and held him in place with both hands. Eugene asked once more, Now, have you come to your senses? You. Yued could only sob in reply. Sorry, Eugene belatedly realized something. You might not be able to recognize me because I currently have my appearance tweaked a bit. Eugene immediately removed the transformation spell and returned to his original appearance. Yued's eyes finally widened in recognition. His tear-filled eyes wavered, looking around desperately for help as he stammered, Eugene. Hey, big brother, Eugene casually greeted him. What are you doing here? I followed you here, big brother. In his heart, he would much rather curse Yuid out, but for now, Eugene decided to address Yuid as his big brother in a friendly tone. Just what were you thinking? He asked. What? Yuid mumbled uncomprehendingly. I'm asking you, just what on earth were you thinking, big brother? I mean, I really have tried to sympathize with your situation, and I get that you're under a lot of stress, you know? Since your reality stinks like shit, I get that you might want to play around in the sweet depths of a succubus dream. I thought that it was pathetic and stupid of you, but it wasn't like I couldn't understand why you were doing it. And the life force that you were offering to the succubus belonged to you in the first place, right, big brother? So it's up to you to decide if you want to escape from reality by getting satisfaction from your dreams. However, this is just going too far. Grind. Eugene pressed down on Yuid's temples with both hands. The vice-like pressure caused Yuid's eyes to become red and bloodshot. He tried to twist himself free of Eugene's hands, but Eugene refused to let go of Yuid. You're not allowed to get involved with black magic, Eugene solemnly stated, keeping up the pressure. Yuid groaned, ah. Ugh. As the eldest son of the Lionheart's direct line, the man next in line to become the patriarch, how could you try and make a contract with a demon folk? And with something like an incubus at that? That's. I just couldn't help it. What do you mean you couldn't help it? You crazy bastard. Eugene suddenly roared. Do you even know what happens if you get into black magic with a contract instead of at least learning how to use it with the proper method? Your soul becomes the property of the demon folk. You become a slave who kills when told to kill and dies when told to die. There were two methods to start learning black magic. One method was to slowly learn how to control demonic power. However, it wasn't really a method that just anyone could pull off. Unless you were a truly exceptional wizard, you wouldn't be able to learn how to control demonic power all on your own. As such, most black wizards used the other method, which was to make a contract with a demon folk. Even if you were lacking in skill, you could still at least make a contract, and even if you couldn't control demonic power on their own, you could still receive demonic power from the demon folk you had contracted with. Most black wizards raised their strength using the demonic power they received from the demon folk they were contracted to. Thus, even with pitiful talents, they could quickly raise their levels, but no matter how strong they became, they could no longer escape their ties to the demon folk. Eugene unleashed a storm of questions. Do you really think that this is a problem that will affect only you? Do you truly understand what will happen if you become a black wizard? Let's see, the first thing to fall into the gutter because of you would probably be the family's honor. But that's only the start of it. What if the demon folk you contracted with told you to kill your mother? Then your father, and finally your siblings. What would you do if he asked you to bring him the main family's white flame formula and all the treasures in the treasure vault? He said that I wouldn't need to show him unconditional obedience. You had protested with a disgruntled expression. He said that he would treat me with proper consideration. That he wouldn't give me any impossible or irrational orders. That's what he promised. Who promised that? Eugene sneered. Was it that fucking incubus bastard? You idiot. Do you really think that the demon folk are like the dragons or the elves? To them, breaking a promise is as easy as a flick of the wrist. You had tried to argue, but our ancestor and the demon kings. That fucking oath was made with a demon king. Do you really think that a promise made with a small fry incubus will have the same power? With this cry, Eugene tightened the hold he had on Yuid's head instead of releasing it. You won't need to show him unconditional obedience? That's right, you won't need to. You can refuse to obey his orders, as long as you're prepared to die, that is. But do you really have the guts to do that? Could you really disobey him if it meant that you would die instead? Yuid couldn't say anything in his defense. Eugene sneered, as if you could do something like that. You're just a bastard who can't even defend yourself and instead escapes into alcohol and dreams. Why you? As tears fell from his eyes, Yuad's voice found some strength. You, what the hell gives you the right to judge me? Huh, fine then, with a snort, Eugene nodded his head in challenge. You think there's something wrong with what I just said? Then why don't you have a go at defending yourself, big brother? You have no idea. Ever since 4 years ago, everyone has been paying attention to you. Since you were adopted into the main family, Fath, the patriarch has been raining down support on you, so how could you? If someone else was listening to you, they might think you were being discriminated against. But you've also received a lot of support, haven't you, big brother? Weren't you also granted access to the ley line? And haven't you also inherited the white flame formula? Then, because you wanted to learn magic, they even sent you off to Arath, and you were even given a chance to become the disciple of a tower master. Am I wrong? I've been getting the same amount of support as you, big brother. I'm not this great because the patriarch favored me over you, but it's just because I was born this amazing. These words caused Yuad's shoulders to tremble in anger. Eugene continued, not only was I born with great talent, but I also put in just as much effort to become great. I bet I've worked a lot harder than you, right, big brother? Just because you're innately talented, it's impossible for me to compare to you. You had squeezed out these bitter words. So that's why you tried to get into black magic? Eugene asked. That's why you would sign a contract with an incubus, drag your family's name through the mud, and give up everything you have? And just how far do you think you get by doing that? Eugene let go of Yuad's head. He lifted a finger to draw Yuad's attention and pointed to the black wizard kneeling on the floor beside them. Even if I fought a bastard like that with my eyes closed, I could still kill him within 10 seconds, Eugene confidently stated. Yuad bit his lip in silence. With the help of black magic, that's about as far as you could go. Did you really think that the strength you would get from signing a contract with an incubus would be all that amazing? Right. You might have been able to somehow use him as an intermediary so that you could sign a contract with the Queen of the Night Demons. Was that what you were hoping for, big brother? Yuad's cheeks trembled as he clenched his teeth. Bullseye. Eugene snorted and shook his head. CH 37.2. Chapter 37.2. Yuad Lionheart, 1. Alright, if you were able to sign a personal contract with Noir Giabella, you probably would have gotten pretty strong, Eugene admitted. But what would you do with all that strength? Do you really think that you'd be able to become the patriarch with the power of black magic? I never. Yuad's eyes twisted into a glare as he struggled to continue speaking. I never wanted to become the Lionheart clan's patriarch. Then what were you planning to do? I wanted to become a BL Black wizard and go to Hellmouth. In a place like that, I'd be free, and my worth would be recognized. This son of a bitch. Eugene's face twisted into a grimace as he knocked Yuad on the head. Why would you want to receive the approval of demon folk? Which do you think is better, being recognized by your family or being recognized by the demon folk? And do you really think they would respect you? I think you've got something mixed up, big brother. Without your background as the eldest son of the main family, you really don't have any value to them. That's why, even more so, I want to get rid of that title. I never wanted to become the next patriarch, and I never asked to be born as the eldest son of the direct line. I want to be free, to be able to do what I want to do. How greedy can you get? What? With your current background, aren't you already free to do as you please while receiving support for your goals as well? What more do you want? There's a lot of things I can't. Enough, I don't need to hear anymore. For now, just know this, big brother. I can't understand why you did this, and I don't want to understand. What is there to talk about with a bastard who thinks he's the only one who's got it unfair and challenging? A bastard who has had so many things granted to him from birth that others can only wish for, who makes up all sorts of excuses while whining about this and that. Eugene grumbled as he pulled away from Uid. While you were in Arath, drinking, doing drugs, and getting lost in your dreams, Cyan and Seal, who stayed at the main estate, were truly giving it their best effort to improve themselves. Not to mention me. Uid had run out of excuses. That's all there is to it. Eugene dismissed his excuses. There was no value in continuing the conversation. Eugene spun around like a whirlwind and kicked the back of the Black Wizard, who was still quietly kneeling down. The Black Wizard grunted, "Ugh. Just stay still and don't come up with any nonsense," Eugene warned him. The Black Wizard protested, "I wasn't doing anything." "I know," said Eugene. "But you probably were thinking of doing something stupid, right?" The Black Wizard's body shook slightly. Was this monstrous brat even able to read other people's minds? But of course, Eugene wasn't a mind reader. He had just given the guy a kick to relieve his own mounting irritation. Eugene didn't miss the fact that the Black Wizard had flinched. "So you really were thinking of doing something stupid? Okay then, you were asking for this." He kicked the Black Wizard once more, sending him rolling across the floor with a cry of pain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Laws existed even in this chaotic street. While the guards in charge of the street might close their eyes to the usual commotions occurring because of corruption and the unwritten rules, the current uproar had gotten out of hand. Buildings along the center of the street were shaking, walls were collapsing, and other such chaos ensued. Even the guards killing time while enjoying the pleasures of the street couldn't ignore such an uproar. "Sir." Eugene Lionheart, the red-faced captain of the guards, who had just arrived, mouthed these words. These 3 words kept flashing through the captain's wine-soaked head as he realized that things were fucked. Although it was common for incidents to occur on Bolero Street, this was the first time that such an influential figure had been involved. In the first place, such public figures rarely caused such a huge uproar, even if they did get involved with some incident. It was self-defense, Eugene said as he spread his arms, gesturing to his surroundings. My drunk older brother was half carried to this location, so I was just following him to check if he was being kidnapped. When I tried to go in after him, I was stopped, so I asked them what kind of place this was. But what was I supposed to do when they started threatening me and trying to steal my wallet? The captain played dumb. So to protect myself and my wallet, I fought with them. As for what happened inside, I think we've got a good idea of what you're trying to say. The guard captain interrupted Eugene with a desperate laugh, sweat pouring profusely down his face. We'll be sure to handle the cleanup, so if the good Sir Eugene could please leave this scene to us. Then I'll just leave and take my big brother with me. Along with that bastard, Eugene said, pointing to the Black Wizard. At this, the Black Wizard turned to look at the guard captain with a desperate look on his face. This was an unbearably embarrassing incident for the city. Drugs were supposedly forbidden in Arath. Although they might only pay lip service to this rule, turning a blind eye to its distribution and use of drugs, the fact that a drug den had been revealed in the middle of the street wasn't something that could be covered up by the unwritten rules. Moreover, both the Black Wizards and the Lionheart clan were caught up in this mess. If he just let them go like this, the guard captain's own head might be sent flying. The number of prominent figures who had ties to the street was too many to count, so if things went on as they were, even if the guard captain didn't have anything to do with all this, they might just cut off his head as part of a cover-up. Coming to a decision, the guard captain said, "That's my apologies, but I don't think we can allow you to do that. We'll perform our own interrogation on that Black Wizard." "Shut up," a cold voice descended from the sky. Eugene, who had been looking at the captain of the guards with a pitying gaze, lifted his head to look up into the sky. Lovelian was standing high up in the air. "How am I supposed to trust you to interrogate the suspect when you've been keeping your eyes shut to the things going on under your jurisdiction?" Lovelian demanded. "Head Wizard," the guard captain stammered. "I'll take care of this incident myself." If you have any complaints, you can call for the commander of the guards. Although I have to say, I don't believe that he will oppose me and be a stickler on this issue." Lovelian descended to the ground. The guard captain gave in and speechlessly bowed his head low. Though, he wasn't the only one to do so. "Damn it, he got here so quickly," the Black Wizard thought as his face twisted into a terrible scowl. But there was no way that the news should have been able to reach the far-off Red Tower of Magic. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Magic so quickly? He couldn't understand how the Tower Master, who held little interest in anything other than magic, could have arrived here so soon. "I'm sorry to have called you when you're already so busy," Eugene apologized. "It's fine," Lovelian replied as he took a calming breath. Eugene was the one who had summoned Lovelian. He had ordered the guide to do so through the communication terminal. Although he could have chosen to rely on the Lionheart name to purchase his way out, looking at the broader picture, he thought it would make for a neater ending if he got Lovelian's assistance rather than relying on his family's name. Eugene began to explain, "If you would like to know what happened." "I can roughly understand the situation," Lovelian said as he shook his head. "It's because of my negligence that such an unfortunate incident has occurred." Yuid's body trembled in fear. Lovelian sighed, "Playing around with succubi, forgetting the worries of reality through your dreams. Although I thought it was a much-needed method of relaxation, it appears that I made the wrong decision." "My apologies, Eugene." "There's no need to apologize to me," Eugene attempted to wave it off. "No, I do need to apologize to you. Of course, I will be apologizing to Sir Gilead and Lady Tanis as well, but I'm also guilty for allowing you to witness such an ugly scene, Eugene. Furthermore, you performed the duties that I should have taken care of." Lovelian was also similar to Eugene in his disdain for black wizards. Just like his revered great master, the wise Sienna, her disciples also despised black wizards. Lovelian, in particular, as Gilead's longtime friend, was well aware of just how absurd it was for a member of the Lionheart clan to get involved with black magic. Head Wizard, you had attempted to speak even as his body continued trembling. I didn't do it. I haven't started learning black magic. But you tried to, didn't you?" Lovelian stared at Yuid with cold eyes. "Yuid, you have tarnished the name of the Lionheart clan. You have insulted Sir Gilead, who trusted you and left you to my care. Also, you have insulted Samuel, who chose to teach you, and you have insulted me, who chose to overlook all your foibles." Yuid stammered, "And no, I didn't intend to do any of that. If you continue to make any more excuses, I will just have to show you the cost of your insults immediately." "And I really am tempted to do so," Lovelian interrupted, unwilling to listen to Yuid's words. "So please, don't say another word. If you want to continue making excuses, don't spout them to me. Tell them to Samuel, who taught you, Gilead, who sent you here, and Tanis." Yuid buried his head in his hands and burst into tears. Lovelian looked down at the sight with a pitying gaze before letting out a long sigh. "Let us return." With these words, Lovelian turned away from Yuid, and Eugene also didn't spare him another glance. Still, at the center of everyone else's gazes, Yuid bowed his head to hide his face. As tears continued to wring themselves from his trembling frame, the light in Yuid's eyes flickered and died. The night air was cold. CH 38.1. Chapter 38.1. Yuid Lionheart, 2. For years ago, Yuid's eyes had sparkled brightly upon seeing the magic cast by Lovelian. He had held a pure passion and interest for magic. Born as the eldest son of the Lionheart clan's direct line with an excessive amount of expectations placed on him, Yuid had held a much greater interest in reading books and learning magic than he had in learning how to swing a sword and move his body. However, just because he was interested in it didn't mean he had a talent for it. This was actually pretty common. Most people, unfortunately, didn't have a lot of talent for the things they really liked and wanted to do. But Yuid had felt betrayed by this. To the same extent that he had once felt love and hope for learning magic, Yuid felt frustrated by how different his reality was from his ideal. Yuid's suffering wasn't particularly cruel or uncommon. It was something that had happened to a lot of people. Although Yuid held a great passion and interest in magic, even going so far as to harbor love for it, magic didn't return Yuid's affections. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gilead hadn't waited for dawn, though it was already late at night. A few minutes past midnight, Gilead arrived at the capital of Aroth. Then he immediately headed to the Red Tower of Magic. And Gilead wasn't the only one to come to the Red Tower of Magic at this midnight hour. On the top floor of the Red Tower of Magic, along with Lovelian and Eugene, a man wearing a pair of black-framed glasses was waiting in his seat. "It's nice to meet you," the man greeted them politely. His name was Balzac Ludbeth. He was a powerful black wizard who had been occupying the seat of Black Tower Master for the past few decades. He got up from his chair and bowed his head deeply to Gilead. "My name is Balzac Ludbeth," he introduced himself. "I am Gilead Lionheart." Gilead reluctantly returned the greeting. Glaring at Balzac, Gilead gave the man a slight bow of the head, then exchanged a short glance with Eugene. Tanis, who had accompanied Gilead, absolutely refused to bow her head to the man. Biting on her bottom lip, she glared at both Eugene and Balzac. "What are you doing here?" she demanded harshly. Tanis couldn't contain her surging emotions. Yuid was her only son, the one who was meant to become the next patriarch of the main family. But because he was more interested in magic than martial arts, she had reluctantly released him from her watchful eye so he could go and cultivate himself. But her beloved son had actually attempted to learn black magic. Tanis absolutely refused to accept such a terrible reality. "Please calm yourself," Lovelian requested in a gloomy voice. "This incident has nothing to do with the Black Tower Master." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Tanis cried out. "Didn't you say that Yuid was tempted into dabbling with black magic? But are you really going to look me in the eye and expect me to believe that the Black Tower Master had nothing to do with it? The Black Tower of Magic does not hold authority over all the black wizards in Aroth." As he sat back down, Balzac continued to speak, "As for the black wizard responsible for this unfortunate affair, although we now know that his name is Gavid, he is not a member of the Black Tower of Magic. He is only a member of the Wizards Guild." The Wizards Guild was known as the largest community of wizards in the world. However, it didn't have as much prestige as it had scale. Unlike the Guild, which allowed anyone to join as long as they could use magic, the Towers of Magic were far more exclusive and would only accept those with genuinely exceptional skills. Although strictly speaking, I might also be a member of the Wizards Guild, that does not make me consider Gavid to even merit being an associate. Wouldn't you agree that that is the case? While pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, he gave Lovelian a glance. "For example, while we both might be wizards belonging to the guild, I'm afraid that the Red Tower Master and I don't consider ourselves as part of the same fraternity." Though he remained silent, Lovelian nodded in agreement. Still furious, Tanis attempted to continue speaking, but Gilead raised his hand to prevent her from doing so. "But you still haven't explained why you're here," Gilead pointed out in a cold voice. If he claimed that the Black Tower of Magic wasn't involved in this incident, why had Balzac insisted on being here? Gilead's concealed rage made the air in the room grow cold. However, Balzac wasn't overwhelmed by Gilead's hostility and instead calmly admitted, "The reason I'm here is to take responsibility for this matter." As the patriarch of the Lionheart clan's main family, Gilead was one of a handful of the strongest people on the continent. But so was Balzac. Decades ago, he had originally been in line to become the next Tower Master of the Blue Tower of Magic. Now he was one of only 3 legendary black wizards to have signed a personal contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. Balzac continued, although Gavid isn't a member of the Black Tower of Magic, as the Black Tower Master, I intend to take responsibility for the problems that Gavid has caused. Responsibility? Gilead questioned. Yes, for tempting Uid into learning black magic and arranging such a contract, Balzac confirmed. Strictly speaking, these cannot be considered crimes. Hundreds of years ago, just learning black magic would cause one to be sentenced as a criminal and executed. However, after the treaty agreed upon between the Great Vermouth and the Demon Kings was signed, learning black magic had become a personal right. Balzac elaborated, though that might be the case. I hope to show proper regard to the Lionheart clan's stance on this matter. I don't really like the sound of your words, Gilead spat out. It sounds like you're saying that, for the sake of the Lionheart clan's prestige, you're willing to bow your head in apology, even though you don't really need to. Have I got that right? Yes, Balzac immediately responded without any attempt at denying it. Pop. Gilead's knuckles clenched. His killing intent ratcheted up a level, causing space itself to tremble. As Eugene assessed the killing intent in the air, he glanced down at the goosebumps being raised on his forearms. He had felt such levels of killing intent countless times in his past life. But the body he had been reincarnated into, which had only ever experienced this life, was trembling in the face of the killing intent. It isn't something I strictly need to take responsibility for, and I hope you understand that. A ghastly wave of killing intent had engulfed Balzac. Still, even in the midst of this, his face remained calm as he continued. However, I wish to take responsibility anyway, as a fellow black wizard. Because I have no desire to lose the current amicable peace that we have maintained with the Lionheart clan because of this incident. If that's how you really feel, how about getting down on your knees? Tanis demanded in a sharp tone. Balzac immediately got up from his seat and, without any hesitation, said, if that's what you desire. As Balzac was about to kneel down, Gilead shook his head violently and shouted, Stop, there's no need for that. Reluctantly, Gilead continued, I will gratefully accept your offer of non-obligatory responsibility. But there is one thing that concerns me. I fear that you may be attempting to cover up this incident in the name of taking responsibility. Crimes involving drugs are governed by the law of Arath. Everyone caught in the drug den will be confined in Aratha's prison, leaving me unable to conceal anything. Balzac paused for a moment to give Gilead a look. Unless you would like to behead them yourself? Such words seem like an insult to my honor, Gilead growled. All I ask is that the laws of Arath be applied fairly. By what right should I, as a foreigner, attempt to pass judgment over the laws of Arath? I've done you a discourtesy, Balzac said as an apology. Gilead changed the subject. What will happen to the succubi? The business they're operating isn't illegal. Even the hallucinogens they make use of in their store aren't considered drugs, but there will be sanctions placed on them for allowing mistreatment of their patrons. Then how exactly are you supposed to be taking responsibility? Tanis hissed. As Balzac sat down once more, he replied, I have arranged for the incubus with whom Gavid is currently contracted and who attempted to sign a contract with Sir Uid to be beheaded. I beg your pardon? Baron Owen Alfer, an incubus who serves under Duke Giabella. As Duke Giabella was not involved in this scheme, she cannot claim any responsibility for it, but the one who was directly involved with Gavid, Baron Alfer, will lose his head. Balzac raised his hand. At this movement, Gilead leaned his body slightly closer to Tanis. This was to protect her should something unexpected occur. Although Gilead's actions and attitude blatantly showed his caution and distrust of Balzac, Balzac did not feel offended by this. With a completely serene expression, he just drew his finger down through the air. Whoosh! A black burst of flame ignited in midair and a scroll appeared. After waiting for the fire to die down, Balzac took the scroll and declared, "The Demon King of Incarceration has sent a personal message." Eugene took firm hold of his body that was about to react unconsciously. He held back his rage. Nothing good would happen from pointlessly showing a reaction in this situation. His mind began to race in the place of his frozen body. The Demon King of Incarceration was one of Helmuth's 2 remaining Demon Kings. In his past life, Eugene hadn't been able to storm into the Demon King of Incarceration's castle. The Demon King of Incarceration would like to convey his immense disappointment over causing such distress to the family of his good friend Vermouth. Balzac read out. His good friend Vermouth. These words caused Eugene's stomach to turn. He wanted to immediately jump up from his seat and grab Balzac by the collar. He wanted to snap at the man to go and tell that Demon King he served to stop spouting such bullshit and just keep his trap shut. Eugene wasn't the only one whose expression twisted at these words. Gilead also began glaring at Balzac while biting down on his lips. Even as he ignored these looks, Balzac continued speaking. As such, he declares that he will personally behead Owen Alfer, and, if desired, he can have the head delivered directly to the Lionheart clan. There's no need for that. Gilead ground out these words with a grimace. If that's the case, I will inform him that just beheading the Baron will be sufficient, Balzac said as he stood up once more. Once again, allow me to bow my head in apology to you. While this arrangement may not be enough to appease your anger, Lord Patriarch, please know that neither the Demon King of Incarceration nor the Black Tower of Magic have any desire to offend the Lionheart clan. Gilead stayed grimly silent. Well then, I look forward to meeting you again under more pleasurable circumstances. With this farewell, Balzac made to leave. Before he exited the room, he shot a glance at Eugene. Eugene felt this gaze, but he didn't immediately return Balzac's look. There was a short silence. I will take Eudes back with me to the main estate when I return. Gilead was the first to speak. As he rubbed his stiff cheeks, he let out a long sigh and said, Master Levelian, I'm afraid that I've made a grave error. All of this is my fault. Not at all. If I had only been more strict with Eudes, something like this wouldn't have happened, Levelian confessed with a similarly long sigh. He shook his head from side to side before bowing his head towards Tanis. My sincere apologies. Eudes, what is that child doing now? Tanis asked, her eyes overflowing with resentment. She truly believed that Levelian was at fault for Eudes' error. If he had only accepted Eudes as his disciple and had taught Eudes with a wholehearted zeal, then there was no way that her son would have gone out and done something like this. Eudes didn't have enough talent to be his disciple? What did that even mean? There was no way her son, Eudes, could be lacking in any form. I told him to rest in his room, Levelian replied. CH 38.2. Chapter 38.2. Eudes Lionheart, 2. Gilead, after glaring at Levelian, Tanis turned to her husband. We don't really need to take Eudes back home with us, do we? Eudes isn't. He hasn't truly dabbled in black magic. He just made an attempt, that's all. Gilead remained stonily silent. Tanis pleaded, since he knows that he's made a mistake, he won't do something like that again. If we treat this as a lesson, then he might even work harder from now on. So can't we just? Tanis couldn't help but feel desperate. Cyan and Seal were waiting for them at the main estate. While Eudes was off in Arath, Cyan and Seal were busy winning the approval of the members of the main family. It was impossible for the eldest son, who had returned after causing a scandal, to obtain the main family members' approval at this point. That was why Eudes had been sent to Arath in the first place. Since he couldn't receive any recognition by staying at the main estate, Tanis had wanted him to win the approval of others in Arath. She had hoped that by becoming the disciple of the Red Tower Master and interacting with other outstanding wizards, he would be able to form bonds and obtain power that wouldn't be available to him at the main estate. She needed for Ued to somehow remain in Arath. If he were to become Lovelian's disciple, he could use the Archwizard's support to further develop himself. This scandal would also become just a trivial matter to be overlooked. Tanis attempted to persuade Gilead, if he has the right conditions, Ued can do better. He has the talent for it. You know that too, right, dear? Ued has always been fond of books and magic ever since he was young. Enough, Gilead was tired of listening to such talk. He was well aware of how Ued had spent his days in Arath. The results of Ued's 4 years here were futile and worthless. Although he had been granted every convenience and received plenty of support, Ued's magical abilities hadn't surpassed the 3rd circle. Considering that he had been trained in controlling mana ever since he was young, this was an appalling level of skill. He could barely even be called a 3rd circle wizard. In terms of both his understanding and his skills in magic, he was actually much worse than that. In a pained voice, Gilead remarked, "In over 300 years of the Lionheart clan's history, there has never been a single member of the main family who became a black wizard. It's just a folly of youth." Tanis's eyes wavered as she feebly tried to convince herself and others. Instead of answering immediately, Gilead exchanged looks with Eugene. "I'm sorry, Eugene. Could I ask you to step outside for a minute?" "Yes, sir." Eugene was just as reluctant to keep listening to such a difficult conversation. As Eugene got up, Tanis turned to glare at him. "I told you to get along with Ued. Even though I asked to take care of your big brother." Tanis, Gilead's eyes snapped open to glare at Tanis. "Eugene has done nothing wrong. So why are you taking this out on him?" Tanis argued, "That brat could have just stopped Ued." But instead of taking care of the issue before then, he just quietly waited and allowed things to get to. "Don't say another word," Gilead suddenly roared. Although Eugene, who had been standing there patiently, wondered whether or not he should say something to Tanis, in the end, he didn't dare to do so and just bowed his head. "I'll take my leave now," Eugene said as he turned to leave. Staying here just to act as the target of Tanis' hatred would be an exhausting affair. After Eugene had left, Tanis glared at the closed door and took a deep breath. "I may have made an improper remark," Tanis admitted. "But Gilead, please reconsider. I will not change my decision. Even though Ued is my son, what that child has done has tarnished the clan's name. I cannot possibly allow the boy to remain in Arath," Gilead stated. "But what place is left for our child at the main estate?" Tanis no longer begged her husband and instead vented all her feelings of resentment and frustration at him. "You've done nothing to secure Ued's position. Instead, you've only listened to every demand of that damned Ancilla and her children, as well as that adopted child who doesn't even share a single drop of blood with you. Do you really believe that?" Gilead asked quietly, losing his anger. He looked at Tanis with disappointed eyes and said, "I have given my children everything they have asked for. I sent Ued to Arath because he wanted to learn magic. If that really was for Ued's sake." Tanis leaped out of her seat with this loud outburst. As she gasped for breath, she alternately glared at Lovelian and Gilead. "Then you should have made sure that Ued became Lovelian's disciple, no matter what. And if you were truly worried about Ued going wrong, you should have sent someone to monitor and control that child. Please, just stop." Gilead let out a long sigh and dropped his face into his hands. Monitor and control? Wasn't it because Ued had hated such restrictions that he had left the main estate and gone to Arath in the first place? Gilead had placed his trust in his eldest son. Since Ued had been constantly monitored and burdened with expectations all his life, Gilead had believed that once he got to Arath, he would be able to enjoy a better life, living by himself. The rumors about Ued getting close to succubi and demon folk, Gilead had already been aware of them. But If that was all there was to it, Gilead could still allow it. However, black magic and drugs were going too far. Please don't bring any more shame onto the Lionheart clan, and to myself, Gilead pleaded. Tanis shrieked, shame? Don't be ridiculous. If he returns to the main estate like this, I'll be the one who can't bear the shame of it all. I would much rather die than see that happen. Gilead attempted to persuade her, I don't believe that remaining in Arath will be good for you either. If he still has any desire left to learn magic, then at the main estate we can. If you're determined to take Ued back with you, then I will take Ued back to my family's estate. Tanis refused to give in. If they returned to the main estate like this, all of her plans would be messed up. Ued would be pushed out of his position by the twins, and Tanis by Ancilla, turning them into a pair of figureheads. I will definitely never allow Ued to remain trapped at the main estate. I would rather have him stay at my family's home, where he can learn magic without fear of being oppressed, Tanis said, her words showing utter sincerity. Tanis had no desire to receive Ancilla's ridicule, and there was still time to decide who the next patriarch would be. As such, no matter how, Ued needed to develop enough strength to solidify his bid for the position. If he just returned to the main family like this, it would be impossible for him to turn the tables on his siblings. If that's what you desire, Gilead sighed as he closed his eyes. He couldn't decide which course of action was correct, so he gave in. As long as Ued agrees, you may do as you please. That was the only thing he could say. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sir Eugene Lionheart, Balzac greeted Eugene from where he was standing on the other side of the corridor. Although the man had left the room first, he hadn't departed immediately and had instead chosen to wait for Eugene. Under the circumstances, we weren't able to speak comfortably despite this being our first meeting, Balzac observed. Eugene bluntly replied, I have no desire to have a comfortable conversation with you, Tower Master. Instead of bowing his head in greeting, Eugene tilted his head away at an angle as a way to overtly show his displeasure. Seeing this reaction, Balzac just grinned. It looks like you don't like me very much, Balzac pointed out. It's not just the Black Tower Master I dislike. I despise all black wizards, Eugene admitted. Is that so? I can understand why. Although 300 years may have passed, the public's perception of black magic still isn't very pleasant. As he said this, Balzac shrugged. As a black wizard myself, I can't help but feel that it's unfortunate. Although it might seem unreliable coming from my own lips, I haven't done anything wrong. Eugene countered, even if the Black Tower Master himself hasn't done anything wrong, aren't there a lot of black wizards going around doing evil deeds? This was an undeniable fact. Unfortunately, there were still a lot of black wizards freely wandering the world, violating the ban on human experimentation. Though the laws of Arath and the Black Tower of Magic severely enforced this ban, there were plenty of places for black wizards to escape from these strict laws in this wide world. But the black wizards aren't the only ones, are they? Balzac pointed out as he bared his teeth in a smile. People like wizards can easily sacrifice something like morals for the sake of satisfying their own curiosity and desire. Or, to put it in simple terms, there are many times more aberrant wizards than there are aberrant black wizards. Well, you might be right about that, but... Eugene hesitantly agreed. Isn't Ued one such example? He is just a wizard, not a black wizard. He was only trying to use black magic as a means to achieve his own ends. Although it might not have worked out, this affair with Ued didn't begin because of black magic, but because of his own desires. What exactly is it that you want to hear from me? Eugene asked impatiently. I just hope that you'll agree to not transfer your dislike of black magic onto me. With a chuckle, Balzac walked over to Eugene and offered his hand. I've heard a lot about you, Sir Eugene. Your performance in the Bloodline Continuation Ceremony has been famous for several years now, and I've also heard that recently you've shown a few great accomplishments in magic as well. Eugene frowned. I don't think I've done anything that can be considered a great accomplishment. Didn't you get the Red Tower Master to write you a letter of recommendation for Akron? Balzac raised a brow. That alone must mean your achievements were great enough to deserve such recognition, Sir Eugene. Eugene refused to take Balzac's extended hand. While casually lowering his hand back down, Balzac stared at Eugene. He then changed the subject. Although I wasn't able to tell you this inside the room, part of the responsibility that I've decided to take for this incident also involves you, Sir Eugene. What do you mean by that? Eugene asked cautiously. It will be difficult for you to qualify for admission into Akron with just a letter of recommendation from the Red Tower Master. Because unfortunately for you, Sir Eugene, the other Tower Masters and wizards involved in making the decision will reject you on the grounds that you lack the necessary qualifications. So what? Are you saying that you will write me a letter of recommendation as well, Head Wizard Balzac? I hold a great interest in your talent, Eugene. And, well, that's not the only factor. Balzac glanced at the closed door before continuing to speak. Another factor is that I don't have the best of relationships with Head Wizard Lovelian. While I don't hold any bad feelings towards him, the Red Tower Master dislikes me just because I am a black wizard. On top of that, I feel like I may receive the Lionheart clan's enmity because of this incident. So because of that, you're saying that you'll write me a letter of recommendation? Yes. Honestly speaking, even if I do write you a letter of recommendation that supports Head Wizard Lovelian's proposal, well, I don't expect that alone will be enough to make you like me, but won't it at least reduce your dislike of me? It will also show my sincerity to get along with the Lionheart clan. If you are offering to write one for me, I will gladly accept your help, Eugene replied with a frown. Although he disliked black wizards, that didn't mean he believed that his dislike should extend to the gifts that they offered. But even if I do, I can't promise to be friends with you, Head Wizard Balzac, Eugene warned. As long as you don't dislike me as much as you do now, that will be enough. With a broad smile, Balzac stepped back, allowing Eugene to leave. That's all that I wanted to say. My apologies for keeping you here. Did you really have nothing to do with my older brother's issue? As he passed Balzac, Eugene decided to openly ask this question. At these words, Balzac burst into laughter. I take great pride in being a black wizard, he said, the eyes hidden behind his glasses sparking. The existence of an incompetent black wizard is just a disgrace to black magic. Even if he is the eldest son of the Lionheart family, as long as he doesn't possess astounding talent, I would never consider offering him a chance to join us. Is that enough to answer your question? Yes, it is. Eugene clicked his tongue as he recalled the sight of Euid trembling as tears poured down his face. Pathetic bastard. CH 39.1. Chapter 39.1. The Square, 1. Even though I've come all the way here, it looks like I'll be leaving without getting the chance to have a good talk with you. Gilead apologized after he personally found his way to Eugene's room in the early hours of the morning. Expecting this turn of events, Eugene had woken up early and had been waiting for Gilead's arrival. It's all right, Eugene dismissed. After all, it hasn't even been that long since I left. Gilead refuted him. Since it's already been 2 months, you could say that it's been quite a long time. Gilead appeared tired. It might be just because of his current mood, but he looked like he had aged by a few years since Eugene had last seen him. Hesitantly, Gilead revealed, "You it is. It's been decided that he'll be accompanying Tanis to her family's estate, so he won't be returning to the main estate?" Eugene confirmed. He'll be returning for a short while, but he'll be leaving immediately afterward to go to his maternal relatives. It's understandable why she's doing this. If he just stays at the main estate, it will be difficult for him in many ways, Gilead muttered as he looked out the window. Of course, I don't even have the slightest intention of blaming you since you've done nothing wrong. I think I might be considered to have done wrong by beating up my older brother, Eugene confessed. If all you did was hit him, then he got off lightly, Though Gilead said this as if it was a joke, he didn't sound as amused as one might expect. Tanis' family resides in Kiel Empire's Ba-Sar fief. The ruler of that fief, Count Ba-Sar, is my father-in-law. Since it's a quiet and peaceful place, it will be a good place for Tanis and Uid's hearts to recover. Are you worried that they might bear a grudge? Eugene asked. I'm only human after all, so of course I am, Gilead admitted with a bitter laugh. When I brought in Scylla into the main family for the clan's sake, I was already prepared to bear a lot of resentment for it. I don't regret doing it. The Lionheart name is far too heavy to be borne by a single child. While I didn't want my children to be enemies, I did believe that some fraternal rivalry was necessary. Eugene stayed silent. That's why I have no regrets, Gilead continued. Although Uid might be my eldest son, as a future patriarch, his abilities were proving insufficient. So he needed siblings. He needed to be stimulated by a competitive rivalry to shore up his weaknesses and thus become someone suitable to be the next patriarch. But it looks like I've ultimately failed, both as a patriarch and a father. Sir Patriarch, you're a good man, Eugene said as he clicked his tongue in sympathy. Gilead wasn't someone who deserved such self-criticism. At least in Eugene's view, Gilead was a great patriarch. Thank you for saying that. Gilead rested his hand on Eugene's shoulder with a wry smile. I've come to your room at such an early hour because I was worried that you might be feeling guilty because of this affair. Eugene denied this. I don't feel guilty at all. That's how it should be. Because you did the right thing. As for Uid and Tanis, don't worry about them. You don't need to worry about Gerhard while he's staying at the main estate either. Yes, sir. Eugene felt grateful for these words. Although Eugene had no reason to fear Tanis' resentment, he did feel a slight concern that Tanis might use this scandal as an excuse to oppress Gerhard. But now that Gilead had reassured him, there wasn't any need to feel concerned. On the other hand, Ancilla must be bursting with happiness right now, so she should take good care of my father. This was inarguable as Ancilla had been able to get rid of her two greatest obstacles, Tanis and Uid, without needing to do anything. Although it was unknown how long those two would be staying with their maternal relatives, during this time, Ancilla was sure to establish herself in her position as the madam of the main estate. I've heard from Lovelian how great you've been doing, Gilead said, his expression softening as he looked at Eugene. It turns out that you possess amazing talent not just for martial arts, but also for magic. And you haven't neglected your training for even a day since you've arrived in Arath. I really am so proud of how dedicated you are. Eugene tried to downplay his achievements. It's only because I'm excited to learn something new. And that's a good thing. If only you weren't adopted. Gilead swallowed these words before they could spill out of his throat. Instead, he said, Cyan and Seal miss you greatly. Eugene accepted the change of subject. Are they still working hard? They're working so hard, it's almost excessive. Cyan trains against Guion and me while saying that he will become stronger than you, and Seal also regularly comes out of her room to spar with Cyan. Even though she wouldn't come out while I was there because she said that she hated the smell of sweat? Well, she's at a sensitive age, isn't she? Even though she always smiled at me and showed off her cute side when she was young. Talking about this makes me feel that time really has gone by pretty fast. Gilead smiled as he reminisced on the young Seal. Though he understood that Seal was just growing up, he still sometimes missed his daughter's displays of cuteness. Patriarch, there's also something else. Eugene reluctantly began to speak. It's about how I've recently needed to spend a lot of money. A lot of money? Gilead repeated curiously. Although he didn't know for sure yet whether Garjeth had managed to win the bid for the Giant's balls, it might come up as a surprise later, so Eugene had decided to bring it up in advance. Eugene coughed and began to explain about Garjeth and his giant balls. You're saying that he's bought some giant's testicles? Gilead's eyes widened in surprise. Just like Eugene, he couldn't understand how someone would want to purchase a giant's balls at such a high price. Is it really that good for your body? Gilead wondered in disbelief. Well, even if it was truly that beneficial for his body, he wouldn't want to eat it. Since the giants are already so large, their testicles must be incredibly huge, so how could you eat something like that without going crazy? That should be the case, Eugene confirmed. Still somewhat perturbed, Gilead hesitantly began to speak. There's no issue with that. If he truly needs it then, ahem, and I also have an acquaintance with Viscount Stellord. Viscount Stellord was Garjatha's father. As he recalled that bulging, muscle-bound relative of his, Gilead nodded and said, "Don't be concerned about spending money. No matter how expensive it might be, if you need something, feel free to buy it no matter what. However, please don't buy anything related to black magic. Is it okay for me to have something like that?" Eugene asked as he pointed to a table in the corner of his room. On top of the table was the unicorn heart he had brought back from the drug den. "It's already been checked out by Master Lovelian," Eugene reassured him. Although it was intended to be used as a sacrifice, they didn't get around to truly offering it, so the head wizard said that it doesn't have any traces of black magic on it. "If that's the case, I don't have any problems with it," Gilead replied. "Is it really okay for me to keep it? You won it in battle, so I don't see why not. But the one who truly bought it was Ued. Don't worry about it. Since you've gone through a lot of trouble because of Ued, shouldn't you at least take something like that as compensation?" As he said this, Gilead got up and continued, "Of course, apart from that, if there's anything you need, feel free to buy it no matter how much it costs. You don't need to get my permission each and every time." "Thank you very much," Eugene gratefully replied. Although he had received this guarantee, Eugene didn't have anything he really wanted to buy. If he wandered through Bolero Street's auction houses, he might be able to find quite a few rare items, but apart from their inherent value, they wouldn't be of much use to Eugene. Of course, lumps of mana like a unicorn's heart or mana stones were of great help in increasing one's mana levels. However, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to try and make excessive use of them just because of that. Rather than forcefully increasing the mana capacity, it was better to gradually increase the amount of mana that one had. Though I might be tempted if there was a dragon heart. No matter how useful the heart of a monster was, it was still just a monster's heart. They had a lot of impurities and lowered the purity of one's mana when used. The same went for mana stones. Mana obtained through this method wouldn't quite match one's body, and a lot of mana was lost during the process of refining it into the person's body. However, a dragon's heart was a different story. A pure lump of mana that, if absorbed properly, could allow the core to grow without any losses. But the only problem was that they were terribly difficult to find. It wasn't a question of whether or not it was even possible to hunt a dragon. The issue was that it was strictly forbidden. In his previous life, he and his comrades had been lucky enough to absorb a dragon heart. While they were venturing through Helmuth, they met a dying dragon, and following that dragon's last wishes, the party had taken the dragon heart and shared it between them. "Looks like I need to go now," Gilead said as he looked out at the dawn sky. "You don't need to come out and see me off. Besides, I'm afraid that Tanis won't have anything pleasant to say if she sees you." Eugene nodded and said, "Please give my regards to my father, Cyan, and Seal. Oh, and Ancilla as well." "All right," Gilead acknowledged with a smile. "Make sure to keep working hard from now on." Gilead didn't feel the need to say something like that. Even if he didn't say anything, he was sure that Eugene would keep doing his best. Also, he didn't want to burden Eugene with any unnecessary words. "Although I don't really believe that he'll feel burdened from something like that," Gilead mused. But Ued hadn't been able to endure the pressure placed on him by his surroundings. That had made Gilead more cautious than before. After once again looking at Eugene with affectionate eyes, he left the room. CH 39.2. Chapter 39.2. The Square, 1. After Gilead had left, Eugene sighed. Looks like even patriarchs have it hard. As expected, Eugene still didn't want to become the patriarch. After reaffirming this desire, Eugene walked over to the unicorn's heart. There was no reason for him to pointlessly procrastinate, so he was thinking of absorbing the unicorn's heart right here and now. There were several methods for doing so. Although eating it directly was an okay way to go about it, Eugene didn't choose to use such a barbaric method. While circulating the white flame formula, he reached out to the heart. This is the cleanest and easiest way to do it, Eugene nodded. He would only be extracting the mana from the heart. This was the cleanest way to do it if one could exert complete control over the mana. Eugene concentrated his focus and grabbed the unicorn's heart. Voa! The heart began to shake from vibrations. The mana contained within was drawn out completely before being absorbed by Eugene. Eugene did not lose focus as he examined the purity of the mana. Good. There aren't that many impurities. The huge amount of mana was circulated to his cores. From here on was the most crucial step. He needed to have his cores refine the mana while removing any unnecessary impurities. The trio of stars around his heart began to shine brighter as they went to work. As Eugene calmly directed the mana to flow into his cores, he fell into thought. If it's like this, it seems like I might be able to reach the 4th star before I turn 20. If the people at the main estate had heard this, they might have fainted from the surprise. In the 300 years of the Lionheart clan's history, not a single ancestor had managed to reach the 4th star before becoming an adult. Although I can't be sure that a star will form just because the quantity of my mana increases. After 4 years of practicing the white flame formula, Eugene had realized something. The increase in stars wasn't dependent solely on the amount of mana possessed, but also on how deep the understanding of the white flame formula was, and how skilled one was at circulating it through their whole body. In this respect, Eugene held an overwhelming advantage over his predecessors due to his past life, both in terms of improving his depth of understanding and his skill in circulating it throughout his body. These were both things that Eugene was definitely capable of doing. The Patriarch and Guion are at the 6th star. Vermouth had reached the 10th star. Reaching the 6th star alone was enough to get you recognized as one of a handful of the strongest warriors on the continent. It looks like I'll have to start mixing things up before I reach the 5th star. Eugene had no intention of blindly following the path left by the white flame formula. Since he had already learned a lot of things from his previous life, he felt that he might as well meld the formula together with everything he had inherited from Hamel. But it's still too early for that. Right now, he was only 17. There was no need to be hasty. As he thought this, Eugene took his hand off the unicorn's heart. After all the mana had been sucked out of the heart, it had shrunk to the size of a finger. With a flick of his mana, he disintegrated the heart. Then he took out the fragment of the moonlight sword that he had kept in his vest and placed it on the windowsill. "Now I'm sure of it," he murmured. The fragment absorbed the moonlight shining in from outside the window and began to emit a soft, pale light. Eugene admired the light for a few moments. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They cost 300 million sals, Gargith said as he handed Eugene's card back to him with a proud look on his face. Eugene couldn't help but blurt out a curse, "Motherfucker. I arranged for us to deposit the payment through a public bank. If we don't make the deposit before noon today, the right to purchase them will be transferred to the next highest bidder, so we need to hurry," prompted Gargith. "Can't we just let them have it?" Eugene asked. "No, we can't. After all, I had to participate in such an explosive bidding war just to win the bid." How much was its initial price? 50 million sals. 50 million sals for a giant's balls. And it went up from there to 300 million sals? There really are just so many crazy bastards in this world. It's because it's just that valuable, Gargith said with a happy smile. If you were there to see it in person, you would probably understand what I'm feeling." Eugene scoffed. "Even if I do see the giant balls in person, they definitely will just look like balls." "No, it's different," Garjith insisted. "Overwhelmingly so. At the very least, I'm sure that they'll definitely be overwhelmingly big." "Were they hairy?" Eugene asked in morbid curiosity. "They looked really neat after they had been spruced up." "Don't say another word because I really don't want to imagine what that looked like. Anyways, how do we go about making that deposit?" Eugene and Garjith had arrived at Pentagon's public bank. They were here to deposit the cost of the balls into the auction house's secret account. Eugene was feeling flustered, as this was his first time at a bank since he was reborn, and he didn't know the first thing about making a deposit into another person's account. "Is this really your first time at a bank?" Garjith asked. Eugene hesitated to admit it. I can't believe it," Garjith trailed off in shock. "I had heard that Jiddal was in the boonies, but they don't even have banks there. How is something like that even possible?" Garjith was looking at Eugene with a sincere expression of disbelief. Eugene simply couldn't accept being treated like a bumpkin by someone with shaggy hair, strong body odor, bulging muscles, who wore frilly clothes, and who had bought giants' testicles for 300 million sals. "Jiddal has a bank as well," Eugene insisted. "Then why are you acting like this is your first time?" "Because I never had a reason to visit it." "So it turns out that you're a country bumpkin." "Don't spout such bullshit. You can grab any passerby and ask them who looks more like a country bumpkin between the two of us, and we'll see what they say. It's wrong to judge people by their appearances." This son of a... Although Eugene really wanted to curse at him, Garjitha's words were more or less correct. Eventually, Eugene came up with a rebuttal. "Is it really the right thing to call someone a country bumpkin just because they've never been to a bank before? You just need to go up to one of the windows and tell them that you need to make a deposit to this account," Garjith explained. "Why aren't you answering me? You would usually get a ticket number, but since we're transferring such a large amount and even have a black card, there shouldn't be any need to wait. Follow me. Answer me, you pig bastard." "I'm not a pig." Right up until they reached the counter, Garjith refused to answer his question. Sure enough, once they approached one of the bank employees and showed them the black card, they were immediately escorted to a private VIP room. "Thank you for visiting our bank." The head of the bank came out personally to accept the card while bowing his head. Before too long, they had finished setting up the deposit, and the bank manager returned with the card. The bank manager began peddling his services. "Do you have any interest in opening up a separate personal account? If you make one now." "No need," Eugene interrupted as he took the card and headed out of the bank. Smiling happily, Garjith followed behind Eugene. "Let's head to my place," Garjith suggested. "Why?" came the curt response. "They said they'd make the delivery as soon as they received our deposit." "Are you telling me to go all the way to your place just to get a look at those giant balls? Are you insane? If you see them for yourself, you're sure to change your mind about them." "I've said it before, but if you want, I can give you some of their extract once it's been made." "I said that I wasn't going to eat any of that shit. I just can't understand you. For now, let's head to your place." "Have you changed your mind?" "Apart from the giant's balls, there's something else I want to see." Although he didn't have any interest in those balls, he was interested in the red flame formula that Garjith had inherited. While he had already taken a look at Gerhard's red flame formula, rather than that mostly unmodified formula, he wanted to see the red flame formula that had been improved by Garjitha's family. Because their version is probably a lot better, Eugene thought. He wanted to compare theirs to the white flame formula to see where the differences lay. While thinking about this, Eugene stepped out of the bank. As he was heading down the stairs, Eugene's body suddenly froze to a halt. "Huh," he gasped. In the square below the bank, among the teeming crowds, he had spotted a glimpse of purple hair. Ch 40.1. Chapter 40.1. The Square. 2. His mind was immediately fixated on those fluttering strands of hair. The moment he saw them, Eugene threw himself down the stairs without hesitation. Garjith was following behind him, and he let out a startled cry, but the sound of his voice couldn't reach Eugene's ears. The square below was packed with people, but Eugene rushed into the crowd without caring. He made his way forward by pushing aside the people who got in his way and diving through the gaps. There was no way that Eugene had made a mistake. He would recognize that unique hair color even if he was forced to pick it out from hundreds or thousands of people. A seemingly unnatural, brightly colored purple, that color was created by Sienna's vast amounts of mana spreading through her hair. It's Sienna, Eugene realized. Could it be a hallucination? No, there was no way. Eugene swung his head from side to side as he dove into the crowd. In a place like this, and under such circumstances, there was no way that he could have been mistaken. When Eugene saw her, he stood rooted on the spot, stunned, staring straight ahead. He tried to speak, but words failed him. That was Sienna walking in the distance. It was definitely her. Her figure hadn't changed a bit compared to 300 years ago, though it seemed like her hair had gotten a lot longer. But that was only to be expected after 300 years had flown by. As Eugene clutched his pounding chest, he drew closer to Sienna. Although he had gotten right behind her, Sienna still hadn't noticed Eugene's presence. Eugene felt that was understandable, considering how many people were in the square. But what was he supposed to say to her? Although Eugene had recognized Sienna, she probably wouldn't be able to tell who Eugene really was. I'm Hamel, but I was reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant. No, really. I'm telling you, this isn't a lie. I really am Hamel. As Eugene imagined how such a conversation would go, he reached out to Sienna. Sienna, that damn chick, wouldn't believe him so easily. She might even curse at him and tell him to stop with his bullshit. He would actually be thankful if she did, as it would mean that despite the passage of 300 years, her personality hadn't changed all that much from what he could remember of her. She would still have the same bad attitude, and her mouth would be as rough as always. Sienna, Eugene called out her name with a shaking voice. Then he reached out and tried to grab Sienna's wrist, but he couldn't get a hold of her. Although she was right in front of him, Eugene couldn't touch Sienna. And that wasn't the only strange thing. Eugene blankly took in the scene as people began walking through Sienna's image from all sides. Truthfully, Eugene had already noticed this as he was getting closer. Sienna hadn't avoided any of the people walking in her direction, and they had all just walked right through her. And even though the color of her hair was so eye-catching, no one was paying any attention to her. Instead, they just kept eyeing Eugene with annoyed looks as he roughly barged his way through the crowd. A ghost. Eugene couldn't feel any presence coming from Sienna, who was right in front of him. He had reached out several times, but he still wasn't able to touch her. He couldn't feel any of the warmth of a human being coming from her. Although, she didn't feel cold either. In fact, he couldn't feel anything from her. Like a phantasm or a ghost, even though it was definitely right in front of one's eyes, it didn't feel real. Sienna's footsteps stopped. Eugene also came to a halt. Sienna turned her head, and Eugene lowered his outstretched hand. Since he couldn't catch her even if he tried to hold her, he felt that there was no point in continuing to try. Eugene looked at Sienna's face. And just as he had expected, the mansion's portrait and the statue in front of the Tower of Magic both looked better than the real thing. The Sienna in the portrait had softened her usually disgruntled expression and instead put on a benevolent smile. The Sienna sculpted into a statue was smiling with bravery and confidence. But the Sienna in front of him didn't have either of those expressions. Instead, her eyes were filled with irritation and fatigue. Her lips wouldn't stop mumbling day in and day out. At the very least, her face was still exactly as Eugene remembered. Now, what kind of expression should he put on? First of all, Eugene showed her a grin. But then he had a sudden thought. If he just smiled at her like this, Sienna wouldn't be able to recognize him. Since she hadn't responded to his numerous calls from behind her, it looked like she probably couldn't hear his voice either. But she had still turned to look behind her. Didn't that mean that she could still see with her eyes? Now then. Eugene immediately held up both of his middle fingers at Sienna. Sienna blinked in shock at the sight. Her lips parted slightly before closing once more. Then she giggled and smiled. That smile was exactly the same as the one that Eugene remembered. Sienna's lips began to move. Although he couldn't hear her voice, Eugene could tell what she was trying to convey from her silent lip movements. "I've found you." Sienna's lips formed these 3 words. Following this, Sienna's figure disappeared right in front of Eugene's eyes. Just like a puff of smoke, Sienna's image faded away into thin air. Eugene stood there dumbly for a few moments, staring at the spot where Sienna had disappeared. "I've also found you," Eugene eventually said as he turned around with a grin. "Sienna Meridian," Eugene muttered her name. His heart felt like a weight had been lifted off of it. Sienna wasn't dead. He was sure of it. The thing that he had seen just now was neither a ghost nor a phantom left behind after she had died. It was an illusion created by magic. "I've found you." Sienna was still alive. She had survived and come looking for Eugene. But how had she known to look? Was it because he had given the middle fingers to her portrait? "If that pisses you off, you can come right at me." Hadn't he said something like that? Had she really heard those words and come looking for him? There's no way. The mansion had been preserved as a historical site for over 100 years. Countless people visited the mansion each day, and blinded by superstition, they would mumble all sorts of things, like passing their exams and whatnot, while staring at her portrait. No matter how great Sienna was, it would be impossible for her to come looking for Eugene after listening to all those mutterings. Maybe she was able to recognize my soul like Tempest did. Or else, Eugene lowered his gaze to look down at his necklace. She may have come looking for the necklace. There was probably some kind of spell cast on the necklace. Although he couldn't tell what kind of spell it might be, what Eugene knew for sure was that Sienna knows that I've been reincarnated. She might have even been expecting it. And the fact that Sienna hasn't died. However, it seemed like she was in a situation where she couldn't come to see him personally. So instead, she had sent an illusion to come looking for him and welcome him back to life. She must be sealed somewhere, Eugene mumbled to himself nonchalantly. Could she have done it to herself? Even with magic, was it impossible for her to last the full 300 years without doing so? Or else was she sealed by someone? But who could have done it? A black wizard? A demon king? In any case, it's fine now that I know she's unable to move on her own. As he muttered this, Eugene stroked his necklace. "Because you've come and found me this time, so..." The smile that Sienna had shown him right before she had vanished into thin air just wouldn't fade from his mind. Such an annoying chick could actually smile at him like that? This was the first time that he had discovered such a fact. "So next time, I'll be the one who goes and finds you." Everything was fine as long as she hadn't died and was still alive somewhere. With a grin, Eugene left the square. Or at least he tried to. Garjith suddenly caught up to him and asked, "Where on earth did you run off to in such a hurry?" "You don't need to know," Eugene dismissed the question. "This place isn't like Jidal. The streets here are as complex as a maze, and there are a lot of mean and nasty people. A naive villager like you, ignorant of the world, would be tasty prey to people like that." "You fucker, are you really calling me a villager because I told you not to call me a country bumpkin? What the hell is the difference between a country bumpkin and a villager?" Although a country bumpkin is a derogatory term, a villager is just a realistic description. "Damn you, you pig bastard." You're the one using the wrong terms. I'm not a pig. After all, isn't pig used to describe people who are round and fat? Eugene changed the subject. You seem to have a lot of pride in your muscles, but after seeing them in action, they're just big without much substance. Have you forgotten how you lost to me in the arm wrestling match? I just got distracted. Garjeth tried to excuse himself. Distracted? That's bullshit. You were all tensed up even before we even started, Eugene grumbled as he slapped Garjeth on the back. In my eyes, whether it's your prided muscles or a pig's jiggling fat, it all looks the same. Don't insult the muscles created by our family's revolutionary muscle growth agent. I'm not insulting you. I just think it's a shame that such carefully sculpted muscles are going to waste. You shouldn't focus on just pointlessly increasing the size of your body, but instead, think of how to make the best use of your muscles. Indeed. Although Eugene had just spat out the first excuse that came to his mind, Garjeth's eyes lit up as if he had attained some great enlightenment. Garjeth nodded, "You're right. At some point, it seems that I turned away from listening to the voice of my muscles and instead focused solely on showing them off. Leave that nonsense for later when you're on your own. Just show me your red flame formula," Eugene demanded. Ch 40.2. Chapter 40.2. The Square, 2. Eugene and Garjeth entered the gym attached to Garjeth's lodgings. Just as he had planned back at the bank, Eugene was here to witness Garjeth's operation of the red flame formula. You've already learned the white flame formula, so why are you interested in the red flame formulas as well? Garjeth asked. Eugene shrugged. I'm just curious. Well, it's not like it's difficult for me to show it to you. Without any further questions, Garjeth pulled off his shirt and threw it aside. Eugene didn't understand why Garjeth even felt the need to take off his clothes, but it seemed pointless to make a big deal out of it, so he calmly continued to watch Garjeth. While flexing his bulging muscles, Garjeth struck a pose and held it. Eventually, Eugene couldn't hold it in any longer. You're just circulating the red flame formula, so why do you have to take such a distracting posture? It's my preference, Garjeth grunted. Is that so? Garjeth's eyes slowly sank into a calm focus. Soon, his whole body was engulfed in reddish mana. This was the Lionheart Collateral Clan's red flame formula. At a glance, Eugene could already see the difference between it and the white flame formula. Between the two, the density of the mana was incomparable. Although it resembled the white flame formula in the way that it flickered like tongues of flame, this resemblance was only skin deep, as there was a huge difference in the actual power of the two scriptures. Can the red flame formula also split the core? Eugene asked curiously. Our family's red flame formula can go up to the 5th star, Garjeth answered with pride. The version of the red flame formula taught by the main family doesn't allow you to split off new cores. But various collateral branches have further developed the red flame formula. Thanks to the efforts of our amazing ancestors, our family has succeeded in increasing the number of stars that can be generated by the red flame formula to 5 stars. As far as I know, among all the versions of the red flame formula derived by the collateral lines, only a handful can generate 5 stars. Father's family could barely even reach the 2nd star, Eugene recalled. Looking at it this way, it seemed that the red flame formula would never be able to surpass the white flame formula. While stroking his chin, Eugene was lost in thought for a few moments. When he came out of his musing, he asked Garjeth, "How many stars do you have?" "I'm on the 2nd star," said Garjeth. The 2nd star of the red flame formula was incomparably weaker than the 2nd star of the white flame formula, which Eugene had already graduated from. Even though it's been developed over hundreds of years, the red flame formula is still limited to 5 stars. Vermouth, that bastard, really was one hell of a genius. The direct line's white flame formula and the collateral line's red flame formula. And the red flame formula taught to the knights who serve the direct line doesn't even allow you to split off your core. All this said, the red flame formula was still an excellent mana training scripture. The knights who swore allegiance to the main family were honored to serve the Lionheart clan and took great pride in learning the red flame formula. No matter how hard I think about it, I just can't understand why. Vermouth wasn't such a petty bastard, but he had still ordered that the white flame formula be kept as the main family secret, while the red flame formula would be taught to the collateral lines and their descendants. However, the main family was not allowed to use their strength to help develop it further, so the development of the red flame formula was left solely up to the collateral lines and their descendants. In this way, the gap between the direct and collateral lines could be narrowed but never closed. "I've seen enough," Eugene eventually declared. Although he still couldn't understand Vermouth's actions, Eugene wasn't too deeply invested in figuring it out. For now, what was clear was that the white flame formula was superior to the red flame formula. If it had enough potential, I was thinking of trying to graft the red flame formula onto the white flame formula, but it looks like there's no need. Even among all the collateral lines, the red flame formula belonging to Garjatha's family was excellent enough to be counted as one of the best. But it still wasn't good enough to make Eugene feel eager to learn it. Looks like there's no need to add the red flame formula. Of course, what Eugene had seen wasn't the peak of the red flame formula's 5th star. However, just from the density of the mana and its movements that he had seen just now, it was enough for him to determine the full level of the red flame formula. So, without any regrets, Eugene turned his back on it. "I'm heading off," he said. "You're leaving already?" Garjath asked. "But the giant's testicles should be arriving soon. I'll leave the fine inspection up to you. But I've already taken off my clothes and started circulating the red flame formula. How about a spar or a practice match? I'm definitely going to win anyway, so what's the point of sparring? Instead of thinking about that, why don't you? How did you put it? Listen closely to the voice of your muscles." "That's some great advice." Garjath nodded his head as if he was deeply impressed. He immediately got down and started doing push-ups, but Eugene didn't turn to look back at Garjath. "So Akron, huh?" Sienna's smile had yet to fade from Eugene's mind. "Didn't they say that Sienna left her last grimoire there? The 3-volume series, Witchcraft. There was nothing that stood out in her mansion. The same goes for her statue as well. If so, could that mean that there's something in the Green Tower of Magic's library?" That was the place where Sienna could usually be found during her time as the Tower Master. "It would be ridiculous of me to start snooping around the Green Tower of Magic for no reason. For now, I'll need to wait for the reply to Lovelian's recommendation letter to see if I'm permitted to enter Akron." Balzac Ludbeth, the Black Tower Master, had also said that he would write a letter of recommendation for Eugene. Since things had turned out like this, Eugene felt that he could expect a positive reply to these letters of recommendation. "There's no need to be in such a hurry," Eugene muttered to himself as he headed into the Red Tower of Magic. "It's not like I'm the one who's been kept waiting. Since they had already waited 300 years for him, there shouldn't be any complaints if they waited a little longer. It's not like I asked to be reincarnated, you know?" Instead of returning to his room, Eugene headed straight for the elevator and rode it down to the underground laboratories. Besides, I should be able to find them within 10 years at the very latest. Since they've already been waiting for so long, they can wait a little longer. Entering an empty laboratory, he closed the door behind him. Then, he casually tossed aside the coat he was wearing and placed the fragment of the moonlight sword in the center of the laboratory. "Let's start by examining it step by step." As he muttered this, Eugene stared down at the fragment of the moonlight sword. He had watched as the fragment continued to soak up the moonlight all morning. Although nothing seemed special about it, other than the fact that it could emit light, it was definitely still a fragment of that terrifying moonlight sword. A sword that only Vermouth had been able to use. Eugene hummed as he slowly circulated the white flame formula. Using the stars around his heart as circles, he cast a spell. Whoosh! A huge fireball appeared in front of Eugene. Although it was only a first circle offensive spell, the fireball created from the mana of the white flame formula was so huge that it was impossible to believe it was merely a first circle spell. Eugene confidently tossed the fireball at the fragment of the moonlight sword, but it didn't even leave a scorch mark. The moment the fireball touched the fragment, the mysterious power of the fragment scattered all the mana contained within the spell, disintegrating it. It's different from the devouring sword, Eugene observed. The devouring sword, Asphalt, cut apart the magical structure and swallowed the mana. It's also different from Geddon's shield. Geddon's shield sent any attack that connected with it veering off in another direction. This destroys the structure of a spell just by touching it. That's how it scatters the mana contained within a spell. Eugene recalled Vermouth's favorite method of attack. When he held Asphalt, he would cut apart all the spells that came his way and use the mana to increase his own strength. Although it was strong enough to cut apart most spells, it was impossible for Asphalt to cut apart the magic of high-ranking demons and demon kings. This resulted in their battle with the Demon King of Carnage being hellishly difficult. However, after obtaining the Moonlight Sword, even the spells of those high-ranking demons and demon kings couldn't touch Vermouth. All magic would disintegrate as soon as it touched the Moonlight Sword. Then Vermouth would immediately swing Asphalt, swallowing up all the scattered mana and converting it into his own strength before attacking. It's impossible for such a tiny fragment to disintegrate high-ranking spells. However, something like a low-level spell would be dispersed immediately. Under these circumstances, even placing it in a wooden box is enough to conceal its power. The condition for the power of the Moonlight Sword to be activated was that it needed to come into direct contact with the mana. As an example, Eugene had been able to operate the white flame formula as usual even while carrying the wooden box next to his chest. Just by carrying it around with me when I go out, I can deal with any surprise attacks. It was a barbaric way to use it. However, wasn't the power of that fragment itself rather barbaric? Since that's the case, let's just be barbaric together. With a happy smile, Eugene pulled out WINNYD. If that fragment doesn't interfere with my mana. The mana pulled up by the white flame formula engulfed WINNYD. And if it doesn't interfere with any spells I cast. After manifesting his sword light, he cast his spells. Dozens of magic missiles obediently hovered around Eugene. Then that means that the density of my mana increases with every increase in the level of my white flame formula. CH 41.1. Chapter 41.1, Akron 1. Rumors concerning the 11th laboratory in the basement of the Red Tower of Magic had reached Hera, causing her to tilt her head in curiosity. Laboratory 11 was used almost exclusively by Eugene, but rumors about sounds of explosions and constant vibrations coming from there had been spreading since a few days ago. The sound of the explosions and the vibrations can even reach the outside of the laboratory. The magical specialty of the Red Tower of Magic was summoning magic. This type of magic had a lot of variables that needed to be taken into account during the summoning process, so the magic as a whole tended to be rather volatile. As such, explosions and vibrations were common, so all the laboratories had been thoroughly secured against them. With Eugene's level of magic, there shouldn't be any way to create an explosion that can be heard from outside the room, but recently, Hera had been preoccupied with various things. Although she had been taking a break after her previous research project, she had been greatly inspired by Eugene's success in using a core in place of a circle. So Hera had stopped working as a librarian and focused on her preparations for a new research project. She hadn't been able to return to Eugene's laboratory since her last visit because of this. However, thanks to a command from the Tower Master, along with these rumors, Hera could no longer remain in her own laboratory. Young wizards were frequently faced with an issue. When someone first starts practicing magic, they could get caught up in repeating certain experiments due to their excessive enthusiasm and end up injuring themselves despite their great talent. Hera didn't want that monstrous boy with his overflowing talent to suffer a needless injury due to excessive use of magic. "Sir Eugene," she called out. Rumors were often greatly exaggerated. The basement laboratories were as quiet as usual, with no signs of explosions or vibrations when Hera arrived. Having been relieved by this fact, Hera was soon knocking on the door of Laboratory 11. "Are you in?" Before she could even finish her question, there was a loud bang. "Kung!" Along with this loud noise, the door to Laboratory 11 began to shake. Startled, Hera immediately pulled out her staff and held it in front of her before throwing open the door without any further hesitation. "Sir Eugene, are you ALRI?" Once again, she wasn't able to finish her sentence. Hera's jaw dropped at the scene that was taking place in front of her very eyes. The floor was covered in fine cracks, with no spot seemingly left intact. Eugene had been left swaying in a thick, roiling fog of mana. It was obviously the site of an accident. With a frown, Hera swung her staff. Whoosh! The entire billowing fog of mana was immediately dissipated. "Sir Eugene." Once more, she was unable to finish what she was saying. This time, Hera's words trailed off as she lowered her staff. But in the middle of her voice trailing off, Hera was forced to swallow a gulp. Phew, Eugene sighed as he shook his head and wiped away the sweat that covered his body. Standing in the center of the laboratory, Eugene was wearing only a comfortable pair of pants. In other words, this meant that Eugene's upper body, which was shining with sweat, could be seen plainly. What kind of 17-year-old has a body like that? Hera wondered in disbelief. Taking another gulp, Hera slowly turned her gaze to the side. But before she did so, she subtly took another look at Eugene's body. Although this wasn't the case for all wizards, most wizards had physiques. Since most of their work was spent sitting around and researching, without anything that had them moving around and working up a sweat, their limbs grew ever thinner even as their bellies ballooned outward. At least in the Red Tower of Magic, there wasn't a single wizard with a chiseled body like Eugene. Even though Lovelian took regular care of himself, his muscles weren't as cut as Eugene's. Hera counted silently. 1, 2, 3, S6. This was her first time seeing a real six-pack. Hera gulped once more before taking a few steps back. Then, upon realizing her mistake, she felt a jolt of surprise and looked up at Eugene once more. This just so happened to grant her another view of his bare torso. Hera stammered an apology. "I am so sorry. I should have waited for a reply before entering, but there was a loud noise, so I—" "It's okay," Eugene replied with a nonchalant expression. Calling on the sylphs who were frolicking in the air around him, he had them blow away the sweat dripping down his body. "I was going to respond, but I wanted to finish what I was doing first," Eugene explained. "What you were doing? And may I ask what that was exactly?" Hera asked after getting a hold of her shaking thoughts. She had thought that he might have been practicing summoning magic, but after looking around the laboratory, it didn't seem like that was the case. Hera observed, "I don't see any magic circles, but what's that?" A fragment of some unknown metal was lying in the center of the laboratory. The surrounding floor had been cracked and overturned, but the area beneath the fragment was intact without any traces of damage. "I was training my mana." "I also combined that with some magic practice," Eugene answered with a shrug. It was a week after the incident on Bolero Street. Eugene had spent most of his days inside this laboratory. This was to train his magic and mana by using the fragment of the Moonlight Sword as a target. The results weren't very satisfying. Even the swordlight he created by mustering all his will would dissipate as soon as it got close to the fragment. The same went for magic, and Even the sylphs that he summoned wouldn't approach the fragment of the moonlight sword. When he tried to forcefully order them to do so, the moment they drew near, they would be banished back to the spirit realm. However, it wasn't like there were absolutely no results. At first, his spells would disintegrate before they could even explode, but now it was possible for him to forcibly hold onto the scattered mana and cause an explosion in the fragment's vicinity. That meant that the cohesion of his mana was growing stronger. Magic training? Hera asked curiously. Like this, Eugene demonstrated. Instead of explaining things step by step, Eugene immediately cast a spell. Over the past week, the spells he had been using the most were the First Circle's Magic Missile and Fireball. Hera's eyes shook at the speed with which he cast these spells. He's gotten even faster, she realized. Even though Eugene was already unbelievably fast the last time she saw him when he first cast those spells, his current speed was even faster than back then. At first glance, the speed was enough to make it feel like he may have used a magic scroll instead. But that wasn't a scroll. Just now, did he really personally activate his mana and totally use his cores like they were circles? Hera asked herself in disbelief. The absence of an incantation was no longer a surprise. Although it might have been faster, that wasn't the only thing strange about Eugene's spells. Hera paid close attention to the structure of the mana that made up Eugene's spell. The structure was so tight and sophisticated that it was hard to believe that this was created by Eugene's skills in magic. The cohesion of the mana was also incredibly strong, to the point where it would be hard to find a dispel capable of collapsing its structure. No one would believe that these were just a First Circle Magic Missile and Fireball. Are you practicing magic dueling techniques? Hera asked hesitantly. The fact that his spells were difficult to dispel meant that Eugene would have an edge in magical dueling. Since this would also amplify the power of his spells, the current Eugene would be able to face a wizard at a higher level without backing down. Although it has had that effect, I was more focused on training the overall quality of my mana. As he said this, Eugene allowed the spells to dissipate. Instead of scattering into his surroundings, the mana immediately engulfed Eugene's body. The transition between using the mana for his spells and the white flame formula flowed as smoothly as water. Hera eventually made the observation, "It looks like you've achieved quite some results." "Yes," Eugene replied with a grin. As she calmed her chest, which was pounding from surprise, Hera stared at Eugene. The pure white flames that had engulfed his body were exuding a sense of intimidation that was difficult to describe. However, Eugene's face still retained its usual naive impression because of his youthful appearance. With a face like that, to think he had a body rippling with such muscles. Hera slapped her chest, which continued to pound disobediently, and started coughing. Hera reminded him, "It's fine as long as you're not hurt. But Sir Eugene, please don't push yourself too far. If you do get hurt, you're not the only one who will suffer. Both the head wizard and the Red Tower of Magic will be placed in a difficult position." "Yes, I'll be careful," Eugene nodded obediently with a smile. Hera wasn't just being polite with this warning. Ch 41.2. Chapter 41.2, Akron, 1. A week ago, Ewit had left the Red Tower of Magic and returned to the main estate. Eugene hadn't seen him off, nor had he held any desire to watch Ewit depart. Whether that stupid eldest son would get his head screwed on straight because of this incident, or if he became even more twisted and turned into a true asshole, Eugene no longer felt the need to care about it. That would be Tana's job. Since she had decided to separate from Gilead and take her son with her to her maternal relatives, she would be the one responsible for furthering her son's education. In any case, it was true that the Red Tower of Magic and Lovelian himself had been left in a difficult position because of this affair. Lovelian had continued to harbor Ewit, despite the complaints and ridicule of his fellow wizards, only for Ewit's true ugly nature to be revealed to all the citizens of Pentagon. Though there had already been many rumors of Yued's poor behavior since a while back, having his crimes directly publicized instead of simply remaining as rumors had created a whole new set of problems. Thanks to Yued, a large-scale crackdown on drugs had also begun on Valero Street, and the allowance made for the black wizards belonging to the guild and, of course, the demon folk had become even stricter. But the truth was that the greatest victim of this whole affair was the Lionheart's main family. The honor that had been passed down from their ancestor, the Great Vermouth, now had sewage smeared all over it because of the fact that the eldest son Yued had tried to make a contract with an incubus. I did the right thing by not having any children, felt Eugene. When he had first arrived at the Lionheart clan's main estate, he had felt regret and had told himself that he should have left some descendants in his previous life. But now he no longer held such regrets. If someone calling himself Hamel's descendant had done something as stupid as Yued, just imagining it was terrifying. If it were me, I would have broken my coffin and crawled out of the grave to teach him a lesson. While thinking such thoughts, Eugene reabsorbed the mana. "Did you come all the way here just because you were worried about me?" he asked Hera. Hera stammered, "And no, I mean yes." "Are you saying that I'm wrong or right?" "Although I was a bit worried. I've also come here because of a different matter." "What would that be?" Eugene asked. "For now, please put on some clothes," Hera said as she once again turned her gaze away. It was only then that Eugene realized he was currently topless. Sorry about that," Eugene apologized. "As I was training, I was sweating too much." "It's fine," said Hera. Thanks to that, she got to see something good. As she recalled the memory stored within her head, Hera licked her lips. She suddenly remembered a memory retention spell. A refreshing smile spread across Hera's face as she thought about extracting this memory later on and saving it as a video. Hera continued, "The head wizard asked me to fetch you, Sir Eugene." "Are we going up to the top floor?" Eugene confirmed. "No, the head wizard is actually away from his office right now." "Then where are we going?" "To Akron," Hera revealed with a wide smile. These words caused Eugene to smile just as broadly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Within the capital city of Arath, Pentagon. In the center of the five-sided shape drawn by the 5 towers of magic, there lies the royal castle of Arath, named Abram. Built at the heart of a great lake, Abram cannot be entered without riding a boat to get there. Even the aerial carriages that fly freely in the skies above Pentagon are not allowed to get close to Abram's airspace, and it is impossible to cross the lake with the use of magic. This was because Abram and the lake surrounding it were completely covered by a magic ceiling formation. 300 years ago, the wise Sienna developed the magic ceiling formation as her trump card. This formation blocked the use of mana in a specific area while still allowing her own mana to be used. The magic ceiling formation that covered all of Abram was offered as a gift to the royal family by Sienna, and even now, after hundreds of years had passed, it was still working as perfectly as ever. They were currently at the Royal Library Akron. Its majesty did not fall short in comparison to Abram, which could be seen in the far distance. Eugene alternated between looking up at the tall clock tower of Akron and over the lake at Abram. "That's just crazy," Eugene remarked internally. Thanks to the fact that he had recently been diligently studying books on magic, he had reached a general understanding of magic. According to Eugene's newly developed common sense, it definitely didn't seem possible to cover all of that huge lake and the royal castle within a magic ceiling formation. 300 years ago, there wasn't anything resembling a lake surrounding the royal castle. This lake was also part of Sienna's gift. In less than a week, she had constructed that enormous lake and moved the entire royal castle from where it used to be into the center of that lake. "Isn't it amazing?" Hera pointed to Abram with a bright smile and said, "Even the tower masters aren't able to use magic when they're at Abram." The only ones allowed to use magic there are the royal family and the court wizards who have sworn absolute obedience to the royal family. If that's the case, does that mean that the Tower Masters haven't sworn absolute loyalty to the royal family? Eugene asked. Hera found this difficult to answer. Although they have sworn loyalty, you can't expect them to obey even the most unreasonable orders unconditionally, right? You could describe the relationship between the Towers of Magic and Arath to be more along the lines of mutual cooperation, rather than a relationship based on fealty and obedience. The king didn't have much involvement in the politics that governed Arath. The ones that the Towers of Magic hold a deep connection with isn't the royal palace, but rather the parliament. Since the royal palace has a court wizards division, the wizards of the Towers of Magic are considered the matching power base of the parliament. However, that doesn't mean that our two wizard organizations are in conflict with each other. Arath was at peace. There was no threat of civil war, and there were no enemies outside the kingdom either. After the end of the war 300 years ago, the whole continent was at peace. It wasn't like there weren't a few civil wars or wars fought between small countries, but there had never been a war as great as the one from 300 years ago. Do you want to go and visit Abram? Hera tilted her head and asked upon seeing Eugene continuing to gaze over at Abram. I'm just staring because it's so amazing, Eugene explained. After all, it isn't a place I can visit just because I want to, right? That's just how it is. Because only great nobles and tower masters are allowed to visit Abram. But if it's you, Sir Eugene, you might be able to go there. Because I'm a Lionheart? That's part of it, but if you do receive permission to enter Akron, you may also receive a summons from the royal palace. I've never been there myself, but I've heard about it from head wizard Lovelian. As she said this, Hera led the way forward. It's not my place to tell you about it. You'll probably hear all the details regarding that from Lovelian later today. Together with Hera, Eugene entered Akron. As an attraction of such significance, it should have been crowded with tourists, but the area around Akron was empty without a single tourist to be found. This was because of the massive entrance fee. It was also impossible to approach the vicinity of Akron without obtaining prior permission. This permission also only allowed access up to the first floor. From the second floor onwards, it was impossible to even step foot in them without an entrance pass. Well then, I'll be heading back now, Hera stated. Hera did not possess an entrance pass. Since she was unable to lead him any further, she just nodded her head at Eugene. She encouraged him, Sir Eugene, don't be too nervous. Good luck. Yes, I'll do my best, Eugene accepted her good wishes. Eugene grinned as he pumped his fist in response to her cheer. This was the Royal Library Akron. Although the Red Tower Master and the Black Tower Master may have written him letters of recommendation, the other three Tower Masters had questioned Eugene's qualifications to earn an entrance pass into Akron. He might be a member of the Lionheart clan left by the Great Vermouth, but no matter how... Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Great the hero's descendants were, in the end. Wasn't Eugene just a young man without a firm grasp of magic? Akron was not such an easy place to allow you entry with just a letter of recommendation. This was the place where Aratha's magical history, as well as the wise Sienna's distilled wisdom, was kept. My name is Eugene Lionheart, he declared. He was in a spacious room on the first floor. As soon as Eugene entered, he bowed his head deeply. Lovelian and Balzac, along with the rest of the 5 Tower Masters, stared down at Eugene. But they weren't the only ones. Both the chief of the Royal Palace's Court Wizard Division and the guild head of the Wizards Guild were there as well. Raise your head, a voice called out. A young man who was only a few years older than Eugene was sitting calmly amid all these giant movers and shakers of Arath. Since a few years ago, your name has often reached my ears. I had hoped that I might be able to meet with you at some point, but I truly didn't expect that we would meet in a place like this. Honian Abram, the Crown Prince of Arath, smiled down at Eugene. Ch 42.1. Chapter 42.1. Akron 2. Eugene looked up at the Crown Prince, who was only 4 years older than him. Honian wasn't just the Crown Prince of Arath, he was also an excellent wizard in his own right. He's a fifth circle wizard, Eugene recalled. From generation to generation, the royal family of Arath continued to produce excellent wizards. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had continued to improve their bloodline's affinity for magic over the course of hundreds of years. And even among all those specially cultivated talents, Honian was particularly excellent. Every member of Aratha's royal family was introduced to magic from an early age, but Honian was the first to have reached the fifth circle before even reaching adulthood. He was a certified genius. Even Eugene was familiar with the stories surrounding Honian. After all, he was the crown prince who was first in line to succeed the throne. Although Eugene had been warned by Hera in advance, it still felt strange to face this handsome prince in person. Eugene contemplated, I only met with royalty a few times even in my previous life, but since I've been reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant, I get to meet a member of royalty when I'm just 17. He didn't really have any ties to royalty in his previous life. Although Vermouth was often called here and there, the orphaned Hamel didn't receive many invitations, and it had been common for him to ignore the few invitations that he did receive. Do you know the reason why you're here? The one who spat out this question and marked the beginning of the interview was an uptight-looking wizard. He was the Blue Tower Master. Although he appeared to be middle-aged, his actual age should be much older than that. He glared down at Eugene with eyes full of dissatisfaction and irritation. The Blue Tower Master continued, Eugene Lionheart, I've heard many rumors about you, but for you to arrive here. Both the Red Tower Master and the Black Tower Master have been praising you to the point that it seems like exaggeration. The Blue Tower Master then looked at Lovelian and Balzac with narrowed eyes. As they felt his gaze turn towards them, Balzac just shook his head with a faint smile while Lovelian snorted. But of course, I'm well aware of the fact that you are astounding, to the point where that criminal brother of yours can't even compare, the Blue Tower Master conceded. However, being able to swing a weapon and emit sword force, isn't that completely different from being good at magic? The Blue Tower Master did not appreciate being put in this situation. The one facing him was just a 17-year-old kid. On top of that, Eugene was just a baby chick who had only just started practicing magic a few months ago. A kid like that had been able to get letters of recommendation from 2 Tower Masters and was now in front of a panel who would decide whether or not to bestow him with permission to enter Akron. The Blue Tower Master absolutely could not accept or even acknowledge such an embarrassment. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed to be a case of solicitation. Irrespective of how talented a 17-year-old kid who had just started learning magic a few months ago was, he couldn't be all that great, could he? Of course, he recognized the fact that Eugene had talent, but that wasn't enough for him to accept the idea that Eugene deserved an entry permit into Akron. Currently, there weren't just a few wizards in Arath who had been called geniuses when they were young. All wizards permitted to enter a tower of magic must have been called a genius at least or twice in their youth. They were all diamonds in the rough with overflowing talent. Even wizards like that would eagerly wait decades just for a chance to enter Akron, but a brat like Eugene, who couldn't be considered more than a young chick in terms of his accomplishments in magic, was in the running for entry into Akron? No matter how much the Blue Tower Master thought about this felt uncomfortably like favoritism. The Red Tower Master has long been friends with the Lionheart's patriarch, and as for the Black Tower Master, I would have to guess that he wants to use this shameful affair as a chance to better his relationship with the Lionheart clan, the Blue Tower Master speculated. After all, wasn't the timing of this offer too perfect to be true? Just as Ued, the eldest son of the Lionheart family, had failed to make much in the way of achievements, Eugene had arrived, and letters of recommendation had been written for him shortly thereafter. The Blue Tower Master wasn't the only one thinking something along those lines. Although the Green Tower Master and White Tower Master weren't showing it, they also didn't appreciate being called to participate in the sham. I understand what you are trying to say, but what do I need to do to prove that I am worthy? Eugene asked without showing any hesitation. Then, as if he had been waiting for this, Lovelian spoke up, all you need to do is show us your magic. Eugene confirmed, is that really all you need? Yes, Lovelian said with a nod before turning to look at the other Tower Masters. If you could cast a spell in front of us, Sir Eugene, these famous wizards who have gathered here today will take the chance to examine your skill in magic. The Blue Tower Master complained, usually, we would look at the results of your research and the papers that you have worked on. But since you've never done any research, let alone worked on a thesis, I guess that will just have to do. Lovelian narrowed his eyes at the grumbling from the Blue Tower Master. Although Lovelian understood the Blue Tower Master's displeasure, he was offended by how his fellow head wizard kept openly showing him such disrespect in this formal setting. If that's what you need, Eugene slowly nodded his head in acceptance. Eugene had already prepared himself for the fact that he wouldn't always be treated favorably, so he didn't take offense from the Blue Tower Master's rudeness. Taking a deep breath, Eugene drew on his mana. As the stars around his heart began to shine, all the wizards in the room were staring at Eugene with calm expressions. Their eyes weren't focused on Eugene's body, but instead on the movements of his mana within his body. Honian, who wasn't unable to see such things with his own abilities, lowered a pair of thin glasses onto the bridge of his nose. After a few moments, Honian's lips parted, and he released an appreciative hum. The Blue Tower Master's expression shifted. Indeed, Eugene certainly wasn't using a circle, but he wasn't just using a core either. Eugene was using all three of the stars generated by the Lionheart main family's white flame formula. As the three stars resonated with each other, they gathered Eugene's mana and amplified it. Brilliant white flames engulfed Eugene's body. Up until this point, there wasn't anything particularly remarkable. Then, the moment that the white flame formula began operating in earnest, the movements of the cores began to change. The resonating stars started to rotate in an interlocked pattern. Like this, the three stars became one circle. It's a circle, so the cores and circles aren't separate from each other. By making the different cores resonate with each other, they form one circle. Eugene had only created a single circle. But not a single wizard here believed that to be just a simple first circle. The density of his mana, it's ridiculous. Although he's been training his mana for several years now, this is. No, that just makes it even more unbelievable. Eugene Lionheart has only been training his mana for 4 years now. I don't know about his talents for martial arts, but they do say he was born with a talent for mana control. But that still isn't enough, the Blue Tower Master judged, his eyes growing cold. Having excellent mana control is a completely different matter from having an excellent understanding of magic. You couldn't become an archwizard just because you had great control over mana. The description of great in front of the name Vermouth Lionheart and the title attached to him as the Master of All was because he had risen to a never-before-seen level not just in martial arts, but also in magic. Combining the core and the circle was extremely wasteful in terms of mana. Although many people in this world called themselves magic swordsmen, most of these magic swordsmen were only of SOSO strength if you considered their martial arts and magic separately. It had been 300 years since the time of the Great Vermouth. Since then, there had been many talented individuals in the Lionheart's direct line, but not a single person among them had shown the same level of prowess in magic as they had in the martial arts. Their ability to use the mana from their cores to create sword light and sword force, and their skill at handling weapons, did not present any great advantage when plumbing magic's infinite depths. The opposite was also true. Among those archwizards whose names had gone down in history, not a single one had been good at fighting while personally swinging a weapon in close combat. Even if the mana control required by both was similar, martial arts and magic were always meant to be two separate disciplines. One by one, Eugene showed off all the spells that he could cast. The white flames of the white flame formula transformed into a blade of wind and then into a red fireball. For a moment, it looked as if the fireball was about to dissipate, only to reform as dozens of bullets. Then the bullets united as one to form an elongated blade. During the transformation process of his magic, Eugene never once uttered an incantation. And there was no wastage of mana, even when the magic was broken down to be reformed. Instead, all of the mana that had been used for the first spell was saved to be used in the next spell. The Green Tower Master, who had been watching silently, asked, "Are you able to use magic and swordlight simultaneously?" Instead of replying immediately, Eugene directly showed it to them. Without stopping the transformation of his magic, he extended his right hand forwards. There was no need for him to pull out a sword or some other weapon. Instead, the flames of the white flame formula were concentrated in his right hand and became a blade of pure mana. Its appearance was enough to finally astonish the wizards watching him. His circle hadn't collapsed. While using a core in place of a circle, he had still been able to use it as a core as well. Since it had come to this, the Blue Tower Master's expression couldn't help but harden. Was it really possible to construct a working mechanism from the parts of two completely different machines? And not just their appearance, could he really have fully combined their functions as well? Even if it were possible, how could a boy who had only been practicing magic for a few months have been the one to do it? And incantationless at that. Eugene had used mental calculations to link his techniques and his will alone to activate them. This meant that he must have fully comprehended all the magic he had learned. The Blue Tower Master let out a low groan of frustrated admiration. Ch 42.2. Chapter 42.2, Akron 2. Lovelian turned his head to him with a proud smile and asked, "How is he?" The Blue Tower Master fumbled for a reply. Lovelian confessed, "I've also often heard that I was a prodigy ever since I was a child, but even I wasn't able to use magic as well as he does when I was only 2 months into practicing magic." Lovelian wasn't the only one that this applied to. All of the Tower Masters had been called geniuses since a young age, and they all held pride in their overflowing passion and talent for magic. However, none of them had been able to control their magic as well as Eugene did when they were at his age and experience level. "I think we need to hold a discussion," the Green Tower Master murmured. The Blue Tower Master just nodded without further argument. "I guess we do. Sir Eugene, would you be willing to wait outside for a few minutes?" "Yes, sir," Eugene obediently replied. "It won't take that long. Although you're not allowed to go to any of the other floors, since there are a lot of interesting sights on the first floor, please spend some time taking a look around." Eugene bowed his head and left the room. Right afterward, the Blue Tower Master turned towards Lovelian and asked, "Red Tower Master, are you sure that you haven't given him any guidance whatsoever? Haven't I already said it so many times?" "I haven't given Eugene any sort of guidance," denied Lovelian. "Then I just can't understand it. If what you're saying is true, that means Eugene Lionheart reached such a level just through self-study, without anyone else guiding him. He diligently read all sorts of books," Lovelian added. "That just makes it even harder to understand. I have no intention of denigrating the quality of the magic books possessed by the Red Tower of Magic, but didn't you say that the only magic books that Eugene Lionheart read were the introductory texts on magic?" Shaking his head, the Blue Tower Master continued speaking. Having only studied such introductory books on magic, could he really have reached such an understanding of magic? He is a Lionheart, after all. The one who spoke up this time was Honian, the crown prince of Aroth. He stared at the door that Eugene had closed behind him as he left with shining eyes and continued, "Someone from the Lionheart clan of the Keel Empire. A descendant of the Great Vermouth. Everyone on the continent knows just how superb their bloodline is, right?" Came murmurs of agreement. "But Crown Prince, isn't Eugene Lionheart just an adopted child who hasn't inherited the blood of the direct line?" one of the panel members argued. "That might be the case, but isn't his surname still Lionheart? Even though he comes from a distant collateral line, Eugene Lionheart's genius is truly indisputable. At least, that's how it appears to me." As he took off his glasses, Honian turned towards the others and asked, "What do you all think?" "I feel like we have met an indescribable genius in Eugene Lionheart. I believe that he deserves to enter Akron. But he's far too young." The guild head, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke up. "I can't help but acknowledge Eugene Lionheart's genius, but setting his ingenuity aside, he's too young, and his level of magic is still too low." "For now, it is," the Black Tower Master, Balzac, interjected. "But that's why I believe that now, more than ever, is an important time for him. If Eugene enters Akron now, his magic will be able to develop rapidly. But the main question is whether there is even any need to provide him with such a convenience," the Green Tower Master said as he shook his head. "The younger he is, the more reason why we shouldn't rush him into anything. Since we also need to consider Akron's prestige, as long as the Red Tower Master guides him personally for the next few years, there shouldn't be any problem with waiting for him to reach a level that makes it impossible for anyone to object before allowing him free entry into Akron. I don't believe that there's any need to procrastinate like that," Honian argued with his arms crossed defensively. "With the talent that he's shown us today, Eugene Lionheart will become an outstanding wizard even without any special guidance. Although I wonder if his magic formula could also be classified into circles. If I had to guess, then I believe that he'll be able to cast spells at the 4th circle without too much trouble before he even becomes an adult." At the very least, the one who spoke up this time was the only woman on this panel, the White Tower Master. As she twisted strands of her curly hair between her fingers, she continued speaking. "The spells that the Lionheart kid cast just now, although they were all 1st circle spells, their power far exceeded that of the 1st circle." "You all felt that, right?" Came another hum of agreement. The White Tower Master added, "Apart from the purity of his mana and the sophistication of his spell structures, what was particularly surprising was the cohesion of his mana. Although I would need to attempt it personally in order to confirm it, I believe that even a dispel at the level of a 4th circle wouldn't be able to dispel that kid's magic." "I would agree," Lovelian nodded his head with a soft smile. "I think that it would be good to consider this as an investment." After exchanging a look with Honian, the chief of the court wizards had broken his silence. "He's a 17-year-old with outstanding talent who was adopted into the Lionheart's main family. Although he's young, and his skills aren't quite up there, isn't he overflowing with potential? In any case, if his age and skills were enough, there would be no questions about allowing him to enter Akron, so why don't we issue the entrance permit in advance so that we can build a friendly relationship with him?" One of the others objected. "Is there a need for that? We already have quite the amicable relationship with the Lionheart clan anyways." The chief argued, "I believe that it would be a worthwhile investment to be owed a personal favor from Eugene Lionheart, not just the Lionheart clan. But even if that's the case, it's not like he'll be able to become the patriarch, no?" the Green Tower Master murmured with a slight frown. At this, Balzac shrugged his shoulders with a grin and said, "Of course, that should be the case. Because no matter how amazing his skills are, Sir Eugene is still an adopted child. The patriarch will probably be one of the main family's twins." Cyan Lionheart? Someone recalled his name. Yes. By order of inheritance, Ued Lionheart should have the advantage, but due to the latest unfortunate incident. Since his skills were also quite lacking, it seems that Ued will have no choice but to be pushed out of the race for succession. Even if Eugene Lionheart is unable to become the patriarch, his position in the main family will by no means be small. The Lionheart's second madam seems to be well aware of this fact. Instead, it is because he is unable to become the patriarch that I believe it would be well worth it to invest in Eugene Lionheart. As he made his argument, the chief of the court wizards turned to look at the tower masters and the guild head with calm eyes. Someday, Eugene Lionheart will have no choice but to leave the main estate. Should he wish to get married and have children, it is a rule of the Lionheart clan that he must leave to become independent of the main family. Are you saying that you want to invite him to Arath at that point? Someone asked. Since he is sure to have the skills needed to qualify for an important position by that point, I don't believe that there is anything wrong with making preparations in advance, the chief concluded. Even if he doesn't become independent, I think there will be enough value in having him owe us a favor. As long as he doesn't become the patriarch, he will have just as much freedom to act as always, and if he doesn't forget Aratha's kindness, he is sure to become a strong ally someday. 3 people had expressed their disagreement with issuing Eugene an entry pass to Akron: the Blue Tower Master, the Green Tower Master, and the head of the Wizards Guild. However, as the discussion progressed, they couldn't help but be persuaded little by little. That was just how extraordinary the genius that Eugene had shown them was. They couldn't help but feel pure curiosity. Even though he had only been practicing magic for a few months, he was already that amazing. So if he were introduced to the astounding magic in Akron, just how far could he develop his own magic? If he wasn't limited to self-study and received guidance in magic from a proper teacher. I've heard that he also showed overwhelming results in the bloodline continuation ceremony 4 years ago, Balzac mentioned as he stared at the closed door to the room. Even the Lionheart's direct line was forced to recognize his talent. If he receives Aratha's support on top of that, we might even be able to say that we contributed to the second coming of the Great Vermouth. Haha, the Green Tower Master unconsciously released a chuckle at these words. The second coming of the Great Vermouth? He felt amused that the one who said this was the Black Tower Master. Eventually, the Green Tower Master commented, I can't help but feel that you're far too generous with your compliments. Balzac Ludbeth, are those words truly yours? What do you mean by that? Balzac asked. I'm talking about the Demon King of Incarceration who you've contracted yourself to. I only wanted to know whether his influence is coloring your words, the Green Tower Master explained. Ha ha ha, Balzac burst out laughing as he lowered his glasses. The Demon King of Incarceration is far too busy with Helmuth's affairs. Furthermore, if I was really trying to convey the will of the Demon King of Incarceration, I wouldn't have made my argument in such a fashion. I would have pushed even harder and more forcefully. Forcefully, the Green Tower Master's eyes cooled considerably. It wasn't just the Green Tower Master who showed such a reaction. Balzac just let the hostility sent in his direction flow over him as he shrugged and said, I'm sorry if my words sounded offensive, but the weight that the will of the Demon King has on me is far more absolute than anything else. Don't think that lets you off the hook, the White Tower Master said with a snort as she got up. In any case, it doesn't feel like we'll be able to achieve complete unanimity with our differing opinions. So instead, why don't we leave it up to a majority vote? Because the longer that our argument goes on, the more bored that kid waiting outside will get. That would be for the better, Honian agreed with a smile. I am in favor of issuing Eugene Lionheart with a permit to enter Akron. CH 43.1. Chapter 43.1. Akron 3. This was the first floor of Akron. The entire history of Arath and Akron covered one wall of this wide-open hall, and quite a few stories related to Sienna were recorded among the rest of the history. This royal library not only stored several grimoires of immense value, but on the upper floors, it also kept the various vestiges left by those legendary archwizards who had left their names in the history of magic. For being a library, this place also really resembles a museum, Eugene thought. Eugene stood and read what was written on the wall with his hands behind his back. Just as expected, what Eugene found the most interesting were the contents about Sienna. Sienna's vestiges were stored on floors 12 to 14. Among all the archwizards whose names were recorded in Akron's list of prominent figures, Sienna was the only one with 3 floors dedicated all to herself. That was just how much of a role the name Sienna Meridian had played in the history of Aroth, no, in the history of magic. She was the archwizard who had faced off against the Demon Kings together with the Great Vermouth. Vermouth hadn't really contributed much to the further development of magic, but Sienna had settled in Aroth and spent a long time as the Green Tower Master. She had established the Circle's magic formula, one, and allowed it to spread so that countless wizards could learn from it. She really was working hard all her life, Eugene thought with a wry smile as he read the list of Sienna's accomplishments. But it really doesn't suit her. Live an ordinary life, get married like everyone else, have a child, live peacefully, and become a grandmother. That was what Sienna had told Hamill she wanted to do when she retired. Despite having said that, Sienna had spent her entire life alone. While he was at the Red Tower of Magic, Eugene had found various books written about Sienna, but even though she had lived in Aroth for nearly 100 years, she didn't seem to have had even the slightest scandal in all that time. Although she was known as the Wise Sienna, several of Arotha's history books had given Sienna a different title, the Seeker of Truth too. Sienna had lived alone her whole life, without consuming any alcohol or living a life of luxury, and she had spent most of her time in either the Green Tower of Magic or her mansion. She never met with any of her 3 disciples privately outside of the Tower of Magic, and she had never made any appearances at events like parties either. But these anecdotes about Sienna bore no resemblance to the Sienna that Eugene remembered. According to Hamill's memories, Sienna had enjoyed drinking. Although it wasn't to the same extent as Anise, throughout their trip, Sienna would constantly steal Anise's holy water and drink some as she listened to the latest gossip. Sienna had also loved playing around. She loved drinking and chatting with the mercenaries staying in cheap taverns, and she also enjoyed talking to strangers. How could Sienna, with her lively personality, have lived such an ascetic life for this long period of nearly 100 years, to the extent where she came to be called a seeker of truth? Eugene absolutely couldn't believe such a fact. "Hey, kid," a voice called out. Caught in the midst of reading Sienna's records over and over again with a frown on his face, Eugene turned to see the White Tower Master, who was smiling as she twisted strands of her curly hair between her fingers. "What are you reading so intently?" she asked. "Is there a wizard that you're interested in?" Instead of answering the question, Eugene asked about something else. "Is the discussion over?" Behind the White Tower Master, the other wizards were walking out of the room. The White Tower Master nodded. It's over. We didn't keep you waiting for too long, did we?" "It was actually far quicker than I expected it to be," Eugene replied. "If we were forced to come to a unanimous opinion, even the whole day wouldn't have been enough." "If that's the case, how did you reach a conclusion?" "We held a majority vote, of course." With a grin, the White Tower Master turned and looked backward. 5 people approved your entry, 2 people opposed it, and 1 abstained, she revealed. Eugene responded, "That was more support than I had expected." "Aren't you curious about who approved, who opposed, and who abstained?" "As long as I know that more people approved than opposed, I'm fine with that." "If that's the case, then am I allowed to go to the upper floors now?" You're allowed." After all, that is what the majority vote decided. "Huh," Since it looks like you aren't all that curious, allow me to just tell you. I'm the one who abstained. Eugene's eyes widened at these words. From the way she had walked over and started speaking to him in a friendly tone, he had been sure that she was one of those who had approved his entry. While Eugene tilted his head in confusion, the White Tower Master giggled as she looked at him. From the atmosphere in the room, it felt like there would be a lot of people voting for you in any case, so I didn't feel like the outcome would change just because I abstained, she explained. Oh, but there's no need to worry. Although I may have abstained, I'm not opposed to you entering Akron. But no matter your reasoning, you didn't approve my entry either, Eugene refuted. That may be the case. The truth is, I felt a bit ambivalent about it. You might be overflowing with talent and full of potential. However, isn't it just a fact that you're still a bit too young? As she said this, the White Tower Master lowered her voice. Then, leaning over slightly towards Eugene, she whispered quietly, and besides. The crucial point is that if I showed my support to either side through my vote, I would just get caught up in an annoying argument. You can see it in their faces, right? They all still look upset. Even though the majority vote has already been cast and a conclusion has been reached, they'll just change the location and start arguing once more. And what about you, White Tower Master? Eugene asked. Since I abstained, I don't need to care about it. I can just tell them honestly that I won't change my neutral position no matter what they want me to hear. After straightening up once more, the White Tower Master waved her hand toward the other wizards. The only person who showed any reaction was the Blue Tower Master, who still had the uptight look on his face. After shooting a disgusted expression at the White Tower Master, he sighed deeply and made his way out of Akron. The White Tower Master suddenly said, "The Blue Tower Master approved." Eugene was slow to respond. Huh? I'm talking about your permission to enter Akron. At first, he was opposed to it, but he seemed to have changed his mind along the way. Eugene felt surprised at these words. From the moment he had entered the room, the Blue Tower Master seemed the most blatantly dissatisfied with his presence, but it seemed that the Tower Master had ultimately changed his opinion. Now then, dum-dum-dum. Who do you think the two opposing parties were? The White Tower Master asked. I said that I wasn't curious, Eugene grumbled. It was the Green Tower Master and the head of the Wizards Guild. Why are you still telling me this when I've said that I'm not curious about it? Are you really 17 years old? What's with that cold reaction? Shouldn't you be more upset and frustrated? What is there to be upset and frustrated about? How dare they ignore the prestige of the Lionheart's direct line? Don't you have any feelings of offended elitism? I don't. Is it because you feel like you're just from a collateral branch, after all? It's not like that, Eugene sighed. It's just, why should I show any elitism? How disgusting would it be for me to come all this way to a foreign country, only to get drunk on such nonsense? You're talking about your older brother, right? The White Tower Master asked with a mischievous smile. Eugene looked confused for a moment and then glared at the White Tower Master. The White Tower Master's name was Melkith Elhaya. Even Eugene had heard about her. She was known as the best spirit summoner of their time. She was the first person in history to have signed a contract with two spirit kings at the same time. Not only was she skilled in spirit magic, but she was also a great wizard who had reached the level of being called an archwizard in general magic as well. You really do keep saying things that I don't want to listen to. Do you have some kind of grudge against me? Eugene probed. Nope, Melkith denied it. Then, do you have any ill feelings for the other wizards? No way. Do you really think that the words I said just now were an attempt to stoke bad blood between you and the others? Yeesh, it's nothing like that. What would I get from poisoning your impressions of them? If that's the case, why are you telling me all this? Because I'm interested. With a grin, Melkith pointed at the storm sword WYNYD, which was hanging at Eugene's waist. I know what that sword is. It's a treasure of the Lionheart clan, the Storm Sword WYNNYD. I've heard that sword has even been blessed with the protection of the Wind Spirit King. Eugene confirmed it. Yep, so what about it? Although I'm interested in you as well, I'm even more interested in that sword of yours. For a long time now, I've always wanted to sign a contract with the Spirit King of the Wind, but he seems to be such a proud person that, no matter how many times I try to summon him, he just won't appear. From what I'm aware of, Head Wizard, haven't you already signed a contract with 2 Spirit Kings? Aren't those 2 enough to satisfy you? Of course, it's not enough. 1. Circle's magic formula was previously translated as Circle's magic system. We changed this to formula when OBW realized that formula was a better translation than system. 2. A term usually used to describe someone who seeks the Buddhist path to enlightenment through ascetic training. A Western equivalent may be the hermits who live in poverty. Ch 43.2. Chapter 43.2. Akron, 3. Melkith was staring at WINNYD with sparkling eyes. It looked as if she was just about to run over and try to tear it from him. I've been trying really hard, you know? Melkith whined. I've even begged the Lightning Spirit King and the Earth Spirit King, but they've told me that the Wind Spirit King won't sign a contract with anyone. That's why I sent such an earnest letter to the Lionheart's main family, begging to borrow WINNYD, but do you know what they sent back in their reply? Ignoring her question, Eugene asked, "Is it all right for me to head upstairs?" They said that the treasures of the main family can never be lent to outsiders. Petty bastards, it's like they think I might take WINNYD and go into hiding with it. I just want to use it as a catalyst of a contract, so why do they have to be so stubborn about obstructing me? Melkith complained. Eugene sighed. Hey, no matter what you tell me, I have no intention of loaning WINNYD to you, Head Wizard. Strictly speaking, it's not like I own WINNYD. I'm borrowing it with the Patriarch's permission. It's fine. I won't tell anyone, Melkith promised. You can just lend it to me for a few moments. It probably won't take that long, just a day at the most. If you want, you can even watch as I use it. In fact, this proposition was quite appealing to Eugene. Vermouth had died, and although Sienna appeared to be alive, she wasn't in a state where she could speak to him, as she seemed to be sealed away somewhere in this vast world. As for Anise, having become a pilgrim, her tracks had been cut off 200 years ago, and the whereabouts of Molan, that bastard, were similarly unknown. In this current era, only the Wind Spirit King, Tempest, knew the full story of what had happened 300 years ago in the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. Of course, Tempest had played innocent, claiming that he didn't know anything, but Eugene definitely couldn't believe those words. Eugene cursed internally. That son of a bitch, his fat ass must have gotten pretty damn heavy over the years, since he won't come out no matter how many times I call him. During these past 4 years, Eugene had attempted to summon Tempest several times. Every time he had reached the next star in the White Flame formula, and every time his mana capacity had increased. Although he'd even attempted to use his contracted sylphs to reach out to the Wind Spirit King, Tempest had never once responded to any of his summons. With the amount of mana I currently have, I still can't summon Tempest, Eugene calculated. However, Melkith might be able to summon him. Wouldn't she also have the necessary qualifications as well? Amongst the spirit summoners who had made a name for themselves on this continent, Melkith was the only one who had made a contract with 2 Spirit Kings at the same time. Although he hadn't appeared whenever she had tried to summon him up until now, if WINNYD was used as the catalyst, who knew how Tempest might react? Melkith tried to keep Eugene from leaving. Kid, where are you going? I haven't finished talking to you yet. Eugene just asked. It seems that there's no point in listening any longer, so why should I stick around? Although he had his hopes up for it, Eugene wasn't going to show a positive reaction to Melkitha's proposal just yet. Rather than allowing her to simply grab onto the bait, it was better to tease the line a bit to see if he was able to draw in a bigger catch. I asked, "Where are you going?" Melkith insisted. "I'm heading up," Eugene replied. "Didn't you say that I'd been given permission to enter? Or do I still need something like an entry pass? If you go over there and ask for one, they'll give it to you." Melkith surprisingly answered his question immediately. Eugene headed over to the door that she had pointed out. Even a place like Akron had a library director. Although he was called the director, he was actually just a public servant who wasn't allowed to enter the upper floors and merely manage the familiars, one responsible for the maintenance. The elderly wizard currently filling the position immediately opened the door at the sound of Eugene's knock. "I've already heard the news," the head librarian stated before Eugene could say anything. It didn't take long for his entry pass to be issued. Akron's seal was stamped on the back of Eugene's identity card, and that was all there was to it. If I had tried to go up without this entry pass, what would have happened to me? Eugene asked out of curiosity. "You would die," the director casually replied, as if it was only natural. "First of all, Akron's interception magic would pierce through your entire body, and if that wasn't enough to kill you, all of Akron's familiars would be put into attack mode. Although before that happened, the wizards with entry passes into Akron would have been dispatched to stop you. Did you know? The familiars who work here were all left behind by the archwizards whose names have been written on Akron's wall." This fact came from Melkith, who had yet to leave Eugene's side. As she gazed at Wind with greedy eyes, she continued speaking. "This, of course, includes those belonging to the Magic King who founded Aroth, a few from the Battle Mage who was called the Father of Battle Magic, and familiars which belong to the Wise Sienna as well." Eugene stayed silent. "Kid, your reactions really are bland. Don't you have a tremendous amount of interest in Lady Sienna?" Melkith asked with a half-smile. "I saw everything earlier. You were reading the records belonging to Lady Sienna over and over again. On your first day in Aroth, you headed straight to Lady Sienna's mansion for a tour, and last time, you even met with your friend from a different collateral branch at Meridian Square. Why do you know so much about my activities?" Eugene asked, disturbed. Melkith teased him. "It seems that you're not too aware of it, kid, but you're actually really famous." "Of course, I know I'm famous," Eugene replied with a snort. "Your personality is a little unlike your appearance. It's lacking in charm." "What do you mean by saying it's unlike my appearance? You have a handsome face, don't you? So please just think of my rudeness as the cost of enjoying my good looks. It's not just a little lacking. You really aren't charming at all." "But why do you keep calling me a kid?" "I'm calling you a kid because you are one. Aren't you just 17 years old? Phew, you still smell like breast milk." There are some words running through my head right now, but I'm not sure if I should spit them out. "What kind of words?" "I'll just keep quiet, since they feel a bit too rude to express during our first meeting." There was no way that he was trying to say that she smelled like a granny, right? After gazing at Eugene speechlessly, Melkith sniffed her own body. "I don't smell of anything," she insisted. Eugene returned the favor, "and I also don't give off the smell of milk. Anyways, when are you going to lend me Wind? I'm not going to lend it to you." Ignoring Melkith, who was continuing to follow him, Eugene turned to look at his surroundings. He was just wondering if he needed to find some stairs in order to go to the upper floors, but then he spotted the elevator in the corner. Melkith helpfully explained, "Do you see the hole beside the door? If you put your ID card in there, the door will open." "You're going up to the 12th floor, right?" "Yep," Eugene admitted. "See, it seems like you really do like Lady Sienna a whole lot." "I don't like her." "Could it be because you're just a young kid that you seem embarrassed by the strangest things?" It's fine. This big sister understands everything. Children are usually like that, aren't they? Especially boys." They're never honest about saying that they like what they like, and that's exactly why they're so cute. Isn't it going a bit too far to call yourself big sister? Just now, were you asking that because of my age? As far as I'm aware, you are already over 60 years old. Even if he added the years from his previous life to his current age, Melkith still had more years than him. Of course, going by Melkith's outer appearance, she looked like she was in her mid-20s at most, but just because she kept her looks young didn't mean her true age got any younger. Melkith defended herself. When you're young at heart, why should age even matter? So don't be shy and feel free to call me Big Sis. Eugene didn't reply to these words. Instead, he placed his ID in the elevator slot and lost himself in some irrelevant thoughts. If Sienna truly was alive and had lived all this time, that meant that her age had to be over 300 years old. Eugene made a note to himself, when we meet, I might have to call her a grandma. Or it might be better to call her an undead rather than a grandma. Of course, if he really did say that in front of her, Sienna was sure to try to kill Eugene while losing bloodlust. He would actually be very happy if that were to happen. With a wry smile, Eugene entered the elevator. Melkith didn't get onto the elevator with him. She stood outside the elevator and waved her hand at him with a grin. "Come back soon," she said. Eugene asked, "You're not going to be waiting here for me, are you?" "Even I'm not such a free-willed person," Melkith pouted. "Although I actually want to go and take a look with you, But if I'm with you, I don't think you'll be able to focus." "That would definitely be the case," Eugene admitted. Since that's the case, I'm not going with you. Although I won't get to see your shock when you face a glimpse of the truth." "Foo-foo, your first time is definitely the most intense." As Melkith hid a laugh, she pointed at Eugene's lower body and said, "It might be better for you if you wear a diaper." "Why?" "You might just wet your pants a little." It had been pointless to ask. With a deep frown, Eugene pressed the button for the 12th, then he immediately pounded the button to close the door. The elevator climbed up. It didn't take that long for it to reach the 12th floor. It would only be a slight exaggeration to say that he had arrived on the 12th floor in the blink of an eye. Eugene was greeted by a voice saying, "Welcome to Sienna's Hall." As soon as the elevator doors opened, he was welcomed by a little girl looking up at Eugene with a broad smile. Eugene's lips parted silently as he looked down at the girl. The girl, who appeared to be about 10 years old, looked exactly like the Sienna that Eugene remembered. These are the servants summoned or created by wizards to handle their chores. Ch 44.1. Chapter 44.1. Sienna's Hall, 1. While Eugene was lost for words, his mouth hanging open slightly, the young girl in front of him took off her large hat and bowed her head deeply. "Nice to meet you," the girl hesitantly greeted him. "Oh, Eugene stammered. "I am the familiar in charge of managing Sienna's Hall," the girl said with a bright grin. Her smile shook free Eugene's memories. In his previous life, since they had all met each after becoming young adults, Eugene had never seen Sienna as she was in her childhood. However, Eugene could see Sienna's childhood form in the familiar in front of him. With her light purple hair and an indescribably mischievous smile, although its age was a lot younger, the familiar looked just like Sienna. "A familiar?" Eugene eventually asked. "Yes," the girl chirped in confirmation. "That's... you really aren't Sienna?" Eugene desperately suppressed his desire to ask such a question. Thinking of Sienna's illusion that he had met in the square in front of the bank, there was no way for this familiar in front of him to be Sienna herself. "What should I call you?" Eugene hesitantly asked as he examined the familiar. The short familiar's height was hovering around Eugene's waist. Thanks to that, Eugene had to bow his head slightly just to look at the familiar. "Lady Sienna named me Mare," the familiar declared. "No way. Did she really name you Mare after the mare in Meridian?" asked Eugene. Yes, it's such a glorious name, don't you think? While Mare replied with a bashful smile, Eugene could only snort in disbelief. Meridian was Sienna's surname. Having made a familiar in her own image, she had just ripped off the first half of her surname and attached it to the familiar as its name. What was she thinking? Eugene pondered. Hesitantly, Eugene asked, I'm just asking since I don't know much about your kind, but are familiars usually, as human-like as you are? I'm special, of course, Mare answered, her chin raised proudly. The one who made me was the wise Sienna, companion of the great Vermouth. The familiars found on the other floors aren't as special as I am. Is that so? Yep. You haven't been to the other floors yet, right, Sir Eugene? How do you know my name? Are you really a familiar? What are you trying to say? What kind of nonsense was that? As Eugene stared at Mare with suspiciously peeled eyes, Mare could only put a bewildered expression on her face. Sir Eugene Lionheart, didn't you just now register your name with Akron on the first floor? Mare reminded him. So I did, Eugene recalled. It isn't just me. All the familiars in this place are linked to Akron's systems. We know exactly who is entering and exiting Akron at all times, Mare creepily explained. Eugene changed the subject, so you were saying that you're a special case among familiars? Yep. Mare raised her chin once more and pulled a boastful expression as she explained, you can see it for yourself if you go to one of the other floors. The familiars there aren't as good at conversation as I am. They can only execute what was programmed into them when they were first created and respond to external commands. And what about you? I was created with the personality of my master, the Lady Sienna, as the basis. Isn't it a taboo of magic to create a living being? Eugene asked as he recalled the words he had heard at the bloodline continuation ceremony a few years back. Why can't you create anything living? Euid, at that time, hadn't shown any interest in the bloodline continuation ceremony, but his eyes had been shining brightly as he gazed upon Lovelian's magic. Unfortunately, even though Euid had held such interest in magic, he had still turned into such garbage after 4 years had passed. But I'm not a living being, Mare said in a tone that didn't have even a trace of uncertainty. Although it may look like I'm alive, I don't have a soul like all living beings have. My body was created through Lady Sienna's magic, and as for my consciousness... Mare returned the hat to her head and turned to look behind her. Only then did Eugene also tear his gaze away from Mare to look ahead of him. Up ahead, he saw a large sphere of light floating in the room, with several orbiting rings slowly rotating around the sphere of light. It's in there, Mare declared with a bright smile. Eugene stared blankly at the sphere. It was his first time seeing such a three-dimensional artwork. Even at first glance, it gave off a mysterious impression, but Eugene's senses detected an absurdly huge and elaborate arrangement of mana located within the sculpture. What on earth is that? Eugene eventually asked. Mare smiled. That's a great question. Mare puffed out her chest and threw her shoulders back, tilting her head backward in the process and causing her large hat, which was far bigger than her head, to also tilt backward. From the way her hat remained perched on her head despite looking like it could fall at any moment, it seemed like she was accustomed to making such movements. That is the distilled essence of all the magic that Lady Sienna developed over the course of her life. That is, witchcraft. Mare revealed with a prideful cry. Eugene's jaw couldn't help but drop once more. This was witchcraft? The grimoire that Sienna was said to have just finished writing before she disappeared, and was said to have been divided into 3 volumes. How does that look anything like a book? Eugene protested. Mare sniffed. It's an outdated prejudice to say that a book should look like a book. That just sounds like nonsense. It's only natural that Sir Eugene doesn't understand it. After all, there's no way that Sir Eugene is capable of understanding Lady Sienna's magic when even the Tower Masters can't comprehend it, right? Mare's words were overflowing with pride, and her mischievous smile was full of confidence. And at the same time, her attitude subtly looked down upon the one facing her. She had said that she was based on Sienna's personality. Indeed, Mare was very similar to Sienna in the way that she was annoying and lacking in any charm. You said that your creation was based on Lady Sienna's personality, right? Eugene felt the need to confirm it. Yes, Mare answered proudly. If that's the case, right up until she disappeared, was Lady Sienna's character similar to yours? Eugene recalled the appearance of Sienna that he had seen in her portrait. It had a warm and benevolent smile that had seemed unlike her. The Sienna that Eugene remembered had never once shown that sort of smile. Of course it's different, Mare replied with a grin. Lady Sienna was much nobler and overflowing with dignity. She didn't laugh much and was solely preoccupied with researching and developing magic. After a brief pause, Eugene asked, "If that's the case, then why is your character like that? What's wrong with my character? Even though you are based on Lady Sienna's personality, you seem completely different from the Lady Sienna you described." Of course I am. That's because the personality I was based on is Lady Sienna's childhood personality. That annoying chick. It looked like she was even more annoying when she was a little girl. Eventually, Eugene changed the subject. So what did you mean by saying that your consciousness is in there? Mare hesitated. That's a tricky question. How should I put it so that you, Sir Eugene, who hasn't had much education, can understand it? Just tell it to me in a way that's easy to understand. I'm something like an artificial intelligence that Lady Sienna created for witchcraft. That was certainly an easy concept to understand. Mare explained, my consciousness is maintained by witchcraft's magic, and the purpose of my existence is to protect and maintain witchcraft. I have been supervising this hall following the orders that Lady Sienna gave me 200 years ago. Eugene walked past Mare without saying anything. He could feel Mare begin to follow along behind him at a quick trot. Why did Lady Sienna use her childhood personality as a base for you? Eugene asked. Just to reminisce, said Mare. Reminisce? It might still be hard for Sir Eugene to understand, but most adults find it hard to recall their childhood. Although their memories might remain clear, they often can't quite remember what kind of personality they may have had just from reconstructing those memories. I guess that's the case. So, to reminisce about her childhood, Lady Sienna decided to restrict my personality to one based on her childhood memories. Her magic was so amazing that it was easy for her to call up those distant memories. Eugene came to a stop in front of witchcraft. Having gotten this close to it, its majesty really was impressive. The glowing sphere that was encased within several rings was the distilled essence of an archwizard's understanding of magic that had been preserved for hundreds of years. Eugene suddenly thought of something. If that's the case, do you have all of Lady Sienna's memories? No way, Mare said, bursting into laughter. Although Lady Sienna may have used her personality as the base for mine, she didn't go so far as to share all her memories with me. If she had, there was a good chance that my existence could be abused. That sounds about right. Ch 44.2. Chapter 44.2. Sienna's Hall, 1. It was no exaggeration to say that Sienna was the most important wizard in the history of magic. If Mare had all of Sienna's memories, there was no way that the wizards of Arath would have left her alone. They might have dismantled Mare in order to extract all her memories of magic, or else they could have used her to research new magic. No matter how much the wizards respected Sienna, if there had been something like that in front of them, they wouldn't be able to call themselves wizards if they didn't take it apart to study it. Eugene concluded, the fact that they haven't means that it either couldn't be done, it didn't need to be done, or they had already done it. Eugene openly stared at Mare. As far as Eugene's understanding went, Mare's very existence as witchcraft's artificial intelligence was absurd. It was just as Lovelian had said. When the head wizard had first read the first volume of witchcraft, He had said that all the magic that he learned up to that point in his life now seemed like child's play. Certainly, this is far beyond the realm of ordinary magic. Eugene nodded in understanding. Was this why Melkith had warned him to wear a diaper, because he might wet himself? As Eugene recalled Melkith's mischievous smile, he shook his head. The original text of witchcraft is still under the sole care of Akron. Any wizard permitted to enter Akron is allowed to read witchcraft, Eugene considered. Since the secrets of Mare's consciousness and existence were clearly recorded within witchcraft, there was no need to dismantle her. Eventually, Eugene asked, "Do you know why Lady Sienna went into seclusion, or where she went?" "Of course, I don't know," Mare huffed. Lady Sienna's disappearance was both surprising and secretive. Neither her disciples nor the servants at her mansion nor myself knew anything about Lady Sienna's retreat into seclusion. Really? Sir Eugene, how many times do you think I've been asked a question like that over the past 200 years? Mare's expression had shifted. She no longer puffed out her chest, her shoulders had slumped, and the pride-filled smile on her face disappeared. Her cold, dull eyes seemed to lack even a single ray of light and were framed by scrunched-up brows and a twisted half-smile. That smile was so similar to Sienna's that it gave Eugene goosebumps. I've heard that question so many times that I've lost count. I was already stored in Akron long before Lady Sienna decided to go into seclusion. But the King of Arath, the Tower Masters of that time, the head of the Wizards' Guild, and countless other wizards still captured me and asked me for Lady Sienna's whereabouts, Mare complained bitterly. Had something like that really happened? Mare continued, I told them that I didn't know anything. However, just like you did now, they didn't believe me. So I told them to just do what they pleased. Then men who didn't even know what they were doing and were lacking in skills started trying to access witchcraft and messing with my memories. They seem to have lost their ability to learn from their mistakes since they keep finding me in order to repeat the same attempts every few decades. So they'd already done it. Since Sienna went into seclusion, Aratha's wizards had already scoured witchcraft and Mare's mind several times. However, I really don't know anything about Lady Sienna's disappearance, Mare repeated. The last time I saw Lady Sienna, she showed no signs of wanting to go into seclusion. Looks like I've asked you a pointless question, Eugene apologized. As long as you're aware of that. Eugene stepped away from witchcraft. Although he wanted to take a closer look at Sienna's magic that had been stored within it, the truth was that he currently did not have the confidence to understand it even if he did see it. They say only the first volume is displayed at Akron, is that correct? Eugene asked. Yep, Mare confirmed. He followed with another question, are the other 2 volumes stored here as well? Nope, Mare shook her head. I mean that is definitely the original text of witchcraft, but only the first volume is stored inside there. Lady Sienna took the other 2 volumes with her when she left. What? Eugene exclaimed in surprise. Mare seemed hesitant to admit it. Lady Sienna extracted the 2nd and 3rd volumes from the original text, and when only the first volume was left, she donated the original text to Akron. Thanks to that, I've really suffered a lot. Not only do they want to find Lady Sienna's whereabouts, but they also want to find the location of the 2 other volumes. As she said this, Mare drew closer to Eugene. Sir Eugene seems to have a lot of interest in Lady Sienna. Eugene defended himself. Isn't that true of everyone who comes here? That may be the case, but Sir Eugene isn't exactly an ordinary wizard, right? Although I have never been able to leave Akron or had any reason to, for these past hundreds of years, even I have heard about the Lionheart clan. Mare lifted her head to look up at Eugene and continued, the clan left by the Great Vermouth. This is my first time actually seeing one of his descendants, so it feels a little amazing. There's no need to go so far as to feel amazed. No, I really am. From what I can recall, before Lady Sienna donated me to Arath, she never once interacted with the Lionheart clan. She never even met with Vermouth again. Eugene was also aware of these facts. In the 300-year-old history kept by the Lionheart clan, there was strangely very little contact made with Sienna and Anise. The same went for Mullen as well. Although Eugene didn't know the reason, that fool, he had never once come to see Vermouth after Vermouth was done establishing the Lionheart clan. In the end, after Mullen had stepped down from his throne, his descendants, the royalty of the Northern Roar Kingdom, and the Lionheart clan had begun making contact little by little. But considering the relationship and ties between their ancestors, the connection between the royal family of Roar and the Lionheart clan was pretty shallow. Eugene definitely couldn't tell the reason for this. Although Vermouth was a bastard with abysmal social skills, Anise had followed Vermouth while claiming that he would be the hero to save the world. Mullen had also been intimidated by Vermouth and had usually refrained from his foolish behavior when standing in front of the hero. But why hadn't they stayed connected after returning from Helmuth without ever meeting with each other? Eugene recalled, according to the records of the Lionheart clan, there was no further interaction after the clan was established. The next time that any of the companions met was at Vermouth's funeral. Vermouth's funeral had become a day of national mourning for the Kiel Empire. At that time, Anise had recited a tribute as the saintess of the Holy Empire, and Mullen, as the king of the Northern Roar Kingdom, had taken off his garish crown and personally carried Vermouth's coffin. As Aratha's Green Tower master, Sienna had, when it looked like the sky was about to pour down with rain, she had used her magic to part the sky and made warm sunlight shine down on Vermouth as they parted ways with him. In the end, the only reunion of these companions following their return from Helmuth was for Vermouth's funeral. This made Eugene feel like there was a strong sense of separation between them, and this filled him with complicated questions. Eventually, Eugene asked, "In your memories, were there any times when Lady Sienna talked about her former companions?" "There were times she would look at Sir Mullen and call him an idiot," Mare confessed. "And Anise? She called her a snake-like woman." "What about Hamel?" "Idiot, son of a bitch, fool, and motherfucker. Didn't you say earlier that Lady Sienna was much nobler and overflowing with dignity? And you said that she didn't even smile much. Even a noble person overflowing with dignity can do something like swearing. Also, whenever Lady Sienna talked about her former companions, she never once appeared to smile. Instead, her expressions always seemed like she was about to cry." As Mare recalled those memories from hundreds of years ago, she turned her head and spoke, especially when she would talk about Hamel. It was extremely distressing for her. A large portrait hung in the direction that Mare had turned her head to. It was the same portrait as the one hanging in Sienna's mansion. The portrait where she had on a benevolent smile. "That portrait is a forgery," Mare revealed. "A forgery?" Eugene asked. "Lady Sienna never once smiled like that. She might have smiled like that sometime before creating you." "No, that's definitely a forgery,"